Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Idala. The only thing stronger than the smell of burnt coffee in my office is the scent of impending doom. It's a subtle fragrance. Notes of recycled paper from a bank's legal department, with an undertone of stale desperation. At 9 p.m. on a Wednesday, it's my signature scent. My finger hovers over the trackpad, tracing the outline of a bright red digital banner. Final notice. It's the third one this month. I click the little X, and the email vanishes, but the feeling of it, a cold dread coiling in my gut, remains, out of sight, deep in my spleen. Any movement on the Kinsley account? Did they pay the invoice? I ask, pinching the bridge of my nose. The phone is slick with sweat against my ear. On the other end, Joan lets out a sigh that sounds like a deflating balloon. They said the check is in the mail. The classic lie we tell ourselves to sleep at night. Sleep? I snort, leaning back in my chair. The leather groans in protest. What a concept. Remind me to schedule some of that in 2026. My office is my fortress. Floor-to-ceiling shelves are crammed with books on structural engineering and brutalist theory. The walls are a stark white, the lines of my drafting table, clean and severe. It's a space built on the principle of order, my personal rebellion against the chaos of the outside world. The only things out of place are the dozen empty coffee mugs that form a ceramic skyline on my desk, and the stack of bills I've strategically hidden under a copy of Form, Space, and Order. Okay, but for real, Joan continues, her voice softening. Did the bank? Extensions don't pay for the server hosting, Joan, or the electricity, or your salary, which I intend to keep paying. I adjust the cuff of my blazer, a nervous tic I've never managed to shake. It's a gesture that says, I am in control, even when my insides are staging a full-scale mutiny. I know, it's just, if Marco hadn't... Don't. I cut her off. The single word as sharp and cold as a shard of glass. We don't use that name in this office. He made his choice. Now we're making ours. The silence on the line is heavy. Marco's name is a ghost that haunts this firm. A specter of stolen clients and shattered trust. He didn't just leave. He took a wrecking ball to the foundation of my life, professionally and personally, and I've been trying to patch the cracks ever since. He was the one who taught me that love is chaos disguised as a blueprint, a lesson I have no intention of forgetting. Right. Sorry, Joan says finally. It's just, this isn't fair. Your design for the holiday hearth submission was genius, Idala. The geothermal integration, the cantilevered observation deck. It was poetry. No one else is doing work like that. A small, weary smile touches my lips. Joan's faith in me is one of the few structural supports I have left. Poetry doesn't matter if you're second place, Joan. Second place is just the first loser. You're not going to be second place. Her certainty is a balm, but my pragmatism is a shield. We need this win. It's not just a contract, it's a defibrillator for the firm. As if on cue, a notification dings, sliding into the top right corner of my screen. My breath hitches. From Holiday Hearth Resort Committee. Subject, finalist announcement. Holiday Hearth Resort Project. The world narrows to the glowing pixels on my monitor. My heart starts a frantic staccato beat against my ribs. This is it. The defibrillator or the final nail. Joan, I whisper, my throat suddenly tight. What is it? Is that them? Her voice is a squeak of tension. I can't form words. I just nod at my empty office. I take a steadying breath, the kind you take before you walk into a client meeting you know you're about to lose. My hand, slick with a fresh layer of sweat, moves the cursor. It trembles slightly. Click. The email opens. It's a wall of text, formal and impersonal. I skim past the pleasantries, my eyes hunting for the words that matter. Dear Ms. Fillmore, rigorous selection process. Wealth of talent. Come on. After careful consideration, we are pleased to inform you that Fillmore Design has been selected as one of 2 finalists for the Holiday Hearth Resort project. The air rushes out of my lungs in a single whooping gasp. A giddy, unfamiliar lightness blooms in my chest. I grip the edge of my desk, anchoring myself. We're in. I breathe into the phone. The words feel foreign, wonderful. Joan, we're in. A shriek erupts from the other end of the line, so loud I have to pull the phone away from my ear. Oh my God! I knew it! I told you. We have to celebrate. I'm opening the emergency Prosecco I keep in my desk for moments like this. A real, genuine laugh bubbles up out of me. It feels like cracking open a window in a room that's been sealed for years. Don't you dare drink that without me. We'll celebrate tomorrow. Tonight I need to read the details. Okay. Boss mode. I get it. This is amazing, Idola. Truly, I'm so proud of you. The warmth of her words settles over me as I scroll down the email. Thank you, Joan. I couldn't have done it without you. My eyes catch the next line. The final stage of the competition will be held at the Holly and Ivy Inn in picturesque Stowe, Vermont, where you and the other finalists will present your final concepts to the board. Vermont. Okay, I can do Vermont. Quaint, cold, full of maple syrup. Manageable. We look forward to welcoming you and the principal architect. From our other finalist firm. A name. I'm looking for a name. Who is the dragon I have to slay to save my kingdom? My gaze drops to the next line, to the corporate letterhead of my competition. Cobbett and Associates. The name is vaguely familiar. One of the big corporate firms from Boston that churns out aesthetically pleasing but soulless glass boxes. A formidable opponent, but a beatable one. My style is unique. My vision is clear. I can beat a glass box. And then I see the name printed below the firms. The name of the principal architect, Andrew Cobbett. The air freezes in my lungs. The giddy warmth in my chest vanishes, replaced by a shard of ice. The room tilts on its axis. It can't be. It's a common name. It has to be a different Andrew Cobbett, a 50-year-old Andrew Cobbett with a comb-over and a paunch. But then I scroll to the very bottom of the email, to the embedded signature. And there he is, a professionally taken corporate headshot. His light brown hair is still perpetually rumpled, as if he just ran his hands through it. His deep blue eyes still crinkle at the corners. And that smile, that goddamn slightly crooked smile that feels both mischievous and genuine, hits me like a physical blow. It's the same smile that once promised me a future, right before it shattered my past. The phone is still pressed to my ear. Joan is chattering away, mapping out a battle plan for Vermont. And we can pull the geothermal efficiency reports, maybe create a 3D walkthrough. Idola? You still there? Who is it? Who are we up against? My voice is gone. My entire world has collapsed into the 4-inch square of that photograph. The man who taught me that passion was a liability. The ghost I had spent the last 8 years burying under deadlines and concrete and steel designs. I disconnect the call without a word, dropping the phone onto my desk with a clatter. The silence of the office is suddenly deafening. It's just me and him. Me and the smiling, infuriating, heartbreaking face of the only man I ever let tear down my walls. My hand clenches into a fist. A tremor runs through me, pure, unadulterated rage mixed with a terrifying dose of something else. Something I refuse to name. With a sharp guttural sound, I slam my laptop shut. The crack of the impact echoes in the cavernous silence. Not him. Anyone but him.
Chapter 2. Andrew. My office is a testament to everything I'm supposed to want. It's on the 34th floor of a building I designed, a sleek tower of glass and steel that reflects the Boston skyline back at itself. The furniture is Italian, minimalist, and probably cost more than my first car. The view is spectacular, and I am bored out of my goddamn mind. My pencil isn't drafting the elegant, profitable lines of the McPherson Tower expansion. It's scratching out the gentle curve of a roofline, a wide planked porch, and a window seat that looks out over a garden that doesn't exist. A house I'll never build. The load-bearing calculations for the sky bridge came back solid. Ben, my junior associate, stands on the other side of my massive oak desk, vibrating with the kind of earnest energy I vaguely remember having a decade ago. The client is ecstatic. They want to fast-track the permitting. Andrew? I look up from my notepad. Ben is pointing at a set of blueprints rolled out across my desk, a sea of technical precision I can't bring myself to care about. I've designed a dozen buildings like the McPherson Tower. They're monuments to corporate ambition, impressive and cold and utterly forgettable. They have no soul. Solid is good, I manage, running a hand through my hair. It's a habit I can't seem to break, leaving it in a perpetual state of disarray that my father constantly criticizes. Tell them we'll have the final renderings by Friday. Ben's brow furrows. He's sharp, and he knows I'm not really here. They were also asking about the facade materials. You mentioned exploring a recycled composite, but the current specs still have us with polished granite. The granite will look better on the brochure, I say, my gaze drifting back to my sketch. A home. Not a house, but a home. Small, smart, integrated with the landscape instead of dominating it. A place with history baked into its bones before the first foundation is ever poured. But the composite is more sustainable. It's what you championed in the initial pitch. You said it was the heart of the design's ethos. I rub the back of my neck, a familiar heat rising there. He's right. I did say that. Back when I still believed my own marketing copy. The heart of the design's ethos doesn't sign the checks, Ben. Go with the granite. Ben looks deflated. Okay, boss. He starts to roll up the blueprints, his movements crisp and efficient. Oh, before I forget, that email you were waiting for came in about 30 minutes ago, the one about the resort in Vermont. My hand freezes over the notepad. The Holiday Hearth Resort. The one project in the last 5 years that felt different. The design I submitted was a risk. Less commercial, more personal. It was a long shot, a quiet rebellion against the polished granite towers. And? My voice is carefully neutral. And we're in the finals, Ben says, a wide grin breaking across his face. Of course we are. It was a brilliant proposal. The way you integrated the guest lodges into the hillside? Genius. The board is going to love it. The words should make me feel something. Pride. Excitement. A spark of the old ambition. Instead, a familiar, heavy feeling settles in my gut. Regret. It's been my constant companion for 8 years. That's good news, I say, my smile not quite reaching my eyes. I can feel it, the hollow performance of the successful architect. Good. It's fantastic. This is a legacy project. Who's the competition? Some local Vermont firm will steamroll? Ben is already in battle mode, his competitive streak a mile wide. I pull my laptop closer, my fingers feeling strangely heavy on the keyboard. I navigate to my inbox, my gaze snagging on the subject line. Finalist announcement. I click it open. My eyes scan past the boilerplate congratulations, past my own name, hunting for the other finalist. The other shoe. The one I feel like I've been waiting to drop for nearly a decade. And there it is. Not a local firm, not a corporate giant from New York. Fillmore Design. The name hits me like a sucker punch, winding me. I feel the blood drain from my face. Fillmore Design. Her firm. So, who is it? Ben presses, leaning forward eagerly. Thompson Group? Atelier NY? Fillmore Design, I managed to get out. The name tastes like rust and whiskey and the ghost of a perfume I can still smell if I think too hard. Ben blinks. Fillmore? Never heard of them. Small outfit? You could say that, I murmur, my world narrowing to the two words on the screen. Idala Fillmore. She did it. She built her own firm from the ground up, just like she always said she would. A fierce, wild pride roars to life in my chest, so potent it startles me. It's followed immediately by a wave of shame so deep it makes my stomach clench. Well, this should be an easy win then, Ben says with a confident shrug. A small firm won't have the resources to compete on the final presentation. We'll bury them with our VR walkthrough alone. We should get the team spun up right away. No. The word is sharper than I intend. Ben recoils slightly. No? No team, I clarify, my voice low and hard. I close the laptop with a decisive click. I'm handling this one myself. Yourself? Andrew, the final presentation is in less than a month. You have the McPherson deal closing, the waterfront redevelopment. You can't possibly handle this alone. Watch me. I stand up, walking over to the floor-to-ceiling window. The city sprawls below me, a monument to my success, a cage of my own design. All this, and I've never felt more like a failure. This competition, it's not about the contract. It was never about the contract. It's about her. It's the one chance I might ever get to stand in the same room with her again, and not as a ghost from her past, but as an equal. A chance to explain. A chance to atone. But why? Ben asks, genuine confusion coloring his tone. It's not efficient. We have a team for a reason. Because this one is different, I say, turning back to face him. I see the questions in his eyes, the professional concern warring with his curiosity. He sees a baffling business decision. He can't see the gaping wound of my past that has just been ripped wide open. Get me the full project file. Everything. And clear my schedule for the next 3 weeks. The McPherson project is yours to manage until this is over. Ben's jaw drops. Mine? Andrew, that's our biggest client. And you're my best associate. You're ready. I give him a nod of dismissal, a clear signal that this conversation is over. He hesitates for a moment, then nods slowly, gathering his blueprints. Okay, Andrew. Whatever you say. He leaves, closing the door quietly behind him, leaving me in the suffocating silence of my perfect office. The adrenaline fades, replaced by a tremor that starts in my hands. I sink back into my chair, the mask of control crumbling the moment I'm alone. Idala. For 8 years I've told myself that letting her go was the only choice I had. A pragmatic decision made under impossible pressure. It was a lie I repeated until it almost felt true. I sacrificed my happiness for my family's security. A noble trade. But I didn't just sacrifice my own happiness. I destroyed hers. I let her believe I left her for someone else, because the truth, that I was a coward who sold our future, was too shameful to admit. My hand drifts to the bottom drawer of my desk. My fingers close around the cool, smooth wood of a small frame. I pull it out. It's not a photograph. It's a cocktail napkin from a dive bar in Cambridge, carefully preserved behind glass. On it, sketched in black ink, is the house from my notepad. Our house. The one we designed together on our first date, a wild fantasy of cantilevered balconies and secret gardens. Underneath it, in her elegant architectural script, is a single word. Someday. I trace the glass over her handwriting. The regret is a physical thing, a crushing weight on my chest. This isn't just a competition. It's a reckoning. She's going to look at me with nothing but hate in her eyes. God, she's earned the right. But she's going to listen to me. This time, I'm not running. This time, she will know the truth.
Chapter 3. Idala. The Holly and Ivy Inn is exactly the kind of place that weaponizes charm. Exposed wooden beams, a river rock fireplace big enough to roast a whole marketing department, and the air thick with the cloying scent of pine and mulled cider. It's cozy capitalism, designed to make you feel at home while systematically draining your wallet. My inner architect respects the hustle. My inner everything else wants to check for structural vulnerabilities. I'm wearing my armor. A charcoal gray blazer with shoulders sharp enough to cut glass, tailored trousers, and heels that make a satisfying, non-negotiable click on the slate floor. My hair is in a braided updo, not a single coil out of place. It's a look that says, I am meticulous, I am in control, and I am not here to make friends. I accept a flute of champagne from a passing waiter and find a strategic position near a window, giving myself a clear view of the room and an easy escape route. The other attendees of this so-called finalist meet and greet are a mix of corporate types in ill-fitting suits and resort board members in expensive cashmere. They mingle and laugh, their voices a low, privileged hum. I feel like an anthropologist observing a strange alien tribe. My gaze sweeps the room, a cool professional assessment, and then it snags. There he is. He's standing near the fireplace, listening to a balding man in a red sweater drone on about something, probably golf. My heart executes a perfect, painful triple axel in my chest. 8 years. 8 years. And the visceral reaction is still immediate, a full-body betrayal. He looks different. The boyish charm I remember has been weathered down into something more complicated. There are faint lines around his eyes that weren't there before, and a weariness in his posture that his perfectly tailored suit can't quite hide. He looks tired. The observation infuriates me. My emotional assessment of Andrew Cobbett should begin and end with jerk. Nothing more. He runs a hand through that same stupidly perfect, perpetually rumpled brown hair, and the gesture is so familiar, it steals the breath from my lungs. He's listening to the man, but his eyes are scanning the crowd, searching. My training kicks in, my shoulders straighten. My expression goes from neutral to glacial. I take a small, bracing sip of champagne. I am Idala Fillmore, principal architect of Fillmore Design. I am a finalist for the most important contract of my career. I am not the girl who once sketched her dreams on a cocktail napkin with him. She's dead and buried. His eyes find mine. For a heartbeat, the world goes silent. The hum of the party fades. It's just the crackle of the fire and the sudden frantic thumping in my own ears. His polite social smile falters. Something flickers in his deep blue eyes. Surprise, recognition, and something else I refuse to analyze. He excuses himself from the man in the red sweater and starts moving toward me. Every step he takes is a beat in a drum solo of impending doom. I don't run. I plant my feet, lift my chin, and prepare for impact. He stops a few feet away, a safe, professional distance that feels anything but. Idala. Just my name. He says it like an apology. Cobbett. I keep his surname between us, a brick wall. My grip on the champagne flute is so tight, I'm surprised the stem doesn't pulverize in my hand. That crooked smile makes a ghost of an appearance. It's been a long time. Has it? I hadn't noticed. I've been busy building a business. The words are clipped, each one a perfectly sharpened dart. He winces, a barely perceptible tightening around his eyes. Good. I can see that. Cobbett and Associates has been following your work for a while. The conservatory project was impressive. My back stiffens. Is that what this is? A professional courtesy? A condescending pat on the head? We aim to impress. It's a different world from, designing another glass box with a different logo slapped on the front. I take another sip of champagne, my eyes holding his over the rim of the glass. He actually lets out a small laugh, a puff of air that's completely devoid of humor. He rubs the back of his neck, and the old familiar gesture sends another unwelcome jolt through me. Yeah, the glass boxes pay the bills. Can't say they nourish the soul, though. The soul, I almost scoff. Is that what we're calling it these days? What would you call it? His gaze is intense, searching, trying to find a crack in my facade. Ambition, integrity, the will to build something that lasts. I let the last word hang in the air, heavy with the weight of everything that didn't. The silence stretches, taut and humming with unspoken history. He looks like he wants to say something more, something real. The prospect is so terrifying I feel the desperate urge to start a conversation about zoning laws just to stop him. Well, he says finally, his smile gone completely. Congratulations on being a finalist. Your proposal must have been incredible. It is, and it will be. My confidence is my shield. It's the only thing I have. I have no doubt, he says. And the sincerity in his tone is the most dangerous thing in this entire room. It's a subtle, insidious attack on my defenses. Before I can formulate a suitably cold response, a woman with a sleek gray bob and an air of authority steps up to a small podium near the fireplace. If I could have everyone's attention, please. Her voice cuts through the chatter, which gradually subsides. Andrew and I are forced into a temporary silent truce, standing a few feet apart, both staring ahead at the woman. The proximity is a low-grade electrical current against my skin. I can smell his cologne, something clean and woodsy, not the same one he used to wear. It's another detail my brain logs against my will. I subtly adjust the cuff of my blazer. Control. Good evening, everyone, the woman says, smiling warmly. I'm Eleanor Albright, head of the Holiday Hearth Project Committee. I want to thank you all for traveling here to Stowe. We were so incredibly impressed with the caliber of all the submissions, but two, in particular, captured the innovative spirit and respect for nature that we envision for this resort. She nods in our general direction. I feel Andrew's gaze on me, but I refuse to look at him. I keep my eyes locked on Albright, my expression impassive. We are so looking forward to your final presentations at the end of the week. This is an opportunity to not only win a career-defining contract, but to create a landmark of sustainable, thoughtful design. She pauses, her smile tightening just a fraction. However, it seems Mother Nature has her own designs for our week. A few nervous titters ripple through the crowd. I've just been handed an updated report from the National Weather Service. The snowstorm that was predicted has been upgraded rather significantly. They're now calling it a historic nor'easter. A murmur goes through the room. My stomach plummets. I glance out the window I was so cleverly using as an escape route. The gentle, picturesque flurries from earlier have turned into a thick, swirling curtain of white. The state police will be closing all major roads within the hour, including the mountain pass. Albright continues, her voice taking on a more serious, commanding tone. The airport has already grounded all flights. The reality of her words sinks in. We're not just at a meet and greet. We're in a trap. Albright raises her hands to quell the rising chatter. Now, there's no need for alarm. The Holly and Ivy Inn is fully equipped to handle this sort of thing. We have generators, plenty of food, and an excellent bar staff. She winks, but the gesture does little to ease the tension coiling in my gut. For the safety of everyone involved, we will all be staying here at the inn until the storm passes and the roads are cleared, she says, her gaze sweeping over me, then to Andrew. You'll have the next few days to finalize your concepts right here on site. May the best design win. Her final words are drowned out by the sudden collective groan of a dozen iPhones losing their signal. The outside world is officially gone. It's just us. Trapped. My head turns as if pulled by an invisible string. My eyes meet Andrew's. The polite fiction of our professional rivalry is gone, burned away by the sudden, stark reality of our situation. In his eyes, I don't see a competitor. I see the same look of pure, unadulterated horror that I know is reflected on my own face. We are trapped. Together.
Chapter 4. Andrew. The moment Eleanor Albright says the roads are closing, a switch flips in the room's atmosphere. The polite cocktail party chatter dissolves into a frantic buzz. People pull out their phones, staring at the useless no-service message on their screens with a kind of primal betrayal. A low-grade panic, dressed up in cashmere and tweed, begins to circulate. My own panic is different. It's not about the snow or the roads. It's a sharp, focused dread, and it has a name. Idala. I watch her across the room. Her reaction to the news isn't frantic. It's a subtle, almost imperceptible shift. Her shoulders, already ramrod straight, seem to solidify. Her jaw tightens. She's processing, calculating, fortifying her defenses for a long siege. And I know, with a gut-deep certainty, that I'm the enemy she's preparing to fight. I have to get to her. I have to talk to her before she disappears behind those walls completely. I start moving, a man on a mission, but she's already in motion. She pivots with the grace of a dancer, her empty champagne flute in hand, and glides toward the bar. It's not a retreat. It's a strategic repositioning. I change my trajectory, aiming to intercept her. 2 more steps and I'll have her. Cobbett, hell of a thing, eh? A board member, a florid-faced man named Henderson, whose name tag I'd clocked earlier, claps me on the shoulder. His hand is heavy. His breath smells of expensive whiskey. Reminds me of the blizzard of '98. We were snowed in at my ski lodge in Aspen for a week. Ran out of bourbon on day 3. True test of a man's character. I force a smile, my eyes still locked on Idala. She's at the bar now, requesting a glass of water with a slice of lemon. So cool, so composed. She's an island of perfect calm in a sea of murmuring anxiety. Sounds like a harrowing experience, Mr. Henderson, I say, trying to politely extricate my shoulder from his grip. Call me Bob. So, your firm, Cobbett and Associates. Your father must be proud. Richard is a legend. Built half of Boston's skyline from the ground up. He certainly laid a strong foundation, I reply, the words tasting like ash. My foundation. The one built on a sacrifice she knows nothing about. I see my chance. Idala turns from the bar, glass in hand, and her path will take her right past me. I just need to get rid of Bob. It was a pleasure talking to you, Bob, but if you'll excuse me... It's the other one I'm curious about, Bob barrels on, blissfully unaware of the silent, high-stakes drama unfolding 3 feet away from him. Fillmore Design. Never heard of her. Quite the looker, though. Is she any good? The question is so dismissive, so casually sexist, that a hot spike of anger shoots through me. Before I can answer, Idala is there. She stops, her dark, intelligent eyes flicking from Bob's face to mine. A small, chillingly polite smile touches her lips. I'd like to think so, she says, her voice smooth as velvet, with an edge of steel just beneath it. But I suppose you'll find out for sure at the presentation. If you can manage to pay attention to the design and not the designer, that is. Mr. Henderson. Cobbett. She gives us both a tight, professional nod, and then she's gone, disappearing into a small cluster of people by the window. She used us, me and Bob, as a social smokescreen. It's a masterful evasion, and I'm left standing there feeling like an amateur. Feisty, Bob mutters into his whiskey. Brilliant, I correct him, my tone sharper than I intend. I excuse myself before he can respond and start scanning the room again. She's a ghost. She's there one moment, gone the next. For the next 20 minutes, it's a frustrating game of cat and mouse. I see her across the room, only to be intercepted by another board member. I make a move toward the quiet alcove she slipped into, only to find it empty, the faint scent of her citrusy perfume the only evidence she was ever there. It's exhausting. It feels like trying to catch smoke. Defeated, I retreat to the bar and order a club soda. I need to think, to come up with a better plan. As I lean against the polished wood, I tune into the conversation happening just beside me. Two men, architects by the cut of their jackets and the cynicism in their voices. They didn't make the final cut. "Can't believe Fillmore actually made it to the finals," the first one says, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. I mean, good for her, I guess. But everyone knows they're running on fumes. My whole body goes rigid. I keep my eyes forward, staring at my reflection in the mirror behind the bar, but every cell in my body is listening. "You mean since Marco left?" the second man asks, lowering his voice into a conspiratorial whisper. "I heard he took their 6 biggest accounts with him, left her with nothing but the lease and a mountain of debt." "Exactly. Word on the street is she's leveraged the entire firm against this one contract. If she doesn't win, she's done." Chapter 11, Lights Out, the whole shebang. It's not just a job for her, it's a life raft. The ice in my glass seems to melt and refreeze in my stomach. A life raft. The weight of those words hits me like a physical blow. I knew she was ambitious. I knew she was a fighter. But I didn't know this. I didn't know she was standing on the edge of a cliff. The guilt, always simmering just below the surface, boils over. The narrative I'd constructed for myself, that I'd taken the hit for my family while she went on to thrive, crumbles into dust. My choice didn't just break her heart. It set off a chain reaction, a domino effect of chaos in her life. Marco, her ex-partner, she only trusted him because she'd sworn off trusting anyone personally. My betrayal made her vulnerable to a professional one. I didn't just hand her the bricks to build her walls. I helped excavate the goddamn quarry. My gaze finds her again. She's standing alone now, by that same window, looking out at the storm. Her posture is a masterclass in composure, but I can see the tension now. I see the subtle way she taps a perfectly manicured nail against her water glass. I see the rigid set of her jaw. She's not just watching a snowstorm. She's watching her entire future hang in the balance. And I'm the one who could knock it all down. Forget the plan. Forget the polite approach. I push off the bar, the club soda forgotten. I cross the room, my steps deliberate, ignoring the anxious chatter around me. I don't care who sees. I don't care what they think. She must feel my approach because her head turns. Her eyes meet mine across the rapidly emptying space. The polite, professional mask is gone. All I see is a raw, bone-deep weariness and a flash of pure, undiluted animosity. It's a look that says, "Don't you dare." I keep walking. I'm 10 feet away. 5. I open my mouth to say her name. And the world flickers. The lights overhead stutter, dying for a split second before humming back to life. Dimmer this time. A collective gasp sweeps the room. Outside, the wind howls, a low, mournful sound that seems to shake the very bones of the inn. The lights flicker again, more violently this time. A lamp on a nearby table pops, the bulb extinguishing with a faint sizzle, plunging our corner of the room into shadow. The grand fireplace at the far end of the lobby is suddenly the main source of light, its flames casting long, dancing specters across the walls. Through the window behind Idala's silhouette, the snow is no longer just falling. It's a raging, horizontal blizzard, a solid wall of white erasing the world. We're not just guests anymore. We're prisoners. Her eyes are wide, locked on mine. The anger is gone, replaced by the same cold, creeping dread that is currently making its home in my own chest. The carefully constructed distance between us has just been obliterated by a force of nature. We are officially undeniably trapped, together.
Chapter 5. Idala. The elegant veneer of the meet and greet, cracks, shatters, and falls away. One minute, we're sipping champagne and talking about sustainable design. The next, a well-dressed, orderly queue materializes at the front desk, composed of people who look like they haven't waited in a line since boarding school. It's a masterclass in polite panic. My initial instinct is to join the fray, to secure my position. But that's what they all do. That's chaos. My strategy is always to observe, to wait for the chaos to subside, and then to make a calculated, efficient move. I let the herd thin, watching the board members and their spouses cluster around the front desk, their voices a rising tide of concerned murmurs. But my assistant booked a king suite. Is the Wi-Fi on the generator? I have a board meeting at 9 a.m. No, I specifically requested a room facing the mountain, not the parking lot. I find a relatively quiet armchair, sink into its depths, and pull out my phone. No service. Of course, I open the Notes app and begin to dissect my presentation, looking for weaknesses, for vulnerabilities. It's a familiar ritual, a way to impose order on a situation that has none. I can't control the weather, but I can control the kerning on my title slide. Across the lobby, I feel his eyes on me. I don't have to look up to know it. It's a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, a low-frequency hum that disturbs my carefully calibrated peace. I keep my gaze fixed on my screen, my fingers tapping out notes I'm not really reading. I can feel him trying to solve the problem of me, trying to figure out a trajectory that will lead him in my direction without being too obvious. I watch him out of my peripheral vision. He takes a step, then gets cut off by Eleanor Albright. He circles the fireplace, only to be cornered by the whiskey-breathing Bob Henderson again. It's a pathetic, predictable ballet, and I am not his dance partner. Slowly, the line at the front desk shrinks from a panicked mob to a disgruntled handful. My moment. I stand, smooth the non-existent wrinkles from my trousers, and make my move. As I approach, the last person ahead of me, a woman in a fur-trimmed parka, is turning away with a key card and a triumphant sniff. I am the last one. The final problem to be solved. My orderly strategy has delivered me to the end of the line. A cold knot of apprehension tightens in my stomach. The innkeeper is a woman whose name tag reads Carol. Her hair has escaped its neat bun in several frizzy directions, and there's a frantic, hunted look in her eyes. She's staring at her computer monitor as if it has personally offended her ancestors. "Good evening," I say, my voice calm and measured. I place my hands on the polished maple of the front desk. "Idala Fillmore, I believe you have a reservation for me." Carol looks up, her eyes struggling to focus on my face. She gives me a weary, practiced smile. "Of course. Fillmore. Let me just pull that up for you." Her fingers fly across the keyboard with a frantic clatter. She clicks the mouse several times. A pained expression pinches her features. She says. It's not a good it's the of a mechanic right before he tells you your engine is now a permanent resident of your trunk. "Is there a problem?" I ask, keeping my tone perfectly even. Inside, the cold knot is doing gymnastics. Well, it seems, in the rush to get everyone checked in with the storm coming, there's been a bit of a snafu. Carol winces at her own choice of words. The reservation from the event organizers was for a block of rooms, you see, but the system didn't assign them individually. It was first come, first served. The blood in my veins turns to slush. First come, first served. I repeat, the words feeling foreign and absurd. "So you're saying that because I didn't participate in a panicked stampede, I don't have a room?" No, of course not. It's just..." She trails off, her eyes darting back to the screen. Her clicking becomes more desperate. "We are completely booked." "Completely booked," I echo, my voice dropping an octave. This is the precise opposite of control. This is a structural failure of the highest order. Carol, with all due respect, that is not an acceptable outcome. I am a finalist in a career-defining competition being hosted at your establishment. I require a quiet room with a desk. I understand, Ms. Fillmore, I really do. I just don't have anything. The board members, the other guests, every last room is gone. Then find one. The command is quiet, but it's layered with steel. I am not a woman who sleeps in a lobby. A presence materializes behind me. The air shifts. The scent of wood smoke and that clean, unfamiliar cologne reaches me, and every muscle in my body tenses. I don't have to turn around. Is there a problem here, Carol? Andrew's voice is a low, calm rumble right behind my shoulder. Too close. Far too close. Carol's panicked eyes flick over my shoulder to him, and a tiny, pathetic flicker of relief crosses her face. She sees a man, a charming, handsome man who might be able to solve this for her. The thought is so infuriating I want to spit. Mr. Cobbett, I'm so sorry it seems you and Miss Fillmore are in the same predicament. The overbooking. We're the last two, Andrew states, not a question. I can feel him taking in the entire situation, his mind working. I'm afraid so, Carol says, looking like she's about to cry. Well, there has to be something, Andrew says, his tone reasonable. He's using his easygoing charm, the vocal equivalent of a warm blanket. It's a performance I know all too well. A staff room, a cot in a linen closet. We're architects. We can handle a lack of amenities as long as there's a roof. I spin around, my control finally snapping. I will not be sleeping on a cot in a linen closet, Cobbett. And I certainly don't need you to negotiate on my behalf. My eyes clash with his. He's closer than I thought. Close enough for me to see the faint constellation of freckles across his nose. Close enough to see that the weariness in his eyes isn't an act. He looks genuinely gutted. I'm not negotiating for you, Idala, he says, voice dropping so only I can hear. I'm trying to solve a logistical problem. A problem you seem perfectly content to be a part of, I retort, my own voice a venomous whisper. Don't pretend this is anything other than an inconvenience for you. You think this is what I wanted? He actually looks offended. To be trapped in a blizzard with my competitor? The slight hesitation before the word competitor is a crack in his armor, and I zero in on it. What were you going to say, Andrew? I challenge him, taking a tiny step closer, forcing him to meet my glare. Your ghost from Christmas past? Before he can answer, Carol lets out a tiny squeak of triumph. Wait a minute. We both turn to face her. She's staring at her screen, a single finger pointing at a line of text. There is one room. It wasn't in the main system. It's our specialty suite. The previous guests had to cancel this morning due to the weather forecast. Relief washes over me, so potent it almost makes my knees weak. There. You see? I cast a triumphant smirk in Andrew's direction. A solution. I'll take it, I say to Carol, already reaching for my wallet. I'll take it, Andrew says at the exact same time. We glare at each other. A silent, vicious duel of wills happens in the space of 3 seconds. Carol looks between the two of us, her brief moment of victory crumbling back into panic. Well, that's just it, she stammers. There's only the one, the last one, in the entire inn. She swallows hard, as if bracing herself. It's the Mistletoe suite. The Mistletoe suite. The words hang in the air, dripping with weaponized holiday cheer. It sounds less like a room and more like a romantic comedy prison. My jaw works, but no sound comes out. This cannot be happening. This is a prank, a cosmic joke orchestrated by a universe with a sick, twisted sense of humor. Absolutely not. I finally manage, the words like sandpaper in my throat. Completely out of the question. I'll take the linen closet. Don't be ridiculous, Idala, Andrew says, his voice tight with a frustration that mirrors my own. We're adults. We're professionals. He turns to Carol. It has 2 beds, right? Or a sofa. Carol's face crumples into an expression of pure, unadulterated apology. It's our premier honeymoon suite, Mr. Cobbett. It has 1 very, very large king-sized bed, a fireplace, and a 2-person jacuzzi tub. A hysterical laugh threatens to bubble up out of me. I choke it down. The universe isn't just joking, it's cackling. Then I'll sleep in the lobby, I declare, my voice shaking with rage. I'd rather sleep on this cold, hard slate floor than share a bloody honeymoon suite with Andrew Cobbett. And I'll take the suite, Andrew says smoothly, turning to Carol. You will not. My head whips back to him. If anyone is getting that room, it's me. My firm doesn't have the resources of a corporate giant. I need a place to work. You could design one of your glass boxes on the back of a cocktail napkin. The insult is deliberate, a low blow meant to wound. His jaw tightens. That's not fair. Fair? I let out a sharp, bitter laugh. You want to talk about fair? Carol holds up her hands, her face a mask of desperation. She looks back and forth between us, 2 stubborn, immovable objects locked in a battle of wills at her front desk. The last shreds of her customer service training seem to evaporate in a puff of pine-scented smoke. Look, she says, voice flat and devoid of all warmth. Her eyes are hard as pebbles. I have been dealing with panicked guests for the last hour. I am tired, I am understaffed, and I am officially out of options to give. She plants both hands on the desk, leaning forward as if delivering a final verdict. Mr. Cobbett, you're in the same boat. It's the suite for both of you, or you can sleep in the lobby. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 6. Andrew. Carol's ultimatum hangs in the air, a perfect, glittering grenade of social horror. The suite for both of you, or you can sleep in the lobby. I watch Idala's face. For a split second, I see the mask slip. Underneath the fury, underneath the armor of her impeccable blazer, is a flash of pure, undiluted panic. It's the look of a trapped animal. And then it's gone, replaced by a wall of icy resolve so formidable it could hold back a tidal wave. I know exactly what she's about to do. She's going to choose the lobby. She's going to martyr herself on the altar of her own pride, and I cannot let that happen. Not when I know what this competition really means to her. Before she can utter the words that will seal her fate, I step forward, turning my body to create a subtle buffer between her and the exhausted innkeeper. I give Carol the smile that my father calls my deal-closing smile, calm, reassuring, and radiating a confidence I absolutely do not feel. We'll take the suite, I say, voice a low, steady counterpoint to the storm raging outside and the one brewing beside me. Thank you for finding a solution, Carol. You've been a tremendous help in a very tough situation. Carol's shoulders sag with relief. She practically throws 2 key cards onto the desk. "Thank you, Mr. Cobbett. It's room 301, top of the stairs, end of the hall. Enjoy your stay." The last part is delivered with a near hysterical edge of irony. I scoop up the keys. "We will." "We will not," Adala hisses beside me. Her voice is a furious whisper, meant only for me. I turn to face her. Her eyes are blazing. If looks could kill, I'd be a pile of smoldering ash on this charming slate floor. "This is non-negotiable," she seethes. "I am not sharing a room with you. I will take the couch by the fireplace." "No, you won't," I counter, keeping my own voice just as low. The last thing we need is an audience for this disaster. Think for 1 second, Idala. Use that brilliant, pragmatic brain of yours. Do not condescend to me. I'm not. I'm being serious. This is a competition. The board members are all here. Do you honestly want Henderson and his buddies to walk through the lobby tomorrow morning and see you curled up on a sofa with your laptop? What kind of message does that send? Does that scream, stable, successful firm ready to handle a multi-million-dollar project? The barb hits its mark. I see it in the way her jaw clenches, the way a muscle feathers just below her temple. I hate that I have to use the rumors I overheard as a weapon against her, but it's the only language she'll listen to right now, the language of strategy. She doesn't answer, which is an answer in itself. "It's a workspace with a bed in it," I press on, pushing my advantage. "That's all it is. We are competitors who are forced to share a temporary office. We set ground rules. We draw a line. This is about one thing, and one thing only: winning the contract. Everything else is just noise." Her gaze holds mine, searching for any hint of insincerity, any crack in my argument. I meet it head on, trying to project nothing but cold, hard logic. Inside, my stomach is a knot of guilt and regret, and a terrifying, unwelcome spark of something that feels dangerously like hope. Finally, with a look of pure loathing that could curdle milk, she gives a sharp, single nod. Fine. The word is a shard of ice. But don't think for 1 second this means anything. "Wouldn't dream of it," I lie. She snatches one of the keycards from my hand, grabs the handle of her sleek, minimalist roller bag, and stalks toward the grand staircase without a backward glance. Her posture is so rigid she looks like she might shatter. I follow her, keeping a careful distance. The walk up the stairs and down the long, carpeted hallway is the most profoundly silent and deafeningly loud journey of my life. The only sounds are the whisper of the runner beneath our feet and the frantic thumping of my own heart. She reaches the end of the hall. Room 301. The door is dark wood with a small, tasteful sprig of holly carved into it. She pauses, her hand hovering over the keycard slot, as if bracing herself. Then she swipes the card, the lock clicks, and she pushes the door open. She freezes in the doorway. I come to a stop behind her, looking over her shoulder, and my blood runs cold. Oh, this is so much worse than I thought. The room isn't just a room. It's a full-scale assault of curated romance. A massive, 4-poster, king-sized bed dominates the space, draped in what looks like crimson velvet. There's a fireplace, already lit and crackling merrily, casting a warm, intimate glow over everything. Rose petals, thankfully fake, are scattered on the pillows. A bottle of champagne sits in a silver bucket on a small table for 2. And hanging directly in the center of the doorway, taunting us with its smug, festive greenery, is a sprig of mistletoe. A low, guttural sound escapes my throat. It might be a laugh, or it might be a sob. Idala remains motionless, a statue carved from fury. Then she takes a single, deliberate step inside. "Well," I say, trying for levity and failing spectacularly, "they certainly didn't skimp on the theme." She doesn't turn. She doesn't acknowledge me. She just surveys the room, her gaze sweeping over the bed, the fireplace, the 2-person jacuzzi tub I can just see through an open door to the bathroom. Her dark eyes are like a surveyor's tools, assessing, measuring, and dismissing everything. "It's a room, Cobbett," she says, her voice sounding flat and devoid of all emotion. "4 walls and a roof. That's all. She's reducing it to its architectural components, stripping it of its romantic power. It's a defense mechanism I know all too well. She's building a wall inside a room that is already a cage. I step inside, carefully avoiding the mistletoe as if it's radioactive. I drop my duffel bag on the floor. The silence is thick, suffocating. I have to say something. Anything. So, I begin, gesturing vaguely around the room. Which side do you want? The one with the ominous view of the jacuzzi, or the one with the, romantic fireplace? She finally turns to face me. Her expression is a perfect, unreadable mask. It doesn't matter. She walks over to her luggage, unzips a side pocket, and pulls out a roll of blue drafting tape. It's a tool of her trade, a symbol of precision and straight lines. And I know instantly what she's about to do. I watch, mesmerized as she kneels down. She finds the exact center of the room, her eyes measuring the distance with an unnerving accuracy. She tears off the first piece of tape and presses it firmly to the plush carpet. Then, with methodical, almost ceremonial grace, she unspools a perfectly straight, bright blue line from the door all the way to the far wall, effectively bisecting the entire suite. She even runs it straight up the footboard and over the center of the giant bed. It's the most beautifully, tragically absurd thing I've ever seen. She stands, brushing off her hands, and looks at me, her face impassive. "This," she says, gesturing to the half of the room with the armchair and the window, "is your side. This," she gestures to the half with the small writing desk, "is my side." She walks over to the desk and pulls a notepad and a pen from her briefcase. She starts to write. "The bathroom," she continues, not looking up, "will operate on a schedule. I will post it. You do not speak to me unless it is a logistical necessity directly related to the functions of this room or the competition. You do not look at my work. You do not look at me. And you do not, under any circumstances, cross this line." She finishes writing and tears the sheet from the pad. She marches into the bathroom and I hear the sound of tape being torn. She comes back out and faces me, her arms crossed over her chest. Her eyes are hard, her expression non-negotiable. "Are we clear?" There are a million things I want to say. I want to tell her this is insane. I want to tell her I'm sorry. To tell her she looks beautiful and tired and that the thought of sleeping in the same room with her is going to tear me apart. But I know that none of those things will do anything but make this worse. She needs this boundary. She needs this control. And God knows I'm the one who taught her to build walls this high. The least I can do is respect them. So I give her a single sharp nod. "Crystal." Satisfied, she turns her back to me. She walks over to her suitcase, opens it, and begins to unpack her clothes with a quiet, military precision, hanging her blazers and folding her sweaters on her designated side of the room. Each movement is controlled, deliberate, a testament to her unbreakable will. I'm left standing on my side of the blue line, my duffel bag a pathetic lump on the floor. I watch the rigid, unyielding line of her back, the tension pulling her shoulders so tight. The fireplace crackles, the wind howls outside, and the silence in this impossibly romantic prison is the loudest thing I've ever heard. How in the world are we going to survive this?
Chapter 7. Idola. Sleep does not come. Sleep is a state of vulnerability, a surrender, and my body is currently on high alert, running threat assessment protocols on a continuous loop. The primary threat is 6 feet away, on the other side of a ridiculous strip of blue drafting tape, breathing. I lie on my designated half of this monstrous velvet and rose petal bed, my body as rigid as a steel beam. Every time he shifts, the mattress dips, a tiny seismic event that travels directly up my spine. Every soft exhale he makes in his sleep is an invasion of the suffocating silence. The room is a sensory prison. The fire in the hearth casts flickering, untrustworthy shadows on the walls. The wind shrieks outside, a mournful, lonely sound that gets under my skin. I am a master of order. My life is a carefully constructed blueprint where every variable is accounted for. And now I'm trapped in a honeymoon suite with the one variable I could never solve, the one chaotic element that brought my entire first draft of a life crashing down. My eyes burn from staring into the darkness. I can't stop my brain from cataloging the details. The way his shoulders look broad and solid under the comforter. The faint, rhythmic puff of his breath. The sheer, infuriating injustice of the fact that he can sleep while I'm lying here, vibrating with a toxic cocktail of rage and memory. When the first watery gray light of dawn filters through the window, I've already given up. I slide out of bed before my alarm can even think about going off, moving with a practiced stealth. My feet make no sound on the plush carpet as I cross to the bathroom, grabbing my clothes on the way. The bathroom schedule I so meticulously taped to the mirror last night grants me the 6 a.m. to 6:45 a.m. slot. I use every single minute. By the time I emerge, dressed in another impeccably tailored blazer and trousers, I am no longer a sleepless, haunted woman. I am Idella Fillmore, architect. I am a fortress. My side is a model of efficiency. The small writing desk has been converted into my command center. My laptop is open, my pens are lined up in perfect parallel, and a stack of fresh paper sits at a precise 90-degree angle to the edge of the desk. I am ready for war. I'm deep into reviewing the geological survey of the resort site when I hear him stir. I don't look up. I focus on the contour lines of the topographical map, tapping my pen against my teeth. A low groan comes from the bed, followed by the rustle of sheets. I hear his feet hit the floor. The floorboards creak on the other side of the blue line. Good. The treaty holds. "Morning," he says. His voice is low and gravelly, thick with sleep. It's a voice I haven't heard in 8 years, and it lands in my gut with a dull, unwelcome thud. I don't answer. I continue to study the map, as if it contains the secrets of the universe. "Okay," he mutters to himself. Silent treatment. Got it. I hear him rummaging in his duffel bag. A few minutes later, he crosses my peripheral vision, a blur of a soft Henley shirt and worn jeans, and disappears into the bathroom. He is 15 minutes early for his 7 a.m. slot. I log the infraction. I will say nothing. When he comes out, his hair is damp, and he smells like soap and mint. My focus on the geological survey wavers. I force it back, my knuckles white as I grip my pen. He stops, and I can feel him surveying the room. I feel his gaze land on my command center. Is that the only flat surface in the entire suite? I still don't look up. It is the only desk, and it is on my side of the demarcation line. The what line? There's a note of disbelief in his tone. My head snaps up, and I finally meet his eyes. They're the same deep blue, still slightly hazy with sleep. The internationally recognized border between our sovereign nations, Cobbett. Did you not see the tape? Or is attention to detail no longer a priority at Cobbett and Associates, now that you've cornered the market on soulless glass boxes? The corner of his mouth twitches. That damn crooked smile. Right, the tape. Look, I just need a place to unroll some plans. That table for two seems pretty lonely over there. He gestures with his chin toward the small table near the fireplace. That table, I say, my voice dangerously sweet, is also on my side. Your officially designated territory, as I recall, includes that armchair, half an ottoman, and a lovely view of the curated rose petals. Feel free to get creative. I turn back to my laptop, a clear dismissal. The air crackles with a tension so thick I could draw elevations on it. I expect him to argue, to push. It's what he always did. Instead, I hear the clink of ceramic, the gurgle of water, the low hum of the in-room coffee maker. The aroma of brewing coffee slowly fills the room, a rich, dark scent that curls around the edges of my focus. It's a deliberate act of domesticity in the middle of our Cold War, and it is deeply unsettling. A few minutes later, he walks over. He doesn't cross the line. He stops right at the edge of the blue tape, leans over, and places a steaming ceramic mug on the corner of my desk. "Here," he says, his voice quiet. "You're useless until you've had at least 2 of these. Black, 2 sugars." He turns and walks away before I can react. He goes to his armchair, pulls a thick leather-bound sketchbook from his bag, and starts to draw, leaving me staring at the mug as if it's a ticking bomb. He remembers. After 8 years, after everything, he remembers how I take my coffee. The small, stupid kindness is a breach in my defenses, more effective than any argument. It's a Trojan horse filled with memories I have fought for years to keep outside the gates. Memories of late nights in the studio, of him handing me a mug just like this one, his fingers brushing mine. My hand trembles as I reach for it. The ceramic is warm, a small circle of heat in the cold landscape of my fury. I take a sip. It's perfect, and that makes me hate him even more. A crackle from a speaker near the door makes us both jump. "Good morning, stranded guests." It's Carol, the innkeeper, her voice piped into the room, artificially cheerful. "This is just a little announcement to keep our spirits up while the storm rages. To foster a sense of community and holiday cheer, we will be holding a mandatory, stranded guest secret Santa exchange." I groan, dropping my head into my hands. This is a fresh new hell. "Participation is required for all guests," Carol continues, her voice taking on a slightly unhinged edge. "Gifts should be thoughtful, not expensive. We'll have a small selection of items from our gift shop available for purchase. Please come down to the lobby between 9 and 10 a.m. to draw a name from the festive Santa hat. Let's make the best of it, everyone." The speaker clicks off, leaving a ringing silence in its wake. "You have got to be kidding me," I mutter into my hands. "Fostering community," Andrew says from across the room. I can hear the smirk in his tone. "And holiday cheer." "This is my nightmare," I say, lifting my head. Forced, performative sentimentality. It's inefficient and emotionally dishonest. "So, you're not a fan of Christmas then?" "I'm a fan of sincerity, Cobbett. Something you wouldn't know much about." The words are out before I can stop them, sharp and poisoned. The resulting silence is heavy. The easy banter is gone. I've steered us right back into the heart of the minefield. I risk a glance at him. He's no longer smiling. He's just looking at me, his blue eyes clouded with a familiar, deep-seated pain. The sketchbook lies forgotten in his lap. "Yeah," he says, his voice rough. "Okay, I probably deserved that." He stands up. It's 9:15. We should probably go draw a name from the festive Santa hat before we're accused of not fostering community. He walks to the door and waits, his hand on the knob, leaving me no choice but to follow. The walk down to the lobby is just as silent as the walk up was last night, but this time it's thick with the weight of my own cruelty. The lobby is sparsely populated. A few other miserable-looking guests are clustered around a small table, where Carol is standing with a fluffy red Santa hat. She gives us a brittle smile. "Here to join the fun?" she asks. "Wouldn't miss it for the world," Andrew says, his charm switched back on. He reaches into the hat and pulls out a small folded slip of paper. He glances at it and tucks it into his pocket, his expression unreadable. Then, it's my turn. I stare into the hat full of anonymous names, full of forced connections. This whole situation is a farce, an elaborate, snow-covered torture chamber. I reach in, my fingers brushing against the crisp edges of the paper. I pull one out. I don't open it right away. I walk over to a quiet corner, away from Andrew's curious gaze, my back to the room. I need to be alone when I face my fate. My fingers, usually so steady, feel clumsy as I unfold the small slip of paper. I already know, don't I? The universe has a narrative it's sticking to, and I am merely a pawn in its sick romantic game. I look down. 2 words are written in neat block letters. Of course, Andrew Cobbett.
Chapter 8. Andrew. I watch her walk away from the festive Santa hat, her back ramrod straight, a folded slip of paper clutched in her hand. She moves to a corner, deliberately turning away from me, and I know she needs to process her fate in solitude. I don't need to see her face to know who she drew. The universe isn't subtle. It's a sledgehammer, and right now it's pounding away at the walls of this ridiculously charming inn. I look down at the name in my own hand, the letters crisp and black against the white paper. Adala Fillmore. A slow, humorless smile touches my lips. Of course. It's a setup. A cosmic joke with a punchline that's been 8 years in the making. But as I fold the paper and slide it into my pocket, a strange feeling settles over me. It's not dread. It's an opening. This is a chance. A conversation she can't walk away from. A message I can deliver that she can't immediately refute with a cutting remark. A gift is a Trojan horse, and I will build the most thoughtful, disarming, memory-laden Trojan horse I possibly can. The rest of the morning passes in a state of hyper-aware, suffocating silence back in the Mistletoe suite. Our 2 sovereign nations are at a Cold War stalemate. She is at her command center, a paragon of focus and efficiency. Her fingers fly across her keyboard, the soft clicks the only sound on her side of the blue line. Her pen taps against her teeth, a tell I remember all too well. She's deep in thought, wrestling with a design problem. I'm on my side, in my designated armchair, feeling like a visitor at a museum dedicated to a woman I used to know. My own laptop feels useless. My corporate work feels a million miles away. All I can focus on is the energy rolling off her in waves, a force field of pure, concentrated will. The small table for 2 in the room mocks me. It's the perfect surface for unrolling a set of preliminary sketches. So, about that table, I begin, my voice carefully neutral. Her typing doesn't pause. What about it? It seems to be suffering from a distinct lack of architectural plans. I was thinking of remedying that. The table is on my side of the line, Cobbett. Its geopolitical status is not up for debate. I'm not proposing an invasion, I say, trying to keep my tone light. I'm proposing a temporary work visa, a joint use agreement. I'll even let you have full custody of the salt and pepper shakers. She stops typing. She slowly lifts her head, her dark eyes pinning me in place. The look she gives me could freeze geothermal vents. My answer, for the foreseeable future, to any and all of your proposals, is number. Is that clear enough for you? Crystal, I mutter, leaning back in the armchair. It's not built for working. It's built for canoodling, and my spine is already protesting. I open my leather-bound sketchbook instead, the pages filled with the familiar lines of the dream house. Our dream house. Sketching it is a nervous habit, a way to channel the regret that is a constant, low hum beneath the surface of my life. We work in silence for hours. The only communication is the occasional pointed clearing of a throat. The only shared resource is the oxygen in the room, and I get the distinct impression she resents even that. Lunch is another silent, strategic affair in the main dining room. We sit at separate tables on opposite sides of the room, pretending the other doesn't exist. It's a pathetic, childish performance, and we are both masters of it. By dinner time, my nerves are shot. The forced proximity is like a low-grade fever, leaving me feeling frayed and exhausted. The dining room is warmer now, lit by candles on every table as the generator struggles to keep up with the inn's power demands. The mood is a strange mix of cozy and claustrophobic. I find a small table in the corner. A few minutes later, she walks in. She scans the room, her eyes brushing past me as if I'm part of the decor, and chooses a table even further in the opposite corner. The message is clear. The blue tape line extends throughout the entire inn. I'm halfway through a surprisingly decent shepherd's pie when it happens. The wind outside, which has been a constant, mournful howl all day, rises to a furious, shrieking crescendo. The lights overhead flicker once, twice, a weak, sputtering protest against the storm's assault. Then, with a collective groan from the building's ancient wiring, they die. The dining room is plunged into an absolute, disorienting darkness. A collective gasp sweeps the room, followed by a sudden, nervous silence. The only sound heard is the roar of the wind and the frantic, sudden thumping of my own heart. A moment later, the staff begins to move, their voices calm and practiced. "It's all right, everyone. The generator must have overloaded. We'll have the emergency candles out in just a moment." Flickers of light begin to appear, small, brave flames cutting through the oppressive black. One by one, candles are placed on the tables, casting a warm, dancing glow. The room transforms. The faces of the other guests are thrown into dramatic relief, their features softened by the flickering light. My eyes immediately find her. She's sitting alone at her table, her fork frozen halfway to her mouth. The candlelight carves her face from the shadows. The severe lines of her blazer are gone, replaced by the soft curve of her shoulder. The icy mask of control has slipped, just for a moment. In the flickering, unreliable light, she doesn't look like my rival. She looks like the woman I remember, her expression unguarded, her eyes wide and luminous in the darkness. She looks beautiful, and it's a punch to the gut. The darkness changes everything. It strips away the pretense, the professional armor. We're not architects in a competition anymore. We are just two people, trapped in a storm, sitting in a room lit by firelight. The intimacy of it is a physical presence, a weight between us. I can't eat. I just watch her, my shepherd's pie forgotten. She seems to feel my gaze because her head lifts, and her eyes meet mine across the flickering space. She doesn't look away. The darkness is a shield, a confessional. We just stare at each other, the silence stretching, filled with 8 years of unspoken words. I see her swallow. The movement is a small, vulnerable thing in the column of her throat. The candle on her table casts a tiny flame in the dark pools of her eyes. Her defenses are down. The fortress is, for the first time, unguarded. Her lips part. Her voice, when it comes, is so quiet I almost think I've imagined it. It's not sharp or cold. It's just tired. A raw, quiet question that has been buried for years. Why did you really do it, Andrew? The question hangs in the candlelit air between us, impossibly fragile and heavier than anything I've ever known. This is it. The opening. The one chance I've been praying for. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic, desperate beat. I take a deep, shuddering breath, the truth a hard, painful lump in my throat. I'm ready. I'm ready to finally tell her everything. Chapter 9. Andrew. Her question lands in the space between us, extinguishing everything else. The murmur of the other diners, the howl of the wind, the crackle of the candles. It all fades into a dull, distant roar. The world has collapsed to the size of this table, to the flickering flame reflected in her wide, dark eyes. Why did you really do it, Andrew? For years I've rehearsed 1,000 different versions of this answer. Grand, sweeping speeches full of self-flagellation, cool, logical explanations that frame it as a tragic necessity. But now, in the face of her raw, quiet question, they all feel like lies. They're just prettier cages. My heart is a frantic drum against my ribs. My shepherd's pie is a cold, forgotten lump on my plate. I can't do this from across the room. I can't deliver the most important words of my life from a different zip code. I push my chair back, the legs scraping softly against the floor. I stand up. My body moves before my brain can protest, carrying me across the dining room, a man walking through a dream. The other guests are just shadows, ghosts at the feast. I navigate the maze of tables until I'm standing beside hers. The candlelight throws my shadow over her. She doesn't flinch. She just watches me, her expression unreadable, her fork resting on her plate. She waits. "Can I?" I gesture to the empty chair at her table. A long, silent moment passes. I see the war in her eyes, the instinct to say no, to maintain the perimeter, to send me back to my side of the world. But the darkness has changed the rules. She gives a single, almost imperceptible nod. I sink into the chair opposite her. We're close now. Too close. The candle between us is the only thing separating our sovereign nations. I can see the faint, crescent-shaped scar on her temple, a tiny imperfection in her otherwise flawless composure. I remember the day she got it, a fall from a jungle gym when she was 6. She told me the story on our 3rd date. I clear my throat, my hands clasped on the table in front of me so she can't see them tremble. It's not a simple answer. A small, bitter smile touches her lips. Try me. I'm an architect. I'm good with complex systems. The barb is her armor, a flash of the familiar steel. It's a relief in a strange way. It's a language I understand. It wasn't about her, I say, the words feeling thin and inadequate in the heavy silence. Rhea, it was never really about her. Wasn't it? Her voice is dangerously soft. Because my memory of the situation involves you breaking my heart on a Tuesday and being engaged to her by Friday. The timeline seems pretty linear from where I'm sitting. She picks up her wine glass, her fingers curled around the stem, a picture of detached curiosity. It's a lie. Her knuckles are white. That's what it looked like, I concede, my voice rough. That's what I let it look like. I drag a hand through my hair, the movement jerky and anxious. My father, my family, they were in trouble, a lot of trouble, the kind of trouble that doesn't just go away. I'm being vague. I'm being a coward, even now. I'm leaving out the part about the massive, firm-destroying debt. The part about Rhea's father offering the lifeline, with Rhea attached as the non-negotiable term of the deal. The shameful, transactional truth of it all. Her eyes narrow. She's dissecting my words, searching for the structural flaws. Trouble. She tests the word, finds it wanting. So, what you're telling me is that you made a business decision. You weighed the pros and cons, assessed the liabilities, and decided I was an acceptable loss. No. The word is a raw protest, torn from my gut. God, no, Idala. It wasn't like that. It wasn't a choice between you and the company. It was pressure. From every direction. My father, my mother. They made it seem like the entire world was resting on my shoulders. Like I was the only one who could fix it. And Rhea was the fix. It's not a question. It's a verdict. She was part of it, I admit, hating the way the words sound. They're weasel words, evasive and weak. And she knows it. She lets out a quiet, mirthless laugh. She takes a slow, deliberate sip of her wine, her eyes never leaving mine over the rim of the glass. So you're not the villain of the story, is that it? You're the hero, the noble son, sacrificing his own happiness for the sake of his family. Am I getting that right? Should I be applauding? The sarcasm is a physical blow. It hurts more than shouting ever could. Because she's right. That's the story I've been telling myself for 8 years to keep from drowning in my own shame. I lean forward, my hands flat on the table. The candle flame dances between us. No, I say, my voice dropping, stripped of all pretense. That's not it at all. It wasn't noble. It wasn't heroic. It was the most cowardly thing I've ever done in my life. The raw honesty of the words seems to startle her. The mocking light in her eyes flickers, replaced by a flicker of something else. Confusion. The choice I made. It was wrong, I continue, the confession a painful, liberating torrent. I should have fought harder. I should have told my father to go to hell. I should have chosen you. I know that. I've known it every single day for 8 years. But that's not the worst part. I pause, forcing myself to meet her gaze. to hold it. I owe her this. I owe her the unvarnished, ugly truth of my failure. The worst part wasn't the choice. It was the execution. I didn't have the guts to face you. I couldn't stand in front of you and tell you that I was too weak to fight for us. I couldn't bear to see the look in your eyes. So I took the easy way out. I see her swallow, her throat working. She's perfectly still, a statue carved from shadow and firelight. I disappeared, I whisper, the word tasting like poison. I let you hear it from someone else. I let you believe the simplest, cruelest version of the story, that I'd just found someone else, because I was too ashamed to tell you the real one. I let you think you were the problem, so I wouldn't have to admit that I was. The heavy silence that follows is absolute. The dining room, the inn, the entire world has ceased to exist. It's just us here, in this bubble of darkness, with the wreckage of our past laid bare on the table between us. I've said it. I finally said it. Her hand, still curled around her wineglass, is trembling. Just slightly. It's the first crack in the fortress. The first sign that my words have landed, that they've made it past the walls and the barbed wire and the years of carefully cultivated indifference. She opens her mouth. Her lips form my name. Andrew! And the world comes roaring back. There's a loud mechanical thunk from somewhere deep in the inn's guts, followed by a hum that grows rapidly in volume. The lights flicker once, twice, and then flood the dining room with a harsh, unforgiving fluorescent glare. The spell is shattered. The warm, intimate candlelight is bleached away by the sterile overhead lights. The other diners blink, their chatter resuming, louder and more jarring than before. The darkness that had served as our confessional has been ripped away, and we are left exposed. I'm still leaning over her table, my hands braced on the white linen. She's staring up at me, her eyes wide, her expression a raw, unguarded canvas of shock and confusion, and a pain so deep it makes my own chest ache. Our private, fragile moment of truth is now a public spectacle. The raw emotion hangs between us, naked and shivering in the bright, artificial light. We're just staring at each other, trapped in the sudden, brutal glare of reality. And I have no idea what to do next.
Chapter 10. Idala. The light is a physical assault. One moment, we are two people in the dark, suspended in a fragile, candlelit truth. The next, we are a specimen under a microscope, pinned by the harsh, fluorescent glare of reality. The intimate confession shatters, and all its messy, complicated pieces are scattered across the white tablecloth between us. Andrew is still leaning forward, his hands braced on my table, his eyes wide and locked on mine. He looks as stunned by the sudden illumination as I feel. The raw shame is still on his face, but now it's mixed with a new frantic panic. The shield of darkness is gone. We are exposed. My training kicks in. When a structure is compromised, you retreat to a safe distance and assess the damage. My heart is a compromised structure, and he is the seismic event. I push my chair back, the sound a sharp, ugly scrape in the suddenly loud room. The action breaks the spell. Andrew straightens up, taking a half step back from the table, putting a few precious inches of space between us. Idala, he starts, his voice a low, urgent thing. Don't. I cut him off, my own voice dangerously calm. I stand, placing my napkin on the table with a precision that feels absurd. Your 5 minutes of emotional upheaval doesn't grant you squatters' rights at my dinner table, Cobbett. I see the hurt flash in his eyes before he can hide it. Good. Hurt is a language he understands. I need to get out of here. I need to get back to my fortress, to the room with the absurd blue line that suddenly feels like the most important architectural feature in the world. Without another word, I turn and walk away. I don't look back. I can feel the eyes of the other diners on me, their curiosity a palpable thing. I can feel his eyes on me, a weight against my shoulder blades. I don't run. I walk with a measured, deliberate pace, my heels clicking a steady, defiant rhythm on the floor. I am in control. I am in control. It's a lie, a mantra against the chaos he has just unleashed inside me. The walk back to the Mistletoe suite is a blur. I don't remember the stairs. I just remember the blessed, solid click of the door closing behind me, closing out the rest of the world. But it doesn't shut him out. He's in here. His duffel bag is still a lump on in the room. The scent of his soap lingers in the air. And his confession is a ghost, sitting in the armchair, lying on the velvet bed, whispering from every corner, "I was a coward. I let you think you were the problem." I walk straight to my command center, the small desk on my side of the blue tape. I sit. I pull my laptop closer. I stare at the topographical map, at the elegant, logical lines of the landscape. They're supposed to be calming. They're supposed to make sense. But all I see are fault lines. My brain, the one I have honed into a sharp, analytical tool, is at war with itself. The story I've told myself for 8 years is a masterpiece of structural integrity. It is built on a simple, solid foundation. Andrew Cobbett broke my heart for another woman. He was a selfish, cruel man who chose a different future and discarded me. That foundation has supported the entire architecture of my adult life. It's the reason I don't trust. It's the reason I pour everything into my work. It's the reason I built Fillmore Design as a fortress, to protect myself from the kind of chaos that love brings. And he just took a sledgehammer to that foundation. He didn't leave you for her. A traitorous whisper in my mind. He left because he was a coward. He left because he was trapped. It's a better story. I mutter to the empty room. It's a more sympathetic narrative. Of course he'd choose that one. He's rebranding his betrayal. It's a marketing strategy. But then I see his face in the candlelight, the raw shame, the self-loathing in his eyes. It wasn't a performance. I've seen him perform. I've seen the deal-closing smile and the easy charm. This was different. This was him, stripped down to the studs. The door opens. My body goes rigid. He steps inside, shutting the door softly behind him. He doesn't say anything. He just stares at me, his expression uncertain. He's waiting for a sign, a cue. "Your territory is over there," I say, gesturing with my pen toward his part of the room. My voice is brittle. He gives a small, tired nod and crosses to the armchair, carefully stepping over the blue line as if it's a laser tripwire. He sinks into the chair and just sits there, watching me. "Are you just going to stare at me?" I snap, my fingers clenching around my pen. "Because I have work to do. Some of us have firms to save." The jab is low and mean, and I know it. I want to hurt him because my own confusion is a sharp physical pain. "I know," he says, his voice quiet. He doesn't take the bait. He doesn't get angry. He just looks sad. It's infuriating. Good. Then you understand why I don't have time for whatever that was back there. An explanation you asked for? An excuse I didn't. I turn back to my laptop, my shoulders screaming with tension. I have a geological survey to analyze. The soil composition on the north slope is problematic. It requires my full attention. "Alluvial deposits?" he says softly. I freeze. What? The soil. It's heavy on alluvial deposits from the old riverbed. You'll need deep-set caissons for the foundation of the main lodge. Otherwise, you'll have settlement issues within a decade. I slowly turn my head to look at him. He's leaning forward in the armchair, his expression earnest. He's talking about architecture. He's speaking my language. I'm aware of the soil composition, I say coolly, though my heart is beating a little faster. He's right. It's the exact conclusion I was slowly, painstakingly coming to. "I know you are," he says. "But you'll also need to factor in the sheer stress from the wind load on that cantilevered deck you designed. It's a brilliant feature, but it's going to act like a sail. The caissons will need to be cross-braced. The conversation is a dizzying, disorienting pivot from the intensely personal to the purely professional. He's inside my head, seeing the design challenges, anticipating the problems. For a moment, just a moment, he's not the man who broke my heart. He's the brilliant, intuitive architect I remember from school, the only person whose design sense ever felt like it was in sync with my own. The spark of connection is so intense, so familiar, it terrifies me. "Thank you for the unsolicited consultation, Cobbett," I say, my voice dripping with ice. "I'll be sure to add it to your invoice." I turn my back on him, a definitive final dismissal. I force myself to work for the next few hours, but it's a lie. I'm just moving paragraphs around on a document, staring at blueprints without seeing them. I'm hyper-aware of every sound he makes. The soft scratch of his pencil in his sketchbook. The rustle of a page turning. The faint sigh he lets out around midnight. The silence deepens. The scratching stops. I risk a glance at the clock on my laptop. It's almost 2 a.m. A deep, bone-weary exhaustion settles over me. I finally close my laptop, the quiet click echoing in the room. And that's when I see him. He's not in the armchair. He must have moved at some point while I was pretending to work. He's at the small, romantic table for 2. My table. On my side of the line. He's broken the treaty. But he's not working. He's fast asleep. His head is pillowed on his folded arms, resting on top of his open sketchbook. His perpetually rumpled hair is even more rumpled. The soft light from the dying embers in the fireplace traces the sharp line of his jaw and the weary slope of his shoulders. The mask is gone. The charm, the confidence, the carefully constructed performance, it's all stripped away. He just looks exhausted, utterly and completely spent. The deep lines of fatigue around his eyes are more pronounced in the soft light. He looks vulnerable. And tragically, he looks like the Andrew I remember. The boy who would fall asleep in the studio over his plans, his face smudged with graphite. A war breaks out inside me. The architect, the fortress, the woman who built a life on the bedrock of his betrayal, screams at me to stand up, go to bed, and leave him there. Let him wake up with a crick in his neck. Let him be uncomfortable. It is the very least that he deserves. But the other part of me, the part that is reeling and confused and dangerously soft, just looks at him. I see the plush throw blanket folded neatly on the back of the armchair he abandoned. It's a soft charcoal gray cashmere. It looks warm. Don't do it, Idala. My body moves without my permission. I stand up, my joints protesting. I walk silently across the room. I cross the blue line. The tape on the carpet is a silent accusation. I'm committing treason against my own anger. I reach the armchair and pick up the blanket. It's soft and heavy in my hands. I move over to the table where he's sleeping. I can smell the faint scent of his cologne, the clean scent of his soap. He smells like a memory I should have forgotten. I hesitate, the blanket clutched in my hands. This is a mistake. This is a crack in the foundation. This is chaos. But he looks so tired. Slowly, carefully, I unfold the blanket and drape it over his broad shoulders. He stirs in his sleep, a low, unintelligible murmur escaping his lips. He shifts, settling into the warmth. I pull my hands back as if the blanket is on fire. I retreat, scurrying back over the blue line to the safety of my own territory, my heart thrumming against my ribs like a trapped bird. I stand there in the quiet, firelit darkness of the Mistletoe suite, staring at the man who ruined my life, the man I just covered with a blanket. And I have no idea who I am anymore.
Chapter 11. Andrew. I wake up to a crick in my neck so profound it feels structural. My cheek is stuck to the glossy finish of a table I fell asleep on, and for a disoriented second I think I'm back in the architecture studio at school, having pulled another all-nighter. Then, a scent hits me. Not the stale coffee and graphite of the studio, but something clean and floral and unique to her. I peel my face off the table and blink, my eyes gritty with sleep. I'm in the Mistletoe suite, and there's a blanket draped over my shoulders. A soft, charcoal gray cashmere blanket. My brain slowly, painfully, clicks into gear. The blanket was on the armchair. On my side. I was asleep at the table. On her side. The transitive property of blankets and mortal enemies can only mean one thing. She did this. A slow, dangerous warmth spreads through my chest, a flicker of hope in the cold, hollow space of my guilt. She covered me with a blanket. After everything I said, after the raw, ugly confession in the dining room, she looked at me sleeping and chose kindness. It's the smallest of cracks in her fortress, but it's a crack nonetheless. My neck groans in protest as I sit up, rolling my shoulders. The fire has died down to a bed of glowing orange embers, and the first pale light of morning is filtering through the window, painting the room in shades of gray. And there she is. She's at her command center, of course, dressed in another sharp, impeccably tailored outfit, her hair in a flawless twist. She looks like she's been awake for hours, probably redesigning the entire concept of gravity out of sheer efficiency. She's staring at her laptop, her posture ramrod straight. But I know she was watching me. I can feel it. The air is ripe with the unspoken truth of the blanket. I stand up, stretching until my spine pops. Morning. My voice is a rough, sleep-crusted thing. She doesn't look up. It was. The single clipped word is a splash of cold water. So we're back to this. The kindness was a dream, a brief hallucination. The walls are back up, probably reinforced with extra steel and a moat full of sharks. Fine. I can do this. I'm a man on a mission. And that mission, at this precise moment, is coffee. I cross to the small kitchenette area, my bare feet silent on the carpet. I open the cupboard, find the small bag of boutique Vermont coffee, and my heart sinks. There's barely a scoop left. Enough for one cup. One small, pathetic, deeply symbolic cup. I measure it out, pour the water, and start the machine. The low gurgle fills the tense silence of the room. As the rich aroma begins to fill the air, I feel her focus waver. I can feel her watching me out of her peripheral vision. The coffee is a neutral territory, a shared resource, and a limited one. The machine gives a final wheezing sigh and goes silent. One cup. I pour it into a clean ceramic mug. I know exactly how she takes it, and I know that offering it to her is both the right thing to do and a declaration of war. I walk to the blue line. I don't cross it. I hold out the mug. Here. She looks from the mug to my face, her expression a perfect mask of suspicion. What is it? It's coffee, Adala, not a subpoena. There was only enough for one cup. A statement of fact. And you're the one who looks like she's about to perform surgery on her laptop with a ballpoint pen. You need it more. Her eyes narrow. I don't need your charity, Cobbett, or your strategic offerings of caffeine. Drink your coffee. She turns back to her screen, a clear dismissal. A hot spike of frustration shoots through me. It's not charity. It's not a strategy. It's a goddamn cup of coffee. It's the blanket. It's me, trying to find a single tiny way to show her that I see her, that I remember. I'm not being strategic, I say, my voice tight. I'm trying to be a decent human being. I know that's a concept you might find foreign, coming from me. But believe it or not, it's possible. That gets her attention. She swivels in her chair to face me, her eyes flashing. A decent human being? Is that what you were being when you let me believe for 8 years that I wasn't enough? Was that you? Being decent? The air crackles. We're not talking about coffee anymore. We were never talking about coffee. I told you, I say, my grip tightening on the warm mug. I was a coward. I'm not defending what I did. I'm trying to exist in this ridiculous honeymoon prison with some semblance of civility. A civility you seem determined to torpedo at every opportunity. Civility? She lets out a sharp, incredulous laugh. She stands up, her hands planted on her desk. She is a vision of controlled fury. You think you can just drop a bomb on the entire foundation of my life and then ask me to be civil? You don't get to do that. You don't get to rewrite history and then expect a polite round of applause. I'm not asking for applause. I take a step forward, my toes touching the edge of the blue tape. I am asking for you to stop looking at me like I'm a cockroach. I am asking you to acknowledge that I am a person in this room, and not just a ghost you can glare at. You are a ghost, she shoots back, taking a step toward me, meeting me at the border. We're inches apart now, separated only by a flimsy strip of tape and 8 years of pain. You're a ghost who decided to show up and haunt the most important project of my career, so forgive me if I'm not rolling out the welcome mat. This isn't just about your career, and you know it. This is about us, and you're so terrified of admitting that, you'd rather hide behind your blueprints and your blazers and your goddamn demarcation lines. These lines are the only thing keeping this situation from becoming a complete disaster. Her voice is rising, a tremor of pure, raw emotion shaking the carefully controlled cadence. Are they? I challenge her, my own voice a low, dangerous growl. Or are they just an excuse? Another wall to hide behind? What are you so afraid of, Idala? That if you get too close, you might actually feel something other than hate. The only thing I feel for you is pity, she spits, the words a desperate last-ditch defense. And that's it. The final wire snaps. In 2 long strides, I cross the line. I'm in her territory, her space. The rules are gone. Idala's eyes widen, a flash of genuine shock, of a fear she'd die before admitting to. Get back on your side, she warns, her voice a breathy, unsteady thing that frays the edges of her composure. No. I'm close enough to see the frantic pulse in her throat, to smell the rain and citrus scent that is just her. I slam the coffee mug down on her desk, the dark liquid splashing over pristine white paper. We're done with this. With the silence. With the line. My hands are on her before she can react, fingers sinking into the sharp fabric of her blazer, hauling her against me. She makes a sound, a sharp gasp of outrage, and her own hands fly up, fisting in the front of my shirt. You think you can just... I cut her off with my mouth. It's not a kiss. It's a collision. A desperate, angry, soul-shattering crash of lips and teeth and 8 years of swallowed rage. It's not gentle. It's a punishment. My mouth is bruising on hers, taking, demanding anything other than the cold fury she's been hiding behind. For a split second, she's rigid. Then, with a low, guttural sound ripped from her depths, she kisses me back. Her mouth is as angry as mine, her tongue warring with mine. Her fingers dig into my back like she's trying to claw her way inside me.
I know. We were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going. I wake up hours later. The room is dark, the only light the faint, dying glow of the embers in the fireplace. My body is cold. I reach out, my hands searching for the warmth of another person. But the space beside me is empty. I sit up, my head pounding, and I see her. She's on the absolute furthest edge of the king-sized bed, as far away from me as she can possibly get. The blue tape is gone, but the chasm between us is a mile wide. Her back is to me, a rigid, unyielding wall of rejection. I stare at her silent, still form in the darkness. Nothing has been solved. Nothing has been fixed. We just broke everything wide open.
Chapter 12. Idala. I wake up in enemy territory. My cheek is pressed against a pillow that smells of him. Soap and sawdust and something that is just fundamentally Andrew. My body is on the other side of the bed, a clear violation of a treaty that is now nothing but a distant memory. The blue tape is gone, a casualty of the war we waged in this bed last night. A thick, syrupy shame coats my tongue. I lie perfectly still, my eyes squeezed shut, pretending to be asleep. The events of last night play back in my mind, a series of visceral, high-definition snapshots I can't unsee. The coffee mug slamming down, my hands fisted in his shirt. The brutal, punishing collision of our mouths. The angry, desperate friction of our bodies. It wasn't a surrender, it was a demolition. We tore each other down to the studs. My body aches. My muscles are sore in ways that have nothing to do with sleep and everything to do with a desperate, clawing hunger I didn't know I still possessed. I lost control. I, Idala Fillmore, the master of blueprints and 5-year plans, the architect of an impenetrable life, completely and catastrophically lost control. He pushed, and for the very first time in 8 years, I didn't just push back. I detonated. He stirs beside me. A low groan, the sound of a man waking up to a world of regret. The mattress dips as he sits up. I can feel the heat of his body, the oppressive weight of his presence in this shared space. The silence is a living thing, thick and suffocating with everything we did and everything we didn't say. I can't do this. I can't lie here and pretend this is normal. I need my armor. I need my walls. My eyes snap open. I sit up, clutching the velvet comforter to my chest like a shield. I don't look at him. I stare straight ahead at the dead fireplace, its gray ashes a perfect metaphor for the morning after. I need to take a shower, I announce to the ashes. My voice is a flat, toneless thing, an automaton reporting its next function. Idala. His voice rumbles low and deep from behind me, thick with a dangerous sincerity. The schedule, I continue, cutting him off before he can say anything that might make this worse. My slot is from 6 to 6:45. It is currently 6:02. I am taking my allotted time. I swing my legs over the side of the bed, snatching my clothes from the floor where they were discarded last night. I don't look at him as I walk, a straight, direct line to the bathroom. I can feel his eyes on my back, a heavy, unwanted weight. I lock the door behind me, the click of the deadbolt a small, pathetic victory. I turn on the water, twisting the knob until it's scalding hot. I strip off my clothes and step under the spray, letting the near-boiling water sluice over my skin. I want it to burn. I want it to erase the memory of his hands, his mouth, his body. I scrub my skin until it's raw, but I can't wash away the shame. I can't wash away the scent of him. When my time is up, I emerge, fully dressed in a fresh suit of armor. A crisp white button-down, black trousers, and a severely structured blazer. My hair is wrangled back into a tight, non-negotiable bun. My face is a mask of cool professionalism. Last night did not happen. I am an architect. I am here to win a contract. That is all. He's dressed too, in jeans and a Henley. He's standing by the window, staring out at the swirling white abyss of the storm. The room has been tidied. Our clothes are gone from the floor. The bed has been hastily made, the crimson comforter pulled up, hiding the evidence of our mutual demolition. We need to talk about this, he says, turning from the window to face me. No, we don't. I walk straight to my desk, my command center, my safe space. There is nothing to talk about. Nothing to talk about? He lets out a short, incredulous puff of air. Idala, that was... A predictable physiological response to a high-stress environment and prolonged unwanted proximity, I say. Voice as sterile as a lab report. I sit down and open my laptop, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. A pressure valve. It's a known phenomenon. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a foundation to redesign. He crosses the room in 3 long strides, planting his hands on my desk, leaning over me. He's invading my space, ignoring the ghost of the blue line. A physiological response? Is that what you're calling it? You're going to reduce that to a line in a textbook? I refuse to look up at him. I stare at the screen, at the complex grid of my blueprints. It is the most logical and efficient explanation. Therefore, it is the one I am choosing. It was not logical, he growls intently. It was chaos. It was 8 years of anger and hurt and something else, and you know it. I know nothing of the sort, I say, my fingers finally landing on the keys, typing a string of nonsensical letters. It was a mistake, a product of the circumstances. It meant nothing. Now, are you going to move? Or do I need to file a formal complaint with the innkeeper about your repeated territorial incursions? The corner of his mouth quirks in a humorless smile. You'd do that, wouldn't you? You'd draft a formal grievance, complete with footnotes and an appendix. In triplicate, I confirm, my gaze still locked on the screen. He's silent for a long moment. I can hear him breathing. I can feel the heat radiating off his body. I am acutely, painfully aware of every cell in his body. Finally, he pushes off the desk. Fine, he says, his voice tight with a frustration that I can feel in my own bones. Have it your way. It meant nothing. He retreats to his side. He goes to the hated armchair, picks up his own laptop, and starts to work. The silence that descends is a new kind of awful. It's not the tense, angry silence of before. It's a brittle, fragile silence, stretched thin over the chasm of what we did last night. I try to work, I really do. I stare at the north slope of the resort, at the problematic guest wing. It's still wrong. It's an elegant, beautifully structured building, but it's isolated. It's disconnected from the main lodge. It has no flow, no soul. It's a monument to my own design philosophy, a fortress. And it is a failure. I run the stress calculations again. I adjust the load-bearing walls. I try a different roof line. Nothing works. The problem isn't in the details. It's in the concept. And my brain, usually a whirlwind of solutions, is a flat, dead calm. It's broken. He broke it. I let out a low, frustrated sound, rubbing my temples. My pen taps a frantic, desperate rhythm against my teeth. It's the corridor. His voice cuts through the silence, and I flinch. I look up. He's watching me from across the room, his laptop balanced on his knees, his expression unreadable. Excuse me? The corridor, he repeats, standing up and walking to the edge of the blue line's ghost. He doesn't cross it. The covered walkway connecting the lodge to the guest wing. That's the problem. I am aware of the problem, Cobbett. I do not require your diagnostic services. It's a sterile solution to a logistical problem, he continues. Ignoring me completely, he's in architect mode now, his eyes distant, seeing the building in his mind. It's a hallway. It's utilitarian. It gets people from point A to point B, but it doesn't make them feel anything. He's right. His words are a perfect, brutal articulation of the very thing I've been refusing to admit to myself. You have your design, and I have mine, I say, my voice stiff. He walks over to the small table, the table he slept on, and grabs a stray piece of paper and a pen. He starts to sketch, his hand moving with a fluid, confident grace that I have always, secretly, envied. My lines are precise, calculated. His are intuitive, organic. You need more than a hallway, he says, his eyes on the paper. You need a bridge. Not just literally, metaphorically. He sketches a long, low structure. You keep the covered element for the snow, but you make it out of glass and reclaimed wood. You line the inside with planters, turn it into a year-round greenhouse, a living corridor. You fill it with light and plants and warmth. It's not just a way to get from one building to another. It's a destination in itself. It connects them. It makes them a single, cohesive entity. He stops sketching and looks up at me. He holds out the piece of paper. On it is a quick, rough, but undeniably brilliant drawing. It's his style, warm, organic, human-centric, but it doesn't replace my design. It elevates it. It solves the problem of my cold, beautiful fortress by building a bridge to it. A bridge made of life and light. My breath lodges in my throat. The architect in me, the part that is pure and true and untouched by the last 8 years, recognizes the genius of it. It's the perfect solution. It's the piece I've been missing. I stare from the sketch to his face. He's not looking at me with triumph or arrogance. He's looking at me with an earnest, nervous hope. He's not my rival. He's not the ghost who broke my heart. In this moment, he is my equal, my partner. The realization is a seismic shock, a fundamental shift in the very ground beneath my feet. My hand reaches out, my fingers brushing his as I take the sketch from him. The brief touch is an electric jolt, a ghost of last night's inferno. I look down at the elegant, simple lines of his idea. It's the answer. It's the only answer. The words are out of my mouth before my brain can issue a veto, a quiet, stunned surrender. Let's work on it together. His eyes widen. My own heart stutters in my chest. I have no idea what I've just done.
Chapter 13. Andrew. The 3 words hang in the air suspended between us, shimmering with the terrifying potential of a ceasefire. Let's work on it together. My brain short-circuits. For a full 10 seconds, I just stare at her, waiting for the punchline, waiting for her to snatch the words back, to tell me it was a momentary lapse in judgment, a brief, psychotic break. Her expression is a mixture of shock at her own audacity and the grim resolve of someone who has just jumped off a cliff and is now committed to the fall. The sketch I just drew, the bridge made of light and of life, is clutched in her hand. Her knuckles are white, but she's not crumpling it. She's holding it like a piece of evidence. Okay, I say, my voice coming out a little rough. I clear my throat. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. The moment the agreement is sealed, her entire posture shifts. The vulnerable architect who recognized a solution is gone, and in her place is the formidable CEO of Fillmore Design, ready to negotiate terms. She places the sketch on her desk, aligning its edges perfectly with the corner of her laptop. Let's establish some parameters, she says, her voice regaining its crisp, businesslike cadence. She's rebuilding her walls, brick by painful brick, but this time, she's leaving a small, heavily guarded gate. Parameters, I repeat, a slow smile spreading across my face. I can't help it. This is the most hopeful I've felt in 8 years. Right, of course. Wouldn't want this to devolve into some kind of chaotic, creative free-for-all. Her eyes narrow, catching my sarcasm. This is not a partnership, Cobbett. It is not a merger. This is a temporary, non-binding consultation. Your organic flow will be subject to my structural and logistical approval. All final decisions will be mine. Got it, I say, leaning against the doorframe of the bathroom, crossing my arms. So, I'm an unpaid intern with good ideas. You are a necessary evil, she corrects me without missing a beat. A sounding board. Your official title is Temporary Design Associate. Does it come with a dental plan? It comes with access to the north-facing half of that table, she says, gesturing to the small, romantic table for 2. and that is a privilege that can be revoked at any time. The banter is back, but it's different now. The edges are still sharp, but the intent has changed. It's not a weapon to keep me at a distance anymore. It's a negotiation, a complex, delicate dance on the fragile new ground we've just created. I accept your generous terms, I say with a mock-serious nod. So, how do we do this? Do we just yell ideas across the room at each other? She purses her lips, her gaze sweeping over the bisected suite. The blue tape is gone, but the ghost of it remains, a psychological barrier that we both still feel. The current setup is inefficient. I agree. The ergonomics of this armchair are a lawsuit waiting to happen. We need a neutral zone, she continues, her mind already working, redesigning the space. A collaborative workspace. A Switzerland, I offer, in the middle of our Cold War. She ignores my commentary, walking to the table. She places a hand on its surface. This table. Move to the middle of the room, exactly equidistant from both the main door and the far window. You want to get out a tape measure, don't you? I ask, already knowing the answer. A faint, almost imperceptible blush touches her cheeks. Precision is the foundation of good design. All right, Miss Fillmore. I walk over, taking the other side of the table. Let's build our Switzerland. Our hands are inches apart on the dark wood. As we lift, my fingers brush against hers. The contact is electric, a jolt of memory from the inferno of last night. I see her flinch, a tiny, involuntary recoil, and I immediately pull my hand back. We move the table in a tense, awkward silence, placing it in the geographical center of the room. She pulls up one of the chairs. I pull up the other. We sit opposite each other, like two heads of state at a summit. She opens her laptop. I open my sketchbook. The session begins, and it is electric. It's also a complete and total nightmare. For the first hour, we argue about everything. It has to be polished concrete, she insists, pulling up a series of stark, beautiful images of brutalist interiors. It's honest. It's strong. It reflects the geology of the mountain. It's a tomb, Idala, I counter, sketching a cross-section of a wall. People are coming here to escape the city, not to check into a luxury bunker. It needs warmth, reclaimed timber, local pine, something that smells like the forest. Timber is a fire hazard and susceptible to moisture damage. Not if it's properly treated and sealed. It has character. It has a story. Concrete just has aggregate. She taps her pen against her teeth, a frantic staccato rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. Fine. We can explore a wood-paneled accent wall, but the floor is non-negotiable. 10 minutes later, it's the window placement. The optimal location for the main window in the guest lodge is here, she says, pointing to a spot on her CAD drawing. It maximizes morning light and minimizes afternoon heat gain, reducing the building's energy footprint by 7%. You're insane, I say, running a hand through my hair in frustration. You know what's right there? I point out the actual window of our suite. That's Mount Mansfield. That's the entire reason people come to Stowe. You're going to make them crane their necks in the morning to see it, all to save 7% on the electric bill? It's not just about the view, Andrew. It's about responsible design. It's always about the view. The view is the client. We're building a frame for the landscape, not a monument to our own cleverness. We go back and forth like that, a brutal, exhausting game of intellectual tennis. Her structured precision versus my organic flow. Her logic versus my intuition. Her head versus my heart. But then, something starts to shift. I'm sketching out a wild idea for a series of smaller, semi-detached guest cabins, scattered through the woods instead of a single guest wing. It's a logistical nightmare, she says immediately, already seeing the problems. You'd need to run plumbing and electrical to each one. The infrastructure costs would be astronomical, and it's a security risk. But think about the experience, I argue, sketching faster. Privacy, seclusion. Every cabin gets its own private view. You're not a guest in a hotel. You're a resident of the forest. She's shaking her head, but she's looking at my sketch. Really looking. Her pen is tapping against her teeth again, but slower this time. The cost is prohibitive. Not if we make them prefabricated, I say, the idea hitting me as I speak. We build the modules off-site, minimal environmental impact during construction. We truck them in and crane them into place on pre-poured concrete plinths. It cuts the construction time in half and slashes the budget by a third. Her tapping stops. She takes my sketchbook and pulls it closer, her eyes scanning my rough drawing. I watch as her brilliant analytical mind takes my messy, romantic concept and starts to see the structure inside it. The plinths would need to be deep set, she murmurs, almost to herself, because of the alluvial deposits. We could use a helical pile system. It would be faster and less invasive. She grabs a piece of paper and starts her own sketch, not of a building, but of a foundation system. Her lines are clean, sharp, and perfect. She's not just making my idea feasible. She's making it stronger. She's giving my dream a skeleton of steel and concrete. A slow, creeping warmth spreads through my chest. This is what it was like. This is what I've missed more than anything. The way our minds work together. A perfect, seamless fusion of art and science. By late afternoon, we're not on opposite sides of the table anymore. We're leaning over the same set of plans, our shoulders almost touching, our voices a low, excited murmur. We've forgotten to be enemies. We're just two architects, lost in the joy of creation. We finish as the sun sets, the last of the daylight painting the snow-covered world outside in hues of orange and purple. We've designed something extraordinary, something neither of us could have ever created alone. It's her fortress, but with my bridge leading to it. It's strong and logical, but it's also warm and human. It has a soul. We're both exhausted, but it's a good kind of tired. An energized, fulfilled exhaustion. I need air, she says, pushing back from the table and stretching. The movement pulls the fabric of her shirt taut across her back, and my breath sticks in my throat. Me too, I say, my voice sounding a little hoarse. I'll go forage for dinner. See if Carol is handing out emergency granola bars. She gives me a small, tired smile. It's the first real smile she's given me, and it hits me like a blunt force blow. Try to get one with chocolate chips. I practically float out of the room. The Cold War has thawed into a fragile, uncertain spring. The air in the hallway feels electric. I grab a couple of sad-looking sandwiches from the makeshift buffet in the lobby, and then make my way back to the suite. My gamble had paid off. I had tucked the book deep into my duffel bag before leaving Boston. I retrieved the book. It's old, the cover a stark, concrete gray, the title in a severe sans-serif font. The Poetry of Form, a brutalist manifesto. I remember her talking about it in school, how it was out of print, how she'd spent months trying to find a copy. I don't wrap it. That feels too personal, too much like a real gift. I just walk over to her desk, her command center, her fortress, and place it in the center, right where her laptop usually sits. It's a quiet offering, a peace treaty. I retreat to my own side of the room and wait, my nerves shot. A few minutes later, the bathroom door opens. She walks out, wrapped in a plush white robe, a towel turbaned around her head. She stops dead when she sees the book. She walks toward it slowly, cautiously, as if it might be a trap. She circles the desk, her eyes fixed on the stark gray cover. She reaches out a hesitant hand and traces the letters of the title with one long, elegant finger. Then she picks it up. She opens it, her thumb brushing over the thick, aged paper. She just stands there for a long, silent moment, her back to me, her shoulders looking impossibly small and vulnerable. When she finally turns around, her face is a canvas of raw, unguarded emotion. The professional mask is gone. The icy armor has melted away. There are tears shining in her dark, beautiful eyes, catching the soft light of the lamp. She looks at me, the book clutched to her chest like a shield. Her voice is a choked whisper, so quiet I can barely hear it across the room. How did you remember?
Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 14. Idala. The question is a ghost, a whisper of a girl I used to be, a girl who asks questions without already knowing the answer. How did you remember? He's standing on his side of the room, near the armchair that is his designated territory. But the space between us has collapsed. There are no more lines. There is only the fragile, humming silence and the weight of this old gray book in my hands. The tears are a betrayal, a catastrophic structural failure of my own emotional floodgates. I hate them. I hate the way they burn in my eyes, the way they make his image waver and blur. He doesn't offer a platitude. He doesn't give me a charming, easy answer. He stares at me, his blue eyes holding mine across the room, and the answer is there before he even speaks. Some things, he says, his voice becoming a low, rough thing that seems to vibrate in the very air between us. You don't forget. And that's it. That's the wrecking ball. 3 simple words that obliterate the last 8 years of carefully constructed narrative. He remembers the obscure architectural manifesto I'd pined for in a dusty university library. He remembers the way I take my coffee. He remembers. And if he remembers that, what else does he remember? The late nights in the studio, the way I used to laugh, the taste of my lips. The thought sends a fresh wave of panic, hot and sharp, through my veins. This is dangerous. This intimacy is a trap, a beautifully designed, structurally unsound bridge leading back to a place of ruin. I need to retreat. I need my armor. It's a thoughtful gift, I say, my voice coming out steadier than I feel. I close the book and place it on my desk with a reverence I despise. I turn my back to him, busying myself by organizing my already perfectly organized pins. For the mandatory holiday cheer exchange, thank you. I'm reducing it to a transaction, stripping it of its power. I can feel him watching me, feel him seeing right through my pathetic attempt to rebuild my walls. When I've run out of pins to organize, I remember. My own gift. The one I'd grudgingly purchased from the Inn's gift shop yesterday. I retrieve the small, elegantly wrapped box from my briefcase. It feels heavy and cold and inadequate in my hands. I walk to our new Switzerland, the shared table in the room. I place the box on his side, next to his leather-bound sketchbook. This is for you, I announce to the room, my back still to him, fulfilling my communal obligation. I retreat to my desk, my safe space, and pretend to be absorbed in a document on my screen. I hear him walk over to the table. I hear the soft tear of wrapping paper. I risk a glance. He's holding the set of high-end German-engineered drafting pens. They're beautiful, pragmatic, and perfectly impersonal. A gift one architect would give to another. It's a professional courtesy. It means nothing. He looks from the pens to me, and there's no disappointment in his eyes, only a quiet, devastating understanding. He sees the gift for exactly what it is, an olive branch, offered from behind the safety of a blast shield. "They're perfect, Idola," he says softly. "Thank you." He doesn't say anything else. He just accepts it. He accepts the boundary I'm trying so desperately to redraw. And that somehow is the most disarming thing he could have possibly done. The next day passes in a blur of collaborative energy. The truce holds. We work at the shared table, a neutral ground where the ghosts of our past are, for the most part, held at bay. The dynamic has shifted, the sharp edges of our arguments softened into a productive, exhilarating debate. "No, if you shift the weight-bearing wall here," I say, tapping a precise point on the blueprint we have spread between us, "you compromise the sight line from the entryway." "But it opens up the floor plan," he counters, leaning over the table, his shoulder brushing mine. I pretend not to feel the jolt. "It creates a more intuitive flow. People don't want to feel like they're walking down a corridor. They want to feel like they're discovering a space." He picks up one of his new pens, my pens, and sketches a soft curved line on a piece of tracing paper laid over my rigid, angular blueprint. "You don't move the wall, you curve it." I stare at the line. It's a simple, elegant solution, one I never would have seen. "That's not a terrible idea." He grins, that slow, crooked grin that still has the power to make my stomach do a nervous little flip. "Is that an Idola Fillmore compliment? Should I frame this sketch?" "Don't push your luck, Cobbett," I mutter, but there's no heat in it. A small smile plays on my own lips, and I quickly look down at the plans to hide it. We work like that for hours, a seamless dance of logic and intuition. We forget to be enemies. We forget the high-stakes competition. We are just two people who speak the same language, a language of lines and light and space. We order room service, and he insists on eating at the table, over the plans, and our knees brush under the table. And this time, I don't pull away. By evening, we've created something beautiful, a design that is both his and mine, a perfect hybrid of our two opposing philosophies. We're standing side by side, looking down at the final sketch, a shared sense of accomplishment, a warm, quiet hum in the air. "We need more coffee," I say, my voice hoarse from talking all day. "I'll go," he offers immediately. My turn to forage. "No, I'll go. I need to stretch my legs." It's a lie. I just need a moment, a few feet of distance to recalibrate, to remind myself who this person is. "Okay," he says, his smile soft. "Don't forget the chocolate chips." I walk to the door, a strange, unfamiliar lightness in my step. I pull it open and step into the hallway, turning to pull it shut behind me, but he's right there. He followed me. He stops just inside the room, and I'm just outside it. We are framed by the doorway, and my eyes are drawn upward, to the smug, festive, ever-present sprig of mistletoe. The world seems to slow down. The playful energy, the professional camaraderie, it all evaporates, replaced by a sudden humming tension that is so thick I can taste it. The air is alive with the memory of our last kiss, the angry, bruising collision, and the terrifying, unspoken question of what comes next. He doesn't move. He studies me. His blue eyes are dark, intense, asking a question he doesn't dare speak aloud. His gaze drops to my lips, and my breath hitches in my throat. This is the moment. This is the precipice. I can turn and walk away, retreat back into the safety of our fragile truce. Or I can step forward. My heart is a frantic bird in my chest. For 8 years, I have built my life on a foundation of control, on the principle of never, ever letting anyone get close enough to cause a structural failure. But he's not a stranger. He's the architect of my first love, the co-designer of my deepest heartbreak. And right now, in this quiet, liminal space, he is the only person in the world who speaks my language. Slowly, deliberately, I take a single step forward, back over the threshold, back into the room, back into his space. I'm standing directly in front of him now, so close I can feel the warmth radiating from his body. My eyes hold his, and I give him a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. Permission. He lets out a shaky breath, a sound of pure, unadulterated relief. His hands come up, slow and hesitant to cup my face. His thumbs trace the line of my jaw, his touch so unbelievably tender, it makes my knees weak. This isn't the desperate, angry grab of before. This is a question, a plea. And I am the one who answers. I rise up on my toes, closing the last inch between us. My lips meet his, and it is the complete opposite of our first kiss. There is no anger, no punishment. It is a soft, tentative exploration. A question? Can we? His mouth is warm and gentle on mine, a quiet, reverent response. Yes. It's a kiss of pure, breathtaking surrender. My hands come up to rest on his chest, my fingers curling into the soft fabric of his Henley. I can feel his heart hammering a frantic, unsteady rhythm against my palm, a perfect match to my own. The kiss deepens, no longer a question but a statement. It's a slow, soulful unfolding, a rediscovery of a landscape we both thought was lost forever. It's tender, and it's searching, and it tastes of coffee and forgiveness. It's a demolition of a different kind, the quiet, careful dismantling of the walls I have spent so long building. When we finally pull apart, we're both breathless. We just rest our foreheads together, the mistletoe forgotten above us. The silence is no longer tense or angry. It's full. It's brimming with a fragile, terrifying, beautiful new possibility. And then a sound cuts through the magic. A single, sharp, metallic ping. It's my phone, on the desk. We both flinch, pulling apart slightly. The sound is an intrusion from another world, a world outside of this room, outside of this storm. A world that I had, for a few precious hours, forgotten existed. My phone has been a dead brick for days. No service, nothing. It pings again. A notification has somehow broken through. I walk to the desk on unsteady legs, my heart suddenly seized by a cold, familiar dread. Andrew is right behind me. I pick up the phone. The screen glows to life, and there it is. A single email that has managed to fight its way through the blizzard. From Sterling Mutual Bank. Subject, final notice of default, account number. The words are stark and black and utterly brutal. The carefully constructed world of the last few hours, the collaboration, the laughter, the soul-shattering, hopeful kiss. It all shatters into a million pieces. The floor drops out from under me. I am no longer in a romantic comedy. I am in a tragedy of my own design. The walls, the ones that had just begun to crumble, slam back into place, higher and colder and stronger than ever before. Reality has found me, and it is a wrecking ball.
Chapter 15. Andrew. The kiss is still on my lips. The impossible, breathtaking taste of her surrender. The soft, yielding warmth that promised a new beginning. My heart is a chaotic, hopeful drum against my ribs. We were standing on the edge of something real. And then the world shrinks to the size of her phone screen. I watched the transformation happen in real time. It's like watching a building collapse in slow motion. The soft, tentative hope in her eyes vanishes, replaced by a stark, brittle terror. The color drains from her face, leaving her skin ashen in the soft lamplight. The shoulders that had finally relaxed under my touch snap back into a position of rigid, defensive readiness. The walls don't just go back up. They are reinforced with rebar and razor wire. She's holding the phone like it's a venomous snake, her knuckles white. She's not breathing. Idala! My voice is a low, cautious thing, not wanting to startle her, not wanting to break whatever fragile connection we just forged. What is it? What's wrong? She doesn't answer. She just stares at the screen, her eyes wide and unseeing. She's a million miles away, trapped in whatever fresh hell just arrived via a single, miraculous bar of cell service. I take a step closer, my hand hovering near her elbow, not quite touching. Talk to me. It's nothing, she says in a flat, dead voice that bears no resemblance to the woman I was just holding. She shoves the phone into the pocket of her robe, a jerky, dismissive movement. It's a business matter. It doesn't concern you. The hell it doesn't. My voice is firmer now, cutting through her denial. 5 minutes ago, we were right here. I gesture to the space between us, the space that had been filled with so much hope. And now you look like you've seen a ghost. Don't shut me out. Not now. There's nothing to shut out. She turns away from me, walking toward her desk, her fortress. It's a retreat, a full-scale tactical withdrawal to the safety of her own territory. It's been a long day. I'm tired. That's bullshit, and you know it. I follow her, stopping right behind her. I can see the tremor in her hands as she pretends to straighten a stack of papers. I saw your face, Idala. That wasn't tired. That was a 5-alarm fire. She spins around, her eyes blazing with a desperate, cornered fury. And what are you going to do, Cobbett? Play the hero? Rush in with a fire hose and your endless corporate resources and put it all out for me? I don't need your help. I don't need a savior. I'm not trying to be a savior. I'm raising my voice now, my frustration boiling over. I'm trying to be the person you can talk to. I'm trying to be the person who doesn't walk away when things get hard. Is that so impossible for you to believe? Yes. The word is a raw, wounded cry. Yes, it is impossible to believe, because you are the person who does walk away. That is the one, immutable, foundational truth of our entire history. You walk away. The words hang between us, heavy and poisoned with 8 years of truth. She's right. That's who I've been. And it's the one thing I can't deny. The fight seems to drain out of her all at once. Her shoulders slump. She wraps her arms around herself, a gesture of pure self-preservation. She looks small and fragile and so utterly exhausted, it makes my own chest ache. I'm losing everything, Andrew, she whispers to the floor. The words are so quiet, so full of defeat, they are nearly swallowed by the silence of the room. My own anger evaporates, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. I take a slow, deliberate step closer. What do you mean? The firm? She lets out a short, bitter laugh. It's a terrible sound. The firm is already gone. It's a ghost. I'm just the last one haunting the building, turning the lights on and off. And then it all comes out. Not in a rush, but in a slow, painful torrent, as if she's pulling the words from some deep, wounded place inside her. She tells me everything. About Marco. Her ex-partner, the one she'd trusted because he was a safe, professional bet. How he'd waited until she'd secured their biggest clients, and then he'd walked, taking the accounts, the junior associates, and half the firm's operating capital with him. He said my design philosophy was too uncompromising, she says, her voice thick with a remembered betrayal. That I wasn't commercial enough. He said I was a brilliant artist but a terrible businesswoman. He's an idiot, I say, the words a low, vicious growl. She ignores me, her eyes fixed on some distant point of pain. He left me with the lease on a downtown office I couldn't afford and a mountain of debt. I took out a second mortgage on my condo. I sold my car. I've been robbing Peter to pay Paul for 6 months, just trying to stay afloat long enough to land one big contract. Just one. Her gaze finally lifts to meet mine. The depth of the despair in her eyes is a physical blow. This project, it isn't just a career maker, Andrew. It's the life raft. It's the only thing standing between Fillmore Design and a bankruptcy filing. That email. Her voice breaks and she swallows hard. That was the bank. They're done waiting. The final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. The rumors I'd overheard in the lobby. Her fierce, desperate need to win. It all makes a terrible, gut-wrenching kind of sense. And my own guilt, a constant, familiar weight, becomes an anchor, dragging me down into a sea of shame. My betrayal didn't just break her heart. It set her up for this. It made her so afraid of personal vulnerability that she couldn't see the professional sharks circling in the water. I didn't just walk away. I left the door open for Marco to gut her. My hands find her arms, my fingers curling around the soft fabric of her robe. I need to touch her, to anchor her, to anchor myself. "Idala," I whisper, my voice ripe with an emotion I can't name. It's more than regret. It's a profound, soul-deep need to fix the unfixable. "Look at me." She lifts her head, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The sight of her, so strong and brilliant, brought to the edge of ruin, is more than I can bear. "We are going to win this," I say as a fierce promise. I'm not just saying the words. I'm making a vow. You and me, together, we're going to take our design, the one we built in this room, and we're going to walk into that presentation, and we're going to blow them away. And you're going to get this contract, I swear to you. A single tear escapes and traces a silent, glistening path down her cheek. "You can't promise that." "Yes, I can," I insist, my grip on her arms tightening, willing her to believe me. "I can promise you that I will not let you fail. I will not let you lose this. I'm on your side. For real this time, no matter what." She just stares at me, a storm of doubt and a fragile, desperate flicker of hope warring in her eyes. And then, with a choked, shuddering sob, she collapses against me. Her body is a taut wire of tension in my arms. I hold her, my hand coming up to cradle the back of her head, my fingers sinking into the damp curls that have escaped her towel. I just hold her as the silent, racking sobs shake her entire frame. I don't say anything. There are no words. There's only the quiet, steady beat of my heart against her ear and the solid presence of my arms around her. I'm not walking away. Not this time. After a long time, the sobs subside into shuddering breaths. She doesn't pull away. She just rests against me, her face buried in the hollow of my shoulder, her tears dampening my shirt. We stand like that in the quiet of the Mistletoe suite, two broken architects holding each other up amidst the wreckage. Slowly, gently, I guide her toward the bed. I pull back the covers and she sinks onto the mattress, her movements heavy with exhaustion. I lie down beside her, on top of the velvet comforter, and pull her against me, tucking her into the curve of my body. Her back is pressed against my chest, and I wrap my arm around her, my hand resting on her stomach. This isn't like last night. There is no anger, no desperation. It is a simple, profound act of comfort, of healing. Her breathing slowly deepens, evening out. I think she's falling asleep. But then her hand comes up and covers mine, her fingers lacing through mine. It's a small, quiet gesture of acceptance, of trust, and it undoes me completely. I lean down, my lips grazing her temple. The kiss is impossibly soft. A question. She turns her head slightly, her lips parting, and I meet her mouth. The kiss is slow, tender, and deeply emotional. It tastes of salt and tears and a fragile, tentative forgiveness. It's a rediscovery, a relearning of a language we both thought we'd forgotten. My hand leaves hers to trace the lines of her face, the elegant curve of her jaw, the soft swell of her bottom lip. I am mapping her, relearning the blueprint of her that has been seared into my memory for 8 long years. Idala, I whisper against her lips, the name a prayer. Don't, she breathes, a tremor running through her. Don't say my name like it's something holy. It is, I murmur, kissing the corner of her mouth. To me, it always has been. I slide my hand from her face down the column of her throat, feeling the flutter of her pulse beneath my fingertips. The plush terry cloth of her robe is a barrier, and I tug lightly at the sash. Is this okay? She hesitates for a heartbeat, then gives a barely perceptible nod. The knot gives way and the robe falls open. My hand finds the warm, soft skin of her waist. I trace the elegant line of her hip, the gentle curve of her thigh. She sighs into my mouth, a soft, breathy sound of surrender. This isn't a battle. It's a homecoming. Andrew, she whispers, her hands coming up to frame my face, her thumbs stroking my cheekbones. What are we doing? We're remembering, I say, voice thick. I'm remembering every perfect inch of you. I kiss her again, deeper this time, my tongue gently tracing the seam of her lips until she opens for me. The exploration is slow, languid. I'm not taking. I am giving. I'm giving her all the comfort, all the adoration, all the worship I was too cowardly to give her 8 years ago. With a low groan, I shift, moving to hover over her. I brace my arms on either side of her head, looking down at her. Her eyes are dark pools of emotion. Her lips are swollen from my kisses. Her robe is parted, revealing the shadowed valley between her breasts and the pale skin of her stomach. She is a landscape of breathtaking beauty, and I am a pilgrim, finally allowed to walk on sacred ground. You have no idea, I rasp, leaning down to press a line of kisses along her jaw. For 8 years, I've been starving for this, just to look at you like this. A soft, broken sound escapes her. I thought you hated me. Never. The word is ripped from my soul. I lift my head, meeting her gaze. I was a coward. I was a fool. But I never, ever hated you. Then, an idea takes root, a need to change the scenery, to erase the battlefield of the bed, and claim a new space that is just for this. For us. I slide my arms under her, one beneath her shoulders, the other under her knees, and lift her from the bed. She gasps, her arms instinctively wrapping around my neck. What are you doing? Changing the terms of the treaty, I rumble. I carry her across the room to the large mahogany desk that overlooks the snowy landscape. I gently set her down on the smooth, cool wood, her back against a stack of architectural plans we'd been arguing over just yesterday. I stand between her legs, my hands resting on her knees. Okay? I ask again, my gaze locked with hers. She nods, her knuckles white where she grips the edge of the desk. She is vulnerable, exposed, and trusting me completely. The honor of it makes my chest ache. Good. I slowly push her knees apart, spreading her legs wider. My eyes drink in the sight of her, the dark curls at the juncture of her thighs, the plump lips of her pussy, already slick with anticipation. A reverent silence fills the space between us. You are so fucking beautiful, I breathe, the words raw, honest. I drop to my knees before her, my hands sliding up the inside of her thighs, my thumbs stroking the soft skin. God, Idala, I want to taste you. I need to know I'm not dreaming this. Please. Her breath hitches. Yes, she chokes out. Oh God, yes. That's all the permission I need. I lean in, my nose brushing against her curls, inhaling her unique, musky scent. It's the smell of home. My tongue darts out, tracing the seam of her pussy, and she jolts, a sharp cry escaping her lips. Shh, I murmur against her. I've got you. Just feel this. Let me love you. I part her gently with my thumbs and take my first real taste. She is sweet and salty and utterly intoxicating. A low moan rumbles in my chest as I lave my tongue over her clit. She tastes of forgiveness. She tastes like a second chance. Oh, fuck! Andrew! She gasps, her hips lifting off the desk, pressing herself more firmly against my mouth. That's it, baby, I encourage, my voice muffled against her. Give me all of it. Let me hear you. My tongue becomes more insistent, circling and teasing, dipping inside her to taste the slick heat of her. I learn her all over again, the specific way she likes to be touched, the little spot that makes her whimper and her toes curl. Her hands find my hair, her fingers fisting in the strands, not with anger, but with desperate, pleading pleasure. "Please," she pants, her head falling back. "I'm so close. Please, don't stop." "Never," I promise, my mouth working faster, my tongue a relentless engine of pleasure driving her toward the peak. "I'm not stopping until you come all over my face. I want to wear your pleasure. Show me, Idala. Show me how good I can make you feel." Her answer is a scream, her body bowing up as her orgasm crashes through her. She is a storm of sensation, her inner muscles clenching and releasing, flooding my mouth with her release. I drink her down, every last drop, unwilling to waste any part of her. When the shudders finally subside, she slumps forward, her body boneless, her breaths coming in ragged pants. I stay where I am for a long moment, my cheek resting against her thigh, simply breathing her in. Slowly I rise, stripping off my own clothes with an urgency that is no longer about anger, but about a deep, primal need to be one with her. I stand before her, my cock hard and aching. She lifts her head, her eyes dazed and blown wide. Her gaze drops to my erection, and a new kind of heat enters her eyes. "Now you," she whispers, her voice husky with pleasure. I move between her legs again, my hands on her waist, lifting her hips slightly. I press the head of my cock against her slick, swollen entrance. "I've dreamed of this," I confess, my voice shaking slightly. "Of feeling your pussy wrapped around my cock again, feeling you take me home." When I finally slide inside her, it is a slow, profound joining. She arches into me, her eyes fluttering shut, a soft gasp escaping her lips. I go deep, filling her completely, until I am buried to the hilt. We both groan at the soul-deep connection. We stay like that, unmoving, just feeling. "It's always been you," I whisper, my forehead resting against hers. "There's never been anyone else. Not really." Tears well in her eyes, spilling down her temples. "I've missed you," she sobs quietly. "God, I've missed this." We move together in a slow, timeless rhythm, our bodies speaking a language of forgiveness and second chances. I pull out until I'm almost free, then slide back in, a deep, deliberate stroke that makes her gasp my name. Every movement is a promise. I'm here. I'm not leaving. I'm yours. "Tell me what you want," I murmur, my lips tracing her collarbone. "You," she pants, her legs wrapping around my waist, pulling me impossibly deeper. "Just you. Harder, Andrew. Please. Fuck me like you mean it." The plea in her voice breaks the last of my restraint. The rhythm shifts, becoming faster, more primal, but still anchored in the deep well of emotion between us. It is the most intensely intimate, emotionally raw experience of my life. It is a quiet, powerful act of creation in a room that has only seen demolition. My cock slides in and out of her slick pussy, each thrust a declaration. The sound of our bodies slapping together is a song of reunion. "You're so tight," I groan, watching her face, her expression a beautiful mask of pure pleasure. So fucking perfect. I feel her start to clench around me, the telltale sign of her second climax building. The sight of her, the feel of her, pushes me over the edge. With a final, deep thrust, I spill into her, my own release a tidal wave of 8 years of pent-up love and longing. We are lying in the aftermath, tangled together in the sheets of the bed once more, her head resting on my chest, her soft breaths warming my skin. The room is quiet, the only sound the steady, even beat of our hearts. The storm outside has finally broken, leaving a profound, peaceful silence in its wake. I am holding her, this brilliant, strong, beautiful woman, and I am overwhelmed by a feeling so pure and so powerful, it steals the breath from my lungs. It's a feeling I've been running from, a truth I've been denying for 8 years. I lean down, my lips caressing the top of her head. The words are a quiet exhalation, a confession whispered into the peaceful silence of the room, a truth that is as essential to my being as the air I breathe. I never stopped loving you, Idala.
Chapter 16. Idala. I wake up slowly, adrift in a warm, quiet space I don't recognize. My first conscious thought is that I am not alone. There is a solid weight behind me, a steady heat pressed against my back. An arm is draped protectively over my waist, a hand resting on my stomach. The slow, even rhythm of breathing is a gentle vibration against my shoulder blades. My eyes flutter open. The room is bathed in the soft, blue-gray light of a snow-covered morning. My cheek is pillowed on his chest, and his words from the darkness are the first thing to greet me, a ghost that doesn't haunt but holds. I never stopped loving you, Idala. For 8 years I have woken up alone. I have woken up to the shrill demand of an alarm clock, to a list of tasks and deadlines and problems to be solved. I have woken up to the cold, hard reality of a life built on the principle of self-reliance. I have not, in 2,922 mornings, woken up feeling safe. The feeling is so foreign, so deeply unsettling, I almost recoil. The architect in me, the one who runs on logic and threat assessment, screams that this is a structural vulnerability. This is a crack in the foundation. This is how the chaos gets in, but he's so warm. His heart beats a slow, steady rhythm beneath my ear, a quiet, constant truth. And his words, they didn't feel like a lie. They felt like a key turning in a lock I had long since bricked over. I lie there for a long, still moment, just breathing. I don't move. I don't pull away. I let myself exist in this fragile, temporary peace. For the first time in a very, very long time, I am not fighting. I am just here, and I am not alone. It's a terrifying, exhilarating, and utterly revolutionary thought. I am choosing to believe him, just for now, just for this moment, in this room, in the heart of this storm. I am allowing myself to hope. Slowly, carefully, I try to slide out of his hold, needing to put my feet on solid ground before I can process the seismic shift that has happened inside me. But his arm tightens, a sleepy, reflexive movement, pulling me closer against him. 5 more minutes, he murmurs, his voice a low, sleep-rough rumble against my hair. The geological survey can wait. A small, traitorous smile touches my lips. I don't fight it. And let you get a head start on the competition? I think not, Cobbett. He chuckles, the sound a warm vibration against my back. Is that what we are now? Competitors? We are temporary design associates in a probationary partnership. I correct him, my voice still muffled by his shirt. And your performance is currently under review. Oh yeah? He shifts, turning me in his arms until I'm facing him. His blue eyes are hazy with sleep, his hair a rumpled mess, and that slow, crooked smile is the most dangerous thing in this entire room. And how am I doing so far? His gaze drops to my lips, and the air crackles, thick with the memory of last night. Not the angry, punishing demolition, but the slow, tender rediscovery. The heat rushes to my face. Your grasp of foundational support is adequate. I manage, my voice a little breathless. Just adequate? He grins, leaning in until his lips are a hair's breadth from mine. I was aiming for exceeds expectations. He kisses me, and it's a soft, lazy morning kiss that tastes of sleep and second chances. It's a kiss that holds no questions, only a quiet, comfortable certainty. When he pulls away, the hope I've been so cautiously holding is no longer a flicker. It's a steady, glowing flame. The day unfolds like a blueprint we're drawing together. The brittle tension of the past few days is gone, now replaced by a warm, humming energy that is both exhilarating and deeply terrifying. We make coffee. an act of shared domesticity that feels shockingly normal. We sit across from each other at our Switzerland, the collaborative table, but now our knees brush under it, and neither of us pulls away. We work, and it is a revelation. I'm telling you, the main entrance needs to be grander, he says, leaning back in his chair, his new drafting pen tapping against his sketchbook. It's the first impression. It needs to say, "Welcome to your escape," not "Welcome to a very nice, structurally sound box." Grand gestures are inefficient, I counter, but there's no bite in my words. I'm looking at his sketch, at the sweeping curved entryway he's drawn, and I can't deny the appeal of it. They're emotionally manipulative. Architecture is supposed to be emotionally manipulative, he argues, his eyes lighting up with a passion I remember so well. It's supposed to make you feel something: awe, peace, joy. You're the one who loves brutalism. You know that. The whole point of a giant exposed concrete facade is to make a human feel small and reverent. It's pure, beautiful manipulation. He's right. He's using my own logic against me, and he's doing it with a devastatingly charming smile. Fine, I concede, a slow smile of my own spreading across my face. You can have your emotionally manipulative grand entrance, but the HVAC system is mine, and it will be a model of quiet, unobtrusive efficiency. Deal, he says, his grin widening. You handle the building's lungs, I'll handle its heart. We laugh, and the sound is easy and genuine, echoing in the quiet of our snow globe world. We work in a perfect, seamless rhythm, our two opposing philosophies no longer at war, but in a delicate, beautiful dance. My structured precision provides the framework for his organic flow. His intuitive leaps of creativity are anchored by my relentless logic. We are, I realize with a jolt that has nothing to do with caffeine, better together. We order room service for lunch, and he steals the last French fry from my plate. I smack his hand, and he just laughs, his eyes sparkling. We argue playfully about the merits of flat roofs versus pitched roofs in high snowfall areas. He makes a terrible pun about cantilevered balconies, and I groan, but the sound is drowned out by my own laughter. For one entire, blissful day, I forget. I forget about the final notice of default sitting in my phone's memory. I forget about the mountain of debt and the ghost of Marco and the impending collapse of everything I've built. In this room, with him, none of it feels real. His promise from last night, "We are going to win this," is a shield, and at last, I am letting someone else help me hold it. We are invincible. We are two architects at the peak of our powers, creating something beautiful and strong and real. This suite is our entire universe. The storm outside is our protector, a wall of swirling white that keeps the harsh, unforgiving realities of the outside world at bay. As dusk begins to settle, painting the room in soft, warm tones, we're leaning over the final renderings, putting the last touches on our presentation. Our shoulders are pressed together, our heads bent over the plans. He points out a detail, and his fingers brush against mine. The contact is a warm, pleasant hum, a quiet promise. It's good, I say, my voice dropping to a soft, awestruck whisper. I'm looking down at the design, at the perfect, impossible fusion of our two souls on paper. It's really, really good. We're good, he corrects me, his voice a low, warm murmur next to my ear. I turn my head and he's looking at me, his expression full of a tender, open adoration that makes my heart ache. And in this perfect, quiet moment, I believe him. We are. My gaze drifts past his shoulder, toward the large picture window. The snow has stopped. The world outside is a pristine, breathtaking canvas of white, bathed in the soft, ethereal light of sunset. It's beautiful. It's peaceful. And then I see it. A flash of bright, municipal yellow against the endless white. My breath catches in my throat. I push away from the table and walk to the window, my bare feet cold on the floorboards. It's a snowplow, a massive industrial beast, its yellow warning light flashing a rhythmic, steady pulse. It's at the bottom of the inn's long, winding driveway, its giant blade lowered, and it's moving. I watch, mesmerized, as it pushes a great, curling wave of snow to the side of the road. It's a methodical, relentless machine, carving a path, clearing a way. The roar of its engine is a low, guttural sound that I can feel vibrating through the soles of my feet. It's the sound of the outside world, waking up from its slumber. It's the sound of our isolation ending. It's the sound of our perfect, fragile bubble being irrevocably, brutally burst. The road is clear. Reality is coming for us.
Chapter 17. Andrew. The distant guttural roar of the snowplow is the sound of the starting gun. The race is back on. The bubble, our fragile, perfect snow globe world, hasn't just been popped. It's been obliterated, scraped away by a 10-ton blade of municipal steel. I watch the change happen in Idala. It's a physical transformation. The soft, hopeful woman I held in my arms just moments ago is gone. In her place stands the architect, the CEO, the warrior. Her shoulders straighten, her jaw sets, and the easy intimacy that had bloomed between us wilts under the harsh glare of impending reality. She pulls her robe tighter, a familiar gesture of drawing her defenses around her. "Okay," she says, her voice becoming a crisp, no-nonsense thing that belongs in a boardroom, not a bedroom. She turns away from the window, her back to me, and surveys the beautiful, chaotic mess of our collaborative work spread across the table. "Okay, we have less than 24 hours until the final presentation. We need a critical path analysis. We need to storyboard the pitch, finalize the 3D renderings for the model, and triple-check the budget projections." She's moving, a whirlwind of sudden, focused energy, gathering scattered papers, organizing them into neat, logical piles. She's building a new wall, and this one is made of work. Idala. I say her name softly, a quiet plea for her to slow down, to come back to me, to the space we just created. She doesn't look at me. "There's no time, Andrew. We wasted the whole day." "Wasted it?" I walk up behind her, my hands hovering in the space between us, wanting to touch her, to ground her, but not knowing if I'm allowed anymore. We created a masterpiece. We didn't waste a single second. "A masterpiece isn't going to win the contract on its own," she counters, her voice tight with a stress that is painfully familiar. "Presentation is everything. The narrative has to be as strong as the foundation." She taps a pen against her teeth, the frantic rhythm a clear indicator of her rising anxiety. Tap, tap, tap. I gently take the pen from her hand, stilling the nervous motion. Our fingers brush, and the spark is still there, a low, humming current beneath the surface of her panic. She freezes, her eyes finally lifting to meet mine. "Hey," I say, my voice becoming a low, steady anchor in her storm. "We got this, remember? We're going to win." "I have to win," she corrects me, her gaze unwavering. The unspoken truth of our situation hangs between us. This is her life raft. My project is just another glass box. And you have your own presentation to prepare. You haven't even looked at your own plans. The old tension is back, the familiar push and pull. She's trying to put me back in the box of competitor, because the alternative, trusting me completely, is still too terrifying. "My presentation is ready," I say, my tone leaving no room for argument. "It's a very impressive, very profitable, and very boring design that the board will probably love. It doesn't need me. This one." I gesture to the beautiful, chaotic plans spread across our table, our Switzerland. "This one needs us. So what's first on the critical path, boss?" I'm giving her the power, letting her take the lead. I'm making it clear that my only function in this room is to help her succeed. I see the conflict in her eyes, the war between her fierce independence and her bone-deep exhaustion. After a long, silent moment, she lets out a slow, shuddering breath of surrender. "The 3D model," she says, her voice softer now. "The living corridor needs to be the centerpiece. It needs to be perfect." "Then let's build a perfect bridge," I say with a slow smile. The next few hours are a blur of intense, focused work, but it's a different kind of work than before. The playful, exploratory energy is gone, replaced now by a high-stakes, laser-focused precision. We are a team with a single, non-negotiable goal. We work side by side, our movements a seamless, unspoken choreography. I'm cutting delicate strips of balsa wood for the model's timber framing, while she's hunched over her laptop, her fingers flying as she adjusts the lighting in the 3D rendering to simulate the exact quality of a Vermont sunrise. "The mullions on the glass panels are too thick," she says without looking up. "It feels too heavy. It needs to feel like it's floating. If we make them any thinner, it won't be structurally sound," I counter, holding up a tiny, near-perfect wooden beam. "It's a support system, not a suggestion." "Then find a different way to support it," she challenges me, a ghost of a smile playing on her lips. "Use a tension rod system. Hide the supports in the roofline. Make it look like magic." "You want magic?" "Magic costs extra," I shoot back. But I'm already sketching out her idea, my mind racing. It's a brilliant, impossible challenge, and I love her for it. I love the way her mind works, the relentless, uncompromising pursuit of perfection. We work until the room is dark, the only light the glow of her laptop screen and the small task lamp we've aimed at our miniature masterpiece. The model of the resort is spread across the table, a tiny, perfect world we've built together. It's her fortress and my bridge, fused into something new, something breathtaking. We finish. The last tiny, prefabricated guest cabin is placed among the tiny, handcrafted trees. The presentation is loaded onto a flash drive. Her speech is written, edited, and rehearsed. There's nothing left to do but wait. The adrenaline of the work session drains away, leaving a quiet, humming energy in its wake. We're standing over the model, two creators admiring our work. "Thank you," she says quietly. She's not looking at the model anymore. She's looking at me. The gratitude in her dark eyes is so profound, so raw, it makes my chest ache. "Don't thank me yet," I say, my own voice a little rough. "We still have to convince the dragons in the boardroom." "No," she says, taking a small step closer. "Thank you for this." She gestures around the room at the chaotic, beautiful mess of our collaboration, for seeing the flaw in the design, for not letting me hide behind it. "I'll always see you, Idala," I whisper, my hand coming up to cup her jaw. Her skin is soft, warm, even when you're hiding. The air is thick with a new kind of tension. It's not the frantic, high-stakes energy of the competition. It's the quiet, powerful pull of two people standing on the brink of a future they are building together, beam by painstaking beam. This time, I'm the one who initiates the kiss. It is slow and sure, a kiss of celebration and deep, profound affection. It's a taste of victory, a promise of the future. Her hands slide up my chest, her fingers lacing behind my neck, pulling me closer until there's no space left between us, no room for old ghosts. "We did it," she whispers against my lips, her voice filled with a breathless wonder that makes my heart ache in the best possible way. "You did it," I correct her, my voice thick. "You're brilliant, Idala, and I get to be the man standing beside you." I kiss her again, harder this time, a surge of pride and possessiveness washing through me. This is what it's supposed to feel like. Not the angry, punishing demolition, or even the desperate, healing comfort. This is joy. Pure, unadulterated, breathtaking joy. A low growl rumbles in my chest, a sound of pure satisfaction. "I'm gonna fuck you in celebration." She pulls back just enough to look at me, her eyes sparkling with a challenge I haven't seen in years. Is that a promise, architect? Because I've seen your follow-through. It's been known to be lacking. The playful jab hits its mark, but instead of stinging, it feels like a door creaking open. I grin, a real unrestrained smile. Oh, I'm going to follow through. All the way through. I'm going to be so deep inside you, you'll forget there was ever a time we were apart. I swing her up into my arms and she lets out a surprised, delighted laugh that is the most beautiful sound I have ever heard. It echoes in the quiet suite, chasing away the last of the shadows. I carry her the few steps to the bed, tumbling onto the soft velvet comforter in a tangle of laughing, kissing limbs. Our lovemaking is a celebration. It's playful and confident, a stark contrast to the darkness and desperation that came before. It's the easy, uninhibited intimacy of two people who have finally found their way back to each other. I pin her wrist gently above her head, leaning over her, my body caging hers. "You're a menace," she breathes, still smiling, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "And you love it," I counter, lowering my head to trail a line of open-mouthed kisses from her jaw down the column of her throat. "Admit it, you've missed this smart mouth." "I've missed other parts of you more," she says, her voice dropping to a husky murmur as she arches her back, pressing her hips up against my groin in a blatant invitation. The playful energy between us sharpens, infused with a familiar, angsty heat. I release her wrists, and my hands begin their worship. I'm memorizing the landscape of her, the elegant curve of her spine, the soft skin of her inner thigh. She's a marvel of design, and I'm her most devoted student. I tug her sweater up and over her head, tossing it aside. Her lacy bra follows. My mouth finds her breast and I suckle, my tongue teasing her nipple into a hard peak. She moans a low, sweet sound, her fingers fisting in my hair. "Andrew!" she pants, her hips starting to rock against me. "I know, baby," I murmur against her wet skin. "You feel so good. But we're not rushing this. I've waited 8 years to do this right, to worship you properly." She is bold and fearless, meeting my passion with an equal, joyful fire of her own. She traces the lines of my shoulders, the muscles of my back, as if she's committing a blueprint to memory. "Then take my jeans off," she demands, her voice a seductive command. "I want to feel your hands everywhere." We work together, a frantic, fumbling mess of denim and zippers until we're both naked. The sight of her, laid bare and wanting on the velvet bedspread, steals the air from my body. We are two halves of a single design, finally clicking into place. "You are so fucking beautiful," I say, my voice raw. My gaze travels over her, from the dark, coily curls of her hair spread across the pillow, down to the thatch of darker curls between her legs. "Let me taste you. I need to taste our victory." I move down her body, kissing the sensitive skin of her stomach, making her squirm. When I reach her thighs, I press them apart. She opens for me without hesitation, a silent offering that speaks volumes. "Lift your hips for me," I whisper, my breath ghosting over her clit. She obeys instantly, a soft gasp leaving her lips. My tongue darts out and she cries out, a sharp, pleasurable sound. I grin against her. I drink her in, learning the unique flavor of her arousal. She is sweet and intoxicating, and I am addicted. "Oh God, yes! Right there!" she moans, her fingers tangling in the sheets. "Don't you dare stop." "Wouldn't dream of it, I promise," my voice muffled. "I want to hear you scream when you come on my tongue. I want everyone in this hotel to know you're mine." Her answer is a string of curses that are music to my ears, her hips bucking as I drive her closer and closer to the edge. The taste of her, the sound she makes, the way her body responds to my mouth, it's everything. But just as she's about to shatter, I pull back. She lets out a frustrated cry, her eyes snapping open. "What are you?" "Turn over," I command. The playful light in my eyes is gone, instead replaced by a dark, consuming hunger. "I want to take you from behind. I want to watch that beautiful ass clench around my cock while I fuck you." A bolt of lightning seems to pass through her. The shock, the raw desire, it's all there on her face. Without a word, she turns, moving onto her hands and knees, presenting herself to me. Her back is a graceful arch, her ass high in the air. The view is devastating. I can see everything. The soft swell of her cheeks, the pink, pouting lips of her pussy, still glistening from my mouth. Fuck, I breathe, my own cock twitching in anticipation. I kneel behind her, my hands gripping her hips, pulling her back against me. I press the head of my cock against her entrance, rubbing slowly, tormenting both of us. "Andrew, please," she begs, her voice ragged. "Put it in. I need to feel you inside me. Now." "You need my cock in your pussy?" I ask, my voice rough in her ear. "Say it." "I need your cock in my pussy," she repeats, her voice trembling with need. "I need you to fill me up." With a low groan, I thrust forward, sinking into her in one long, slow, perfect stroke. She screams, a raw, primal sound of pure pleasure as I fill her completely. Her insides are hot and tight, a velvet clench around me that nearly undoes me. "God, you feel so good," I grind out, my hands tightening on her hips. So fucking tight. I begin to move, a slow, deep rhythm that is all about possession, about claiming. I watch as my cock slides out of her slick folds, then disappears back inside her. The sight is hypnotic, filthy, and the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. "Look at this," I rasp, my voice thick with lust. "Look at how perfectly you take me." I pull her phone from the bedside table, switch on the camera, and hold it in front of her. She gasps as she sees the reflection, my hand gripping her hip, my cock buried deep inside her. "Oh my God," she breathes, her eyes wide. "Yeah," I say, thrusting deeper. "I want you to watch. I want you to see what you do to me." The visual feedback sends us both over the edge. The pace becomes frantic, punishing. It's a race to oblivion. Her moans become louder, her curses more creative. I'm slamming into her, my own grunts matching her cries. It's a symphony of pleasure and release, a truce signed with sweat and sex. "I'm going to come," she cries out, her body trembling violently. "Me too, baby," I roar, my own release building. "Come for me." I feel her pussy clench around me, milking me, and it's the final push I need. With a final desperate thrust, I explode inside her, my own orgasm ripping through me with all the force of a tidal wave. Afterward, we lie tangled in the sheets, our bodies slick with sweat, our breathing slow and even. Her head is on my chest, her fingers tracing idle patterns on my skin. The room is quiet, peaceful. The storm is over, both outside and in. I feel a profound sense of rightness, a deep, cellular certainty that this is where I am supposed to be. I'm holding my future in my arms. We are invincible. And then my phone rings. The sound is an obscene, violent intrusion, a digital shriek that shatters the perfect, sacred silence. It's on the nightstand where I'd left it, a dead, useless brick for days. But now it's alive, vibrating against the wood, its screen a harsh, alien glow in the darkness. We both flinch, the spell broken. "Who the hell is calling you at this hour?" Idala murmurs, her voice thick with sleep and contentment. "I have no idea," I say, my own heart beginning to beat a little faster with a sudden, inexplicable dread. I lean over, my arm brushing against her warm skin, and pick it up. The screen is bright, the number blocked. An unknown caller. My thumb hovers over the green icon. Every instinct I have is screaming at me not to answer it. To throw the phone against the wall and stay here, in this perfect, quiet moment, forever. But I answer it. "Hello?" The voice on the other end is female, clipped, and achingly familiar. A voice I haven't heard in years, a voice I have actively, desperately tried to forget. "Andrew? Thank God. I've been trying to reach you for days." The blood freezes in my veins. The air in my lungs turns to ice. The perfect, hopeful future I was just holding in my arms dissolves into a nightmare of the past. I feel Idala shift beside me, feel her propping herself up on her elbow, her eyes questioning me in the darkness. I can't look at her. I can only stare at the opposite wall, my face a mask of cold, stark horror. Rhea, how did you find me?
Got 30 minutes? Then, baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 18. Idala. The name hits the air and shatters the peace. A phantom, a placeholder. The real name, the one he confessed in the darkness, the one that belongs to the ghost at our feast, is Rhea. Andrew's body goes rigid beside me in the bed. He doesn't just stiffen, he retracts, pulling away from me as if I'm the source of a sudden searing heat. The easy, possessive warmth of his arm is gone, leaving a cold patch on the sheets where it used to be. He swings his legs over the side of the bed, his back a sudden, formidable wall between us. "Where are you?" he says into the phone, his voice a low, tense thing I don't recognize. It's the voice he uses for hostile negotiations, not for pillow talk. A pause. I watch the muscles in his back bunch and tighten. I can't see his face, but I don't need to. I can see the truth in the rigid line of his spine. He's hiding. He's shielding me from the conversation, and the gesture doesn't feel protective. It feels like concealment. "You're here?" The words are a choked, incredulous whisper. "In the lobby? How is that even possible?" Another pause. He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture that is no longer charmingly rumpled but frantic and anxious. "No, stay there. Don't. Just stay right there. I'm coming down." He ends the call, his thumb jabbing at the screen. For a long, silent moment, he just sits on the edge of the bed, his head in his hands, the picture of a man trapped in a cage of his own design. The silence is thick with unspoken words, with the ghost of a woman in the lobby, with the sudden, violent death of the future we had just started to sketch. The fortress, the one I had so foolishly, so recklessly allowed to crumble, begins to rebuild itself, brick by icy brick. "Who was that?" I ask. My voice is perfectly calm, a detached inquiry from a disinterested third party. Inside, my heart has begun a slow, heavy funereal beat. He finally turns to look at me, and his face is a mess of guilt and panic. The open, adoring man from moments ago is gone, replaced instead by a stranger with haunted eyes. "It's nothing," he says, the words a clumsy, obvious lie. "It's just an old friend, a misunderstanding." "An old friend?" I repeat, the words tasting like acid. "The kind of old friend you lie to your current design associate about?" I sit up, pulling the velvet comforter around me like a royal robe, my own personal suit of armor. "I'm not lying." He stands up, pulling on his jeans with jerky, agitated movements. "It's complicated, Idala. It's history. So is the Roman Empire, Andrew. But it doesn't usually call in the middle of the night." The witty, cutting remark is a reflex, a desperate attempt to use my intellect as a shield against the gaping wound that has just been ripped open in my chest. "That's not fair." He shoves his arms into a Henley, his movements tense. "Fair?" My voice is dangerously soft now. "You want to talk about fair? The woman you told me was the reason you threw our entire future away is currently in the lobby, and you're telling me it's complicated? I have to handle this, he says, completely sidestepping the accusation. He runs a hand over his face, his jaw tight. Just stay here, please. I'll be right back. We'll sort this out. He looks at me, his eyes pleading. He's asking me to trust him. To sit here, in this bed that still smells of our lovemaking, and blindly trust that the past isn't about to repeat itself in the most brutal, spectacular way imaginable. And for one insane, breathtakingly stupid second, I almost do. But then I remember. I remember the cold, hard lesson he taught me 8 years ago. Trust is a vulnerability. Love is chaos. And I am an architect who builds fortresses for a living. Okay, I say, my voice sounding like a placid, agreeable mask. He gives me a grateful, relieved look, a look that makes me feel sick to my stomach. He walks to the door, hesitates, looks back at me one last time, and then he's gone. The soft click of the closing door an echo of a promise he has already broken. I do not stay put. I give him exactly 5 minutes. A 5-minute head start to spin whatever web of lies and half-truths he needs to. In that time, I move with a cold, efficient fury. I get out of bed. I dress in my own uniform. Black trousers, a silk shell, my most formidable blazer. I pull my hair back into a severe tight knot at the nape of my neck. I am no longer a lover. I am a combatant. I walk to the door, my hand steady on the cool brass knob. I do not take the main staircase. That would be too obvious. I take the back service stairs, a route I'd mapped out on the first day. A standard threat assessment protocol. An escape route. I emerge into a quiet, carpeted hallway just off the main lobby. The space is separated from the grand, firelit entrance by a series of large decorative columns. It's a perfect vantage point. A sniper's nest. And I see them. He's standing near the now dead fireplace, his posture rigid and uncomfortable. And she is everything I am not. She is tall and willowy, with a cascade of honey blonde hair that looks expensive and effortless. She's wearing a cream-colored cashmere coat that probably costs more than my firm's monthly rent, and knee-high leather boots that look like they've never touched a slushy city street. She is polished, powerful, and radiating a kind of inherited, unshakable confidence that I have had to build for myself, brick by painful brick. She is the physical embodiment of the world that chewed him up and spit him out. The world that deemed me an acceptable loss. Her name is Rhea Sterling, and she is my nightmare. She's talking, her hands gesturing with an elegant, persuasive grace. She reaches out and puts a hand on his arm, a gesture of easy, familiar intimacy that makes my stomach clench. I watch Andrew. He doesn't pull away immediately. He lets her hand rest there for a beat too long before he subtly shifts, dislodging her touch. But he's listening. He's engaged. He's not sending her away. I need to hear it. I need the data. I need the truth, no matter how ugly. I slip from behind my column, moving silently along the wall, using the large festive Christmas decorations as cover. I stop behind a ridiculously large potted poinsettia plant, its bright red leaves a perfect, cheerful camouflage for my cold, black fury. I'm close enough now. I can hear them. "Can't believe you do this, Andrew," she is saying, her voice a low, wounded thing. "Throwing everything away for her? Again? After everything my family did for yours?" "It's not like that, Rhea," Andrew says, his voice tight. "This is a professional competition. It's my job." "Your job?" She lets out a laugh that is both beautiful and utterly contemptuous. "Andrew, this is my father's project. This entire resort is being bankrolled by Sterling Mutual. He is the sole investor." The words hit me with the violent force of a physical blow. I grip the edge of the poinsettia pot to keep myself steady. The investor, the client. The man with the power to sign the checks, to save my firm, is her father. This isn't just a ghost from the past. This is a hostile takeover. I spoke to him on the way here. She continues, her voice dropping, becoming a sharp, precise weapon. He knows you're a finalist. He knows she is too. He will pull the funding. He will bankrupt this entire resort, let it rot in the snow, just to spite you for what you did to me, to our family. He will not let you make a fool of us again. I watch Andrew's face. I watch as the color drains from it, as the muscle in his jaw clenches and unclenches. He's not looking at her. He's looking past her, his eyes distant and haunted. She takes a step closer, her voice softening into a venomous, pleading whisper. She places her hand on his chest, right over his heart. Don't you see? The choice is exactly the same as it was 8 years ago. It's her or your future, your career, everything you've worked for. She tilts her head, her beautiful, concerned face a mask of loving manipulation. Is she really worth losing everything for? Again? The question hangs in the air, a perfect poison dart. And this is it. This is the moment of truth. This is where he proves that he's changed. This is where he tells her to go to hell. This is where he looks her in the eye and says, without a shadow of a doubt, that yes, I am. I hold my breath. My entire world, the fragile, hopeful new world we had just started to build, balances on the edge of his answer. He doesn't answer. He just looks at her, and I see it. It's a flicker, a fractional, infinitesimal hesitation, but it's there. The old, familiar, hopelessly trapped look is back in his eyes. The look of a man weighing his options. The look of a man calculating the cost. And my world doesn't just implode, it ceases to exist. He hesitates. History is not just repeating itself. It's a perfect, brutal, verbatim copy. And I am the fool who let herself believe that this time, the ending would be different. I don't make a sound. I just back away, melting into the shadows, my heart a cold, dead stone in my chest. The fortress isn't just rebuilt. It's now a tomb. And the only thing I have left to bury is the last stupid, treacherous piece of my own heart.
Chapter 19. Andrew. Ria's question is a perfectly crafted cage. Is she really worth losing everything for again? The air in the lobby thins, becomes hard to breathe. The scent of pine and old money and Ria's expensive perfume is suffocating. For a split second, the polished floor of the Holly and Ivy Inn dissolves, and I am 24 years old again, standing in my father's study. I can feel the crushing, impossible weight of my family's future settling on my shoulders. The choice then wasn't a choice. It was a surrender. It was the slow, sickening realization that my own dreams were a luxury I couldn't afford. That's the hesitation. It's not a calculation. It's not a flicker of doubt about Idala. It is the violent, full-body echo of a past trauma, a ghost of the trapped, powerless boy I used to be. My silence is a gaping wound, and Ria, a predator sensing weakness, moves in for the kill. You don't have to answer, she murmurs conspiratorially. Her hand, still pressed against my chest, feels like a brand. I know you. I know you're a pragmatist. You build things that last, Andrew. You don't throw away a skyline for a single flawed blueprint. Her words are a poison dart, aimed at the heart of everything Idala and I have just built. A flawed blueprint. My jaw clenches so hard my teeth ache. You don't know me, Ria, I say, and my voice sounds like a low, dangerous thing I barely recognize. I take her hand from my chest, my fingers wrapping around her wrist. Her bones are delicate, bird-like. I am not gentle. I remove her hand and release it, letting it drop to her side. You never did. A flicker of surprise, of anger, crosses her perfect features. She's not used to being denied. Don't be ridiculous. We were going to be married. No, I correct her, my voice hard as granite. We were going to complete a business transaction. My family's solvency for your father's approval. Let's not pretend it was anything else. It could have been, she insists, her voice taking on that wounded, pleading tone I know is a complete fabrication. It still could be. Daddy adores you. He always said you were the only one smart enough to take over the portfolio. We could run it together, Cobbett and Sterling. Think of what we could build. She's selling me a future, a sleek, profitable, glass and steel prison. And for the first time in 8 years, I see it for what it is. A cage with a spectacular view. I'm already building something, I say, and the image of the project model, our model, flashes in my mind. The living corridor, the bridge, the soul of it. And it has nothing to do with you. So you're really going to choose her? The softness is gone now, replaced by a cold, sharp fury. A nobody with a failing firm? You're going to let my father destroy you, destroy this project all for her? Your father can do whatever he wants, I say, and the words, the finality of them, are the most liberating thing I have ever felt. The weight on my shoulders, the weight I've been carrying for 8 long years, begins to lift. He can pull his funding. He can blacklist me from every project on the East Coast. I don't care. You're insane. The words are a hiss. No, for the first time in a very long time, I'm completely sane. I take a step back, putting a definitive, non-negotiable space between us. I rake a hand through my hair, not out of anxiety, but out of a sudden, dizzying sense of freedom. It's over, Rhea. It's been over for 8 years. You need to leave. My father will ruin you. It's a threat, cold and absolute. Let him try. The words are quiet, but they are a declaration of war. A war I am finally ready to fight. She stares at me, her beautiful face a mask of disbelief and pure, unadulterated rage. She has lost, and she is not a woman who loses gracefully. Without another word, she turns, her cashmere coat swirling around her, and stalks toward the main entrance, her heels clicking an angry staccato on the slate floor. The moment she's gone, the adrenaline drains out of me, replaced by a new, more urgent panic. Idala, my blood runs cold. How long was I gone? 10 minutes? 15? An eternity. I told her to wait. I asked her to trust me. And then I walked straight into a conversation with the one person on earth she has every reason to hate. Did she hear? Did she see the hesitation? The thought is a knife in my gut. That fractional moment where the past pulled me under. She wouldn't have seen the memory. She would have only seen the man who walked away from her, weighing his options all over again. I spin around, my mind racing. I have to get back to her. I have to explain. I have to make her see that this time is different. That I am different. I start moving, not walking, but striding, my steps fast and urgent. I take the main staircase, 2 steps at a time, my heart hammering against my ribs. The plush runner muffles the sound of my frantic ascent. Please be there. Please have waited. Please, just this once, have trusted me. I reach the 3rd floor landing, my breath coming in short, sharp bursts. I race down the long, silent hallway. The soft lighting from the sconces seems to mock me, too calm, too peaceful for the storm raging inside me. I reach our door. Room 301. My hand is trembling as I raise the keycard. I swipe it, the electronic beep, a shrill, jarring sound in the silence. The lock clicks open. Idala, I call out as I push the door open. My voice sounds strained, desperate. The room is silent and dark. The lamps are off. The only light, the faint, dying glow of the embers in the fireplace. Idala, I say again, stepping inside. The suite is empty. Her coat is gone. Her boots are gone. Her perfectly organized briefcase, the one that was sitting on one side of the desk, is gone. A cold, hollow dread begins to bloom in my chest, a creeping frost that seems to deaden all feeling. She's gone. I told her to wait, and she's gone. My eyes scan the room, desperately searching for a sign, a note, anything. And then I see it. In the middle of the room, in our Switzerland, is a scene of absolute, heartbreaking devastation. Our project model lies on the floor in 1,000 pieces. I walk toward it, my legs feeling like they're made of lead. The beautiful, intricate structure we spent all day building, the symbol of our fragile, hopeful collaboration, is a ruin. The guest cabins are crushed. The tiny, handcrafted trees are snapped in two. The main lodge, her fortress, is a pile of shattered balsa wood and broken dreams. And the living corridor, a bridge I had designed to connect us, has been smashed into unrecognizable splinters. It's not just broken, it's been annihilated. I sink to my knees amidst the wreckage, a single guttural sound of pure, animal pain torn from my throat. It's empty. The room is empty. And she has destroyed the only thing we ever built together.
Chapter 20. Idala. There is a sound that hope makes when it dies. It's not a bang. It's not a whimper. It is the quiet, sickening crunch of balsa wood and carefully glued seams under the heel of an expensive leather boot. Crunch. The living corridor, the bridge made of light and life, splinters into 100 tiny, meaningless pieces. Crunch. The main lodge, my fortress, collapses into a pile of dust and regret. Crunch. The tiny, perfect guest cabins, his dream of a life nestled in the forest, are ground into the plush carpet of a honeymoon suite. I don't remember walking back up to the room. I don't remember the stairs or the hallway. I only remember the cold, clear, and utterly calm purpose that settled over me as I retreated from the lobby, a ghost melting back into the shadows. I remember seeing our shared creation on the table, a monument to my own staggering stupidity. It wasn't a design. It was a Trojan horse, and I had wheeled it inside my own gates, marveling at its beauty, ignoring the army of heartbreak hidden inside. A controlled demolition. That's all it was. A necessary logical step. When a structure is fundamentally compromised, you don't patch the cracks. You bring it down. You clear the site. You erase the flawed blueprint from existence. My hands are steady on the steering wheel, my knuckles white. My rental car fishtails slightly on a patch of fresh snow, and I correct it with a calm, precise movement. Outside, the world is a maelstrom of white. The windshield wipers are fighting a losing battle. Their rhythmic, frantic slap a counterpoint to the slow, steady beat of my own broken heart. He hesitated. The thought isn't a scream. It's a cold, quiet fact dropped into the hollow space inside me. It echoes. He hesitated. He hesitated. He hesitated. I see his face, not the one that kissed me with such tender, breathtaking hope, but the one in the lobby, the trapped look, the look of a man at a crossroads, weighing the structural integrity of his future. And I was the variable he was calculating. The acceptable risk, the potential loss. Again. You see, I whisper to the reflection of my own face in the dark glass. My eyes are wide, my expression a blank mask of shock. This is what happens. My internal monologue is a calm, rational lecture from a professor to a particularly slow student. The data was clear. The historical precedent was irrefutable. Subject A, Andrew, when presented with choice B, Rhea career, and choice C, Idala love, has a 100% historical probability of selecting choice B. To anticipate any other outcome was not hope. It was a catastrophic failure of analysis. And I, Idala Fillmore, do not fail. I build things that last. Fortresses. Uncompromising brutalist structures of self-preservation. That model, that collaboration, it was a deviation from the plan, a dangerous, romantic folly, a bridge to nowhere. I didn't destroy it out of anger. I destroyed it out of necessity. I was erasing the evidence of my own vulnerability before he could use it as a wrecking ball. I chose the ending. This time, I was the one who walked away. The road is a hypnotic tunnel of swirling white. I have no idea where I'm going. South. Away. It doesn't matter. The inn is a crime scene, and I am both the victim and the perpetrator. A laugh, a sharp, ugly, broken sound escapes my throat. Rhea Sterling. Of course, her name is Rhea Sterling. It sounds like a currency. It sounds like old money and inevitability. Her father is the client, the sole investor, the man with the power to save my firm. The irony is a thick, choking poison in my throat. The only way to win the contract that would save my life is to be the woman Andrew Cobbett chooses. And Andrew Cobbett does not choose me. He never chooses me. So I am choosing myself. I am choosing the cold, clean solitude of my fortress. I am choosing the familiar ache of being alone over the fresh, eviscerating agony of being left. I am forfeiting the competition. I am accepting the ruin of my firm. I am walking into the fire of my own failure, with my head held high. This is the cost. This is the price of a life without chaos. This is the price of protecting my own heart. A memory, sharp and unwelcome, ambushes me. Andrew's laugh from yesterday, a warm, easy sound as I smacked his hand for stealing my last French fry. The way his eyes lit up when I agreed with his idea for the curved entrance. The soft, possessive weight of his body against mine in the aftermath of our lovemaking. The pain is a physical thing, a hot spike behind my ribs. The architect, the logician, the cold, calm narrator in my head falters. The other Idala, the stupid, hopeful, treacherous one, begins to scream. But what if you're wrong? My reflection wails. What if the hesitation was just a memory? What if he was about to fight for you? He wasn't, I say out loud, my voice a harsh croak in the confines of the car. He would have said it. He would have told her to go to hell. You didn't give him the chance. I gave him 8 years of chances. I'm shouting now, my hands gripping the wheel so hard my fingers ache. I gave him my heart. I gave him my dreams. I gave him the goddamn blueprint to my soul, and he sold it for parts. I will not make that mistake again. The tires slip again, and this time I overcorrect. The car swings violently to the left, its back end skidding toward the shoulder. My heart leaps into my throat. I wrestle with the wheel, my architectural brain suddenly useless in the face of pure, terrifying physics. For a moment, I am completely out of control. And then the wheels catch. The car straightens. I am driving in a straight line again, my breath coming in ragged, shuddering gasps. Chaos. This is chaos. This is what happens when you let your emotions get behind the wheel. I pull over to the side of the deserted, snow-covered road. I kill the engine. A solitary sound is the frantic ticking of my own heart and the soft, relentless whisper of the falling snow. I rest my forehead against the cold glass of the steering wheel. The self-loathing is a thick, suffocating blanket. I'm not just angry at him anymore. I am incandescent with fury at myself for letting him in, for the tender kiss under the mistletoe, for the joyful collaboration, for the moment, the single insane moment when I lay in his arms and allowed myself to feel safe. I was a fool who looked at a structurally unsound, historically condemned building and thought, maybe this time it won't collapse on me. I lift my head. My breath has fogged a small circle on the wheel. Through the windshield, the world is a soft, blurry canvas of white. It is a blank slate, an empty page. And I know what I have to do. I am forfeiting. It's a done deal. Fillmore Design is over. The life I built is over. It's time to draw a new blueprint. One with higher walls. No windows. A single solitary occupant. A design that is safe and strong and utterly, completely alone. My fingers are numb as I turn the key in the ignition. The engine sputters, then catches. The headlights cut a weak yellow path through the darkness. There is only one direction to go. Away. I pull back onto the road, my movements slow and deliberate now. The storm of emotion inside me has passed, leaving behind a cold, hard, and desolate peace. The kind of peace you find on a cleared demolition site. The blueprint was flawed. Time to tear.
Chapter 21. Andrew. Panic is a wildfire. It consumes, it destroys, it leaves nothing but ash. For a long, silent moment, kneeling in the ruins of our beautiful, impossible dream, I feel the first hot lick of its flames. It's a primal urge to shout, to punch the wall, to follow her out into the storm and demand an answer. But I don't. My hand reaches out, my fingers trembling slightly, and I touch the largest remaining piece of the model. It's a section of her main lodge, the fortress. The edge is a splintered, jagged wound. I run my thumb over the raw wood. This wasn't a fit of rage. This wasn't a tantrum. The thought is a cold, clear bell in the roaring chaos of my mind. This was a controlled demolition. This was a strategic choice. This was an act of architectural self-preservation, executed with the same brutal precision she brings to everything. She didn't just break it. She erased it. She erased the hope, the vulnerability, the bridge I was trying to build, before I could be the one to tear it all down. She probably saw my hesitation in the lobby. She saw the ghost of the boy I used to be, the one who walked away. And she made a calculated decision to detonate the structure before it could collapse on her again. The fire of my panic recedes, replaced by a cold, profound, and utterly devastating understanding. This isn't her fault. This is mine. I didn't just break her heart 8 years ago. I installed a kill switch, and Rhea Sterling's arrival was the trigger. My breath shudders out of me, a single ragged sound in the cavernous silence of the Mistletoe suite. The despair is a physical weight, a pressure on my chest that makes it hard to breathe. It would be so easy to let it crush me, to accept the ruin, to walk away from the wreckage and present my own, perfectly intact, soulless design tomorrow morning, to win. But winning means losing her forever, and that is a price I am no longer willing to pay. A new feeling begins to rise from the ashes of my despair. It's not hope. It's not optimism. It is a cold, hard, and unfamiliar resolve. It settles in my bones, solid as bedrock. I am no longer the boy in my father's study. I do not surrender. I build. My movements become methodical. I get up from the floor. I turn on every light in the suite, flooding the scene of the crime with a harsh, unforgiving glare. I survey the damage not as a heartbroken lover, but as a structural engineer assessing a catastrophic failure. It's bad. It's a total loss. But the components are all here. The raw materials still exist. I walk to the desk and find a roll of trash bags. I begin the painstaking, meticulous process of gathering the pieces. I don't just scoop them up. I treat each splintered beam, each crushed cabin, each shattered window pane like a precious artifact. I sort them into piles on the now-cleared table. Her fortress, my bridge, the shared landscape. Each piece is a memory, a moment from our collaboration, the argument over the roofline, the laugh over the cantilevered balcony, the shared triumphant smile when we finally solved the flow of the main entrance. It takes over an hour. When I'm done, the table is a morgue of our dead dream. It's a hopeless, impossible puzzle. And I know I can't do it alone. Not in time. I pull out my phone, my thumb hovering over the number for Eleanor Albright. This is the point of no return. I'm about to take my professional reputation, the one built on the foundation of my father's name and my own relentless ambition, and set it on fire. I press the call button. It rings twice. Eleanor Albright. Her voice is crisp, professional, even at this late hour. Eleanor, it's Andrew Cobbett. Mr. Cobbett. There's a note of surprise in her tone. To what do I owe the pleasure? Finalizing some details for your presentation tomorrow? I take a deep breath. Actually, there's been a situation. A situation? The warmth in her voice cools by a few degrees. What kind of situation? Our presentation model. It's been compromised. I choose the word carefully. It's a sterile, professional term for a deeply personal devastation. A beat of silence on the other end of the line. Compromised. Mr. Cobbett, the presentations are in less than 12 hours. Are you telling me that you are not prepared? I'm telling you that there was an accident, I say, my voice sounding like a low, steady thing, a careful construction of professional calm. A catastrophic failure in our shared workspace. The model for the Fillmore design proposal has been destroyed. I deliberately use Idala's firm name. I'm taking myself out of the equation. The Fillmore model? I can hear the suspicion in her voice, the gears turning in her sharp, executive mind. And what of your own model, Mr. Cobbett? I assume the one for Cobbett and Associates remains intact? This is it. The crossroads. The choice. Her or my future. But this time, it's not a choice at all. My presentation is irrelevant, Eleanor, I say. The words a quiet, definitive statement. The liberation in them is a dizzying rush. The design that this committee needs to see is the one that Miss Fillmore has created. It is extraordinary. It is the fulfillment of every single thing you asked for in your project brief. It's innovative, it's sustainable, and it has a soul. To not see it as it was intended to be seen would be a disservice not just to her, but to the entire project. The silence on the other end is so profound, I think she might have hung up. What are you asking for, Andrew? She finally asks, her tone carefully neutral. She's no longer talking to a finalist. She's talking to a man who has just torched his own chances. I'm asking for an extension, I say, the words a quiet, desperate plea. Not for me. For her. For the project. Give me 24 hours. I can rebuild it. I can make it perfect. Just give her the chance to show you what she's built. You would forfeit your own presentation to, what? Act as a model builder for your competitor? The incredulity in her voice is thick. That is the most absurd, unprofessional thing I have ever heard. Then call it absurd, I say, my own voice raw with a passion I can't conceal. Call it unprofessional, I don't care. But don't make the mistake of not seeing this design. I'm taking full and complete responsibility for the accident. Penalize me, disqualify me, but do not penalize her for it. Give her 24 hours. Another long, heavy pause. I can hear her breathing. I can hear the quiet hum of a building powered by a generator. I can hear the sound of my entire career hanging in the balance. You're putting me in an impossible position, she says finally, her voice tight with frustration. The board is here. The schedule is set. Schedules can be changed, I counter. Board members like a good story. And this is a hell of a story. The brilliant underdog architect who overcame a last-minute disaster. They'll be rooting for her before she even says a word. I'm spinning now, selling a narrative, using every ounce of the charm and salesmanship I've been taught my entire life. But this time, I'm not selling a glass box. I'm selling my belief in her. She lets out a long, weary sigh. It is the sound of a woman who's been worn down by sheer, insane conviction. Fine, Cobbett, fine. You get your 24 hours. The presentation will be moved to the following morning. But I want to be very clear. If that model is not on the presentation table, and if it is not perfect, Fillmore Design is disqualified. And Cobbett and Associates will be remembered as the firm that self-destructed in the most spectacular fashion I have ever witnessed. Am I understood? Crystal clear, I say, a wave of dizzying relief washing over me. Thank you, Eleanor. You won't regret this. I already do, she says, and hangs up. I let the phone drop from my hand. I have a reprieve, a stay of execution, 24 hours to perform a miracle. I walk back to the table, to the morgue of our dream. I sit down. My hands, I notice, are perfectly steady now. The despair is gone. In its place, a cold, quiet purpose. I pick up the first piece, a splintered fragment of the living corridor. The bridge. I look at its clean, elegant lines, the evidence of her precise hand in its original construction. I am not walking away. The thought is a vow. Not this time. I find the wood glue. I find the architectural ruler. I find the X-Acto knife. And in the quiet, lonely heart of the Mistletoe suite, surrounded by the wreckage of our past, I begin to rebuild our future, one tiny, impossible piece at a time.
Chapter 22. Idala. The car makes a sound I've never heard before. It's not a sputter, it's not a cough. It is a deep, metallic, and profoundly final-sounding clunk, a sound of surrender. Then silence. The engine dies. The headlights die. The rhythmic, frantic slap of the windshield wipers ceases. I hear the soft, almost silent whisper of snow against the glass, and the ragged, too loud saw of my own breathing. I am sitting in a dead metal box on the side of a deserted Vermont highway in the middle of a blizzard. The universe, it seems, is not done with its sick, twisted jokes. It has decided that my dramatic, self-immolating exit was lacking a certain pathetic flair. For a long moment, I don't move. I just sit there, my hands still gripping the steering wheel. This is a new problem, a logistical challenge. My brain, the architect, the problem solver, clicks into gear, grateful for a tangible crisis to manage. It's a relief, a vacation from the emotional ruin I've just orchestrated. My phone, of course, is a useless brick, no service. I pull on my coat, my movements precise and calm. I get out of the car. The wind is a physical blow, stealing the air from my body and plastering my tailored trousers to my legs. The cold is a living thing, seeping through the expensive wool of my blazer, right into my bones. There's a sign 100 yards back, half obscured by snow. Waterbury, 2 miles. 2 miles. I can walk 2 miles. I am a woman who builds things. I can certainly handle a walk. I start walking. Each step is a crunch in the pristine, unforgiving snow. The world is a swirling vortex of white, the road barely distinguishable from the shoulder. It is profoundly, terrifyingly beautiful. A blank slate, a clear demolition site. I should feel something, relief at my escape, the cold, hard satisfaction of a necessary decision made. But I feel nothing. The space inside my chest where my heart used to be is a hollow, echoing void. The storm inside me has blown itself out, and the silence it left behind is 1,000 times worse than the noise. After what feels like an eternity, the faint, hopeful glow of a gas station appears through the swirling snow. A single working payphone stands outside like a relic from another century. I feed it the last of my quarters and call for a tow truck. The man on the other end is named Frank. He sighs a lot. "You and half of Vermont, lady. I'll get to you when I get to you." I wait in the fluorescent hum of the gas station convenience store for 2 hours, an architect in a $500 blazer standing between the beef jerky and the motor oil. No one looks at me twice. I am invisible. A ghost. When Frank finally arrives, he's a mountain of a man in a greasy flannel jacket. He chews on an unlit cigar. "This the one?" he asks, gesturing with his thumb at my dead rental car. "It is," I say flatly. He hooks it up to his truck with a series of efficient, clanking movements. "All right, hop in. Where to?" "The nearest town with a garage and a motel," I say, climbing into the cab of the tow truck. It smells of stale coffee, wintergreen, and diesel. That'd be Montpelier. But Dave's garage is just up the road. He's good. Got a little motor inn next door. Not the Ritz, but it's warm. He squints at me, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "You ain't from around here." "No," I say, looking out the window at the passing snow-covered trees. "Business trip?" "Something like that." Well, you picked a hell of a time for it. He chuckles, a low, rumbling sound. This one's a real humdinger. Haven't seen a storm like this since 2003. He keeps talking, a stream of easy, meaningless chatter about the weather, the local hockey team, the price of road salt. I just nod and make non-committal sounds. He is a person from the real world, a world that exists outside the hermetically sealed, emotionally volatile biosphere of the Holly and Ivy Inn. A world where people talk about hockey and not the structural integrity of a life built on a lie. The sheer, mundane normalcy of it is an accusation. He drops me at Dave's garage, which is closed, and points a beefy finger at the building next door. The Starlight Motor Inn. The sign is a masterpiece of tragic irony. Half the neon letters are burned out, so it just reads, Starlight Hotel Inn. Good luck, lady, Frank says, and then he's gone, the red taillights of his truck disappearing into the swirling snow. The lobby of the Starlight is a small, sad room that smells of stale cigarette smoke and pine sol. The girl behind the counter is maybe 20. She's scrolling through her phone, her thumb a blur, and chewing her gum with a loud, rhythmic pop. She doesn't look up when I walk in. I need a room, I say. She sighs, a sound of profound teenage boredom, and finally looks at me. Her eyes flick over my blazer, my silk shell, my immaculate hair. A flicker of something, amusement, pity, crosses her face. $45, she says, popping her gum. Cash. Credit card machines on the fritz. I pay her. She slaps a physical key onto the counter. It's attached to a large diamond-shaped plastic tag with the number 7 scrawled on it in permanent marker. Room 7 is at the end of a long open-air walkway. The wind whips around me, trying to steal the key from my numb fingers. I finally get the door open and step inside. And the sheer, unadulterated bleakness of it is a physical blow. It is the anti-mistletoe suite. The wallpaper is a faded, brownish floral pattern, peeling at the corners. The carpet is a thin, industrial brown with a large dark stain of unknown origin near the door. The bed is a lumpy-looking double, covered in a thin, scratchy-looking bedspread with a pattern of dizzying orange and brown squares. There is a single massive cigarette burn right in the center of it. The air is rich with the chemical scent of cheap cleaner, a futile attempt to mask decades of quiet desperation. I close the door behind me. The silence of the room is absolute. I walk over to the bed and sit on the edge. The mattress groans, sinking under my weight. My reflection stares back at me from the dark, blank screen of the television set bolted to the wall. A woman in a power suit, sitting in a place with no power. A woman who just torched her entire life, sitting in a sad, forgotten room at the edge of the world. I expected to feel something. Relief, righteous anger, the cold, hard satisfaction of a necessary demolition. I expect to feel the quiet strength of a woman who chose herself, who has protected her own heart against all odds. But there is nothing. There is only this. A vast, silent, hollow emptiness. A void where my firm used to be. A void where my career used to be. A void where a beautiful, impossible, breathtaking design used to be. A void where he used to be. The fortress is complete. The walls are 1,000 feet high. The moat is full. The gates are barred. Nothing can ever get in to hurt me again. I am completely, utterly safe. And I have never, in my entire life, felt so profoundly, devastatingly broken. The pain of his betrayal, at least, was a feeling. It was a sharp, jagged thing, but it was real. It was a connection, a testament to the fact that something had existed between us that was worth breaking. This is nothing. This is the architectural equivalent of a vacuum, a perfect, airless space where nothing can live. I was wrong. My entire life's philosophy, the blueprint I have followed with a ruthless, unwavering devotion, is a lie. Protecting your heart isn't the same as keeping it safe. I curl up on my side, on top of the scratchy, cigarette-burn bedspread. I don't bother to take off my blazer. The expensive, structured fabric is a cage I have built for myself. I pull my knees to my chest, a gesture of pure, childish self-preservation. The silence of the room is absolute. The storm inside has finally stopped, and the devastation it has left behind is a quiet, lonely ruin in the heart of a woman who has just realized she tore down the only thing that ever truly mattered.
Chapter 23. Andrew. The Mistletoe suite has become a triage unit for a dead dream. The air is permeated with the sharp, chemical scent of wood glue and the bitter aroma of burnt coffee. Every flat surface on my side, the armchair, the ottoman, the floor, is covered in the tools of a desperate resurrection. Tweezers, X-Acto knives, tiny clamps, and a graveyard of empty coffee mugs. It's 3 a.m. My eyes burn. My neck is a Gordian knot of tension, and my fingers are cramped into a permanent claw-like grip. I'm hunched over the central table, our Switzerland, performing microsurgery on a piece of balsa wood no bigger than my thumbnail. It's a window frame for one of the guest cabins. Her design was a single large pane of glass to maximize the view. My hand shakes with exhaustion, and the knife slips, scoring a deep, ugly line in the wood. Damn it. The word is a raw, ragged sound in the quiet room. I drop the ruined piece and rub my eyes, the heels of my hands pressing into the sockets until I see stars. This is impossible. The sheer meticulous precision of her original work is a constant, mocking ghost at my shoulder. Every joint was perfect. Every angle was exact. My reconstruction is a clumsy, desperate imitation, a forgery of a masterpiece. A soft knock at the door makes me jump. I look up, my heart giving a stupid, hopeful leap. Dala. But it's not her. The door pushes open a few inches, and the inn's night porter, a kid named Leo with tired eyes, peeks his head in. "Mr. Cobbett? Sorry to bother you. Carol, at the front desk, she said you might be, working." He's looking at the scene of architectural carnage spread across the room with a kind of awed horror. "Yeah," I say, my voice sounding like a gravelly mess. "You could call it that. She said you might need this." He holds up a fresh, steaming pot of coffee. The kid is an angel of mercy in a cheap polyester uniform. "Leo," I say, my voice becoming thick with a gratitude that is entirely out of proportion to the gesture. "You are a gentleman and a scholar." He shuffles in, setting the pot down on a clear corner of a side table. "It's a lot of pieces," he observes, his eyes wide as he takes in the reconstructed sections of the main lodge. "That's one way of putting it." I pick up a new piece of wood, my focus already returning to the impossible task at hand. Must be a pretty important project. "It's structural," I say, my gaze fixed on the tiny window frame. "It can't fail." The kid just nods slowly as if I've said something profound, and backs out of the room, closing the door softly behind him. The silence descends again, thick and heavy. By 5 a.m., it's almost done. The main lodge stands, a testament to caffeine and sheer stubborn will. The guest cabins are nestled among their tiny toothpick trees. The living corridor, our bridge, is a fragile lattice structure of wood and clear acetate. It seems a little rough, its lines not quite as clean as hers, but it's there. It's whole. I stand back, my entire body a single, screaming ache, and I look at it. I have rebuilt what she destroyed. I have honored our collaboration. I have fixed the broken thing, and it's not enough. A hollow, empty feeling settles in my gut. This isn't a grand gesture. This is a repair job. I've just put things back the way they were before the explosion, but the damage is still there, in the fault lines of our history, in the memory of my hesitation in the lobby. Just fixing the model doesn't fix the reason she broke it. I need to do more. I need to build something new. My gaze lands on my duffel bag, discarded in the corner. I walk over to it, my movements stiff and slow. I reach inside and pull out the small, framed cocktail napkin. Someday. I place it on the table next to the resurrected resort. The two blueprints. The one we built here, in this room, born of a fragile, hopeful truce. And the one we built 8 years ago, born of a wild, fearless love. My hands, which have been shaking with exhaustion for the last hour, are suddenly steady. The resolve that has been simmering beneath the surface all night comes to a hard, clear boil. I'm not just rebuilding her project. I'm designing our future. I find a fresh sheet of architectural board. I pull out the pristine set of German-engineered drafting pens she gave me. Her gift. The weight of them in my hand feels significant. A transfer of power, of trust. And I begin to draw. I don't need to look at the napkin. The design is seared into my brain. It lives in my muscle memory. The gentle, sloping curve of the roofline. That was my idea. The wall of windows that overlooks a non-existent garden. That was hers. The wide, welcoming porch with the 2 rocking chairs. The secret, hidden library with the window seat. It's a perfect fusion. Her elegant, brutalist strength and my warm, organic flow. A house where a fortress and a bridge can live together. I work with a speed and a precision I didn't know I still possessed. The exhaustion is gone, burned away by the white-hot fire of pure, unadulterated purpose. I'm not just an architect. I'm a man making a promise in the only language I know how to speak. As the first pale rays of dawn begin to filter through the window, I finish. I place the final, tiny, hand-carved rocking chair on the porch of the miniature dream house. Then I pick it up. It's perfect. It's the best thing I have ever designed. I carefully clear a space on the model's landscape, a small, secluded knoll overlooking the main resort, and I place the house there. Our house. It's not part of the resort. It's an addition, an addendum, a quiet, powerful statement of intent. It is the final missing piece of the blueprint. The sun is rising now, painting the snow-covered world in hues of pink and gold. The 24-hour extension is almost up. I have a presentation to prepare for, but it's not mine. I take the model, which is heavy with the weight of everything it represents, and carefully carry it down to the lobby. It's quiet. The only person there is Carol, the innkeeper, who is standing behind the front desk, nursing a mug of coffee. She looks as exhausted as I feel. She sees the model in my hands, and her eyes go wide. "My God," she breathes. "You actually did it." "I had good plans to work from," I say, placing it carefully on the front desk. "Carol, I need to ask you about Ms. Fillmore's departure." Carol smiles, relieved. "Oh, dear. Yes, she checked out right after the plow cleared our driveway this morning. I told her the pass wasn't officially open, but she was quite insistent. That's what concerns me. She was in a rental, wasn't she?" I lean in conspiratorially. "A standard-issue sedan, the kind they give city folk that doesn't have the clearance for residual snowpack?" Carol winces. "A beige compact, if I recall. They always give the event guests those cars. Honestly, Andrew, if she tried to take that little thing up the pass before the salt trucks came through, I wouldn't be surprised if she stalled out or slid into a drift just past the valley." I maintain a serious expression. "Exactly. If she did break down, she would have called the local tow service. Could you check with them?" "Oh, dear Lord," she says, her hand flying to her mouth. She's already picking up the phone. "I'll call Frank at the garage. He'll know." While she's on the phone, I pull a piece of the inn stationery from the desk. I write 2 quick notes. One for Eleanor Albright, informing her that I am withdrawing Cobbett and Associates from the competition, and that Ms. Fillmore will be presenting her design, alone. The other is for Idala. It's only 3 words. Look at the model. Carol hangs up the phone, her face a mixture of concern and relief. She's okay. Frank dropped her at the Starlight Motor Inn just outside Montpellier. Said her car needed a new alternator. The Starlight Motor Inn. It sounds exactly like the kind of bleak, anonymous place she would retreat to. A fortress of solitude. Thank you, Carol, I say, voice thick with a gratitude so profound it feels inadequate. You have no idea what you've just done. I grab my keys, my coat. I have my own presentation to make, and it has nothing to do with a resort. I get into my car, the cold leather a shock to my system. I look at the passenger seat. It's empty. For a moment, a wave of pure, gut-wrenching panic washes over me. What if this doesn't work? What if this isn't enough? What if she won't even see me? But then I remember the look in her eyes when she held the book. I remember the feel of her hand in mine. The soft surrender of her kiss under the mistletoe. This isn't a gamble. It's a promise. I pull out of the Holly and Ivy Inn, my tires crunching on the freshly salted road. The morning light is brilliant, reflecting off the pristine, snow-covered landscape. It's a new day, a blank slate. And I'm driving into the dawn to find the architect of my future, to show her the blueprint I have just designed for the rest of our lives.
Chapter 24. Idala. The morning seeps into the motel room like a dirty secret. It's a weak, gray, noncommittal light that illuminates the dust motes dancing in the stale air and reveals the true depressing beige of the wallpaper. I am a statue in a power suit, perched on the edge of a lumpy bed in a forgotten corner of the world. The fortress is complete. The silence is absolute, and the loneliness is a physical weight, a pressure on my chest that makes it hard to breathe. There's a knock at the door. The sound is a violent intrusion, a sharp, alien rap in the muffled quiet. My first urge is to ignore it, to let whoever it is go away and leave me to my perfectly engineered ruin. The knock comes again, louder this time. A demand, an insistence, annoyance, a faint familiar flicker in the void, sparks to life. Fine. I will make it go away. I move, a collection of stiff protesting joints, and wrench the door open, a dismissal already on my lips, and all the air leaves my body. It's Andrew. He looks like he's been through a war. There are deep, bruised circles under his eyes. His jaw is shadowed with stubble. He's wearing the same Henley from last night, now rumpled and stained with what looks like wood glue. But his eyes are clear and steady and burning with a terrifying, resolute intensity. And he's holding it. Our project model. Whole, perfect. A beautiful, impossible ghost. What, I manage, my voice a strangled whisper. Is this? He doesn't speak. He just takes a single step forward, and I take a reflexive step back into the bleak, sad room. He follows, stepping over the threshold, his gaze locked on mine. He holds the model out, an offering, a testament. My architect's eye takes over, a desperate retreat into the safety of analysis. The seams are there, faint, hairline fractures. But they are perfect. The main lodge stands proud, and the living corridor. The bridge, it's there. But then I see it. The new addition. The tiny, perfect house on the hill. The house from the cocktail napkin. Someday. The breath I'm holding shudders out of me, a painful, ragged sound. And the architect, the logician, the cold, calm narrator in my head, sounds the alarm. This is a grand gesture, a beautifully executed, emotionally manipulative piece of design, intended to bypass all rational thought. It's a masterful reconstruction. I take a step back, putting more of the stained carpet between us. But it doesn't change the foundational problems, Andrew. You can't fix a structural flaw by adding a decorative element. This isn't decorative. He finally sets the model down on the lumpy cigarette-burned bedspread, the impossible dream perched atop the sad reality. This is the point. Is it? My voice is sharp now, a weapon, because I think the point was made quite clearly last night, in the lobby, with Rhea. The name tastes like poison. I saw the ghost, Andrew, and she looked remarkably solid to me. Solid and expensive and very, very persuasive. I told her to leave. Did you? I give him a small, chillingly polite smile. Because what I saw was a man who was listening. I saw a man who let her put her hand on his chest. And I saw a man who, when presented with the exact same historically catastrophic choice, hesitated. The last word is a quiet, vicious stiletto aimed right at the heart of this beautiful, impossible gesture. I see it land. That's not what happened, he says roughly. Isn't it? My own voice is rising, fueled by a sudden hot surge of anger. She gave you the ultimatum, didn't she? Her father's money, your entire future. Or me. The nobody with the failing firm, the flawed blueprint. And for one perfect, crystal clear second, you weighed the options. You did the math. You think I was doing math? He straightens up, and all the exhaustion on his face is gone, now replaced by a fierce, blazing intensity that pins me to the spot. You think I was standing there trying to decide if you were a good investment? It's what you do, I shoot back, my hands clenching into fists at my sides. It's what you've always done. You make the smart choice, the safe bet. And my voice breaks, a tiny hairline fracture in my composure. I am not the safe bet. No, you're not. He agrees, and the quiet intensity of his words steals the air right from my lungs. He takes a step toward me. You're the earthquake. You're the single, unpredictable variable that blows every plan to hell. You're the most gloriously, terrifyingly unsafe bet I have ever known. He takes another step. I am frozen, my back pressed against the peeling beige wallpaper. You're right, he says, his voice transforming into a low, resonant thing that vibrates in the small, sad room. You saw me hesitate. You did. He stops a foot away from me, his eyes searching mine, begging me to understand. But you're wrong about why. When Rhea said those words, is she worth it again? I wasn't in that lobby anymore. I was 24 years old, standing in my father's study, watching the man I worshipped crumble because he'd made a series of bad investments. I was a kid being told that the entire world, his legacy, my mother's security, my own future, was about to go up in flames, and that I was the only one holding a fire extinguisher. His voice is raw with the memory of it, a ghost that has haunted him for 8 long years. That hesitation, that wasn't me choosing between you and her. That was the echo of the worst, most shameful moment of my entire life, the moment I became a coward. It wasn't a calculation about my future. It was the past, reaching out and trying to pull me under one last time. The sincerity in his eyes is a physical force. The walls inside me are beginning to tremble. And what happens next time? The question is a raw, wounded whisper, the last gasp of my fear. When there's another choice, another pragmatic reason to cut your losses, this, I gesture to the model on the bed. This doesn't prove anything, Andrew. It's just wood and glue. It's a promise you haven't earned the right to make. I see the pain of my words land, but he doesn't flinch. He just holds my gaze, his own eyes shimmering with a sudden, devastating moisture. You have it all wrong, Idala, he says, and his voice breaks, just for a second, on my name. He closes the last bit of distance between us, his hands coming up to cup my face, his touch so unbelievably gentle it feels like a dream. You keep talking about that choice, he whispers, his thumbs tracing the line of my jaw. The one I made 8 years ago. You think I chose my career over you? He shakes his head, a slow, sad movement. The first tear escapes his eye, tracing a glistening path through the stubble on his cheek. I didn't choose my career. I chose to save my family. And the price was losing everything that actually mattered. His gaze is a bottomless ocean of a truth so profound it drowns me. You weren't the acceptable loss, Idala, he says, voice a choked, ragged thing, the sound of a heart breaking open. You were the whole goddamn world, and I have been living in the rubble ever since.
Chapter 25. Andrew. Her name is a shattered whisper in the stale, dead air of the motel room. The final brutal truth of the last 8 years hangs between us, a ghost that has finally been given its voice. You were the whole goddamn world. And I have been living in the rubble ever since. She doesn't move. She doesn't even breathe. She is a perfect, beautiful statue carved from shock, her dark eyes wide and luminous with unshed tears. The fortress walls are not just cracked. They have been leveled. I'm standing in the ruins of her anger, and all that is left is the raw, unguarded pain. My hands are still cupping her face. I can feel the frantic, hummingbird beat of her pulse against my thumbs. This is the most terrifying moment of my life. I've laid my entire broken soul at her feet, and now I can only wait to see if she will walk away from the wreckage. "How?" she finally whispers, her voice a raw, frayed thing. "How could you? If that was true, how could you just disappear?" The question is not an accusation. It is a plea for the one thing I have never given her, the complete, unvarnished, ugly truth. I let my hands drop, the loss of contact a sudden, sharp ache. I take a half step back, giving her space to breathe, to think. I owe her more than just the headline. I owe her the entire, shameful story. "Because I was drowning," I say, my gaze dropping to the stained, miserable carpet. I can't look at her while I say this. The shame is still too raw. My father, Richard Cobbett, the legend who built half of Boston. He was a brilliant architect, Idala, a visionary. But he was a terrible businessman. He leveraged the firm to its breaking point, made a series of bad investments. He was hiding overdue notices in his desk drawer. He was taking out predatory loans just to make payroll. The man I thought was a titan was drowning. And he was too proud to tell anyone. I finally forced myself to look up, to meet her wide, searching eyes. When he finally told me, it wasn't a conversation. It was a confession. The company was weeks away from a catastrophic collapse. My mother would have lost everything. The employees, the people who had been with him for decades, they would have been ruined. And he fell apart. The memory is a physical thing, a crushing weight on my chest. He looked at me, this great, powerful man, and he was just a scared old man, and he asked me to fix it. I ruffle a hand through my hair, the movement jerky and agitated. Ria's father, Mr. Sterling, was his oldest friend, and his biggest creditor. He offered a way out, a complete buyout of the debt, a massive infusion of capital, an alliance between the two firms, a dynasty, and a marriage, she says, her voice flat. She's not angry. She is an architect, processing the raw data of a structural failure. And a marriage, I confirm, my voice a low, rough thing. It was the non-negotiable term of the deal, the seal on the alliance. It wasn't a request. It was a condition of surrender. I walk over to the window, staring out at the bleak, gray morning. I told myself it was the only choice, the noble choice. I told myself that you were strong, that you would be okay, that you would build your own empire and forget all about me. It was the lie I needed to tell myself to be able to sleep at night. But I knew I was a coward. I couldn't stand in front of you and tell you that our love, our future, our someday was the price of my family's salvation. I couldn't bear to see the look in your eyes when I told you that I wasn't strong enough to fight for you. So I let you believe the easiest, cruelest lie, that it was about her. I turned back to face her. She hasn't moved. She's just watching me, her expression a canvas of dawning, horrified understanding. When Ria showed up last night, I continue, my voice gaining a new, harder edge of resolve, and she stood there in the lobby and laid out the exact same choice, I didn't hesitate because I was weighing my options. I hesitated because for one horrible second, I was that 24-year-old kid again, trapped, powerless. I take a step closer, my eyes locked on hers. But I'm not that kid anymore. I told her it was over. I told her to leave. And her father, she whispers. The investor? That's not all I did, I say, my voice becoming a low, steady thing. After she left, after I found the model, I made a call. I see the question in her eyes. Not to you, to him, to Mr. Sterling. Her breath hitches. I told him that Cobbett and Associates was formally withdrawing from the Holiday Hearth competition. I told him that any consideration of a future alliance between our firms was off the table permanently. I told him that if he chose to pull his funding from this project out of spite, that was his decision, but that I would spend the rest of my professional life making sure that every potential client knew that he was a man who let personal grudges poison good business. I didn't just close the door, Idala. I burned the whole goddamn bridge to the ground. I salted the earth. There is no going back. I let the words sink in. I let her see the truth of them in my eyes. I made this choice before I knew if she was in the next town or the next state. I made it before I knew if she would ever speak to me again. I made it for me. I made it for the man I should have been 8 years ago. She's trembling. A fine, almost imperceptible tremor that runs through her entire body. The fortress is gone. There is only the woman, standing in the ruins, looking at the man who has just confessed to a lifetime of regret. You have to believe me, I whisper, my voice thick with a desperation so profound it feels like I might break. I am not that person anymore. There's one last piece, the final tangible proof. I walk out of the room, out into the cold, leaving her standing in the silence. I go to my car. I open the passenger side door and retrieve the small framed object I'd placed on the seat. When I walk back into the room, she hasn't moved. She's just staring at the space where I just was. I walk up to her, and I hold it out. Her eyes drop to the frame in my hands. I watch as she takes in the faded, fragile cocktail napkin, the familiar shared sketch of a dream house, the single word in her own elegant script. Someday. A single perfect tear escapes her eye and traces a slow, silent path down her cheek. She reaches out a trembling hand, her fingers brushing against the glass, right over her own handwriting. You kept it, she breathes, the words a ghost of a sound. Of course I kept it, I say, my own voice choked with unshed tears. It's the only honest thing I've ever designed. I press the frame into her hands. I don't want to win this competition, Idala. I don't want the contract. I don't want another glass box for the Boston skyline. I want to build this. I tap the glass over our shared drawing. With you. I want our someday. She looks down at the framed napkin in her hands, at the tangible, irrefutable proof of the future we almost had. Then she looks up at me, at the man who just willingly, irrevocably, torched his own professional security on the faint, desperate hope that she might, just might, believe him. Her eyes are clear now. The tears are gone, replaced by a fire I haven't seen since the first day we met in the studio, a fire of fierce, brilliant, and utterly unshakable resolve. She is no longer a victim of a tragedy. She is the architect of what comes next. She takes a deep, steadying breath. She looks at the clock on the wall, a cheap plastic thing ticking away the seconds of our future. The presentation is in 3 hours, she says, and her voice is no longer broken. It is the strong, clear, and commanding voice of Idala Fillmore. Let's go win.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 26. Idala. The drive back to the Holly and Ivy Inn is a study in controlled chaos. Andrew is driving my newly repaired rental car, his hands steady on the wheel, his gaze fixed on the cleared wet asphalt. I'm in the passenger seat, the framed cocktail napkin resting in my lap like a fragile, impossible treasure. The silence between us isn't empty. It's packed with the last 24 hours of ruin and resurrection, a dense, humming quiet that is more intimate than any conversation. I am operating on 3 hours of fitful, terrified sleep in a motel room that smelled of despair. He is operating on 0. We are both running on fumes and the sheer, terrifying adrenaline of what we are about to do. "You're tapping your pen against your teeth," he says, not taking his eyes off the road. I freeze. I hadn't even realized I was doing it. My fingers are clenched around a high-end drafting pen from the set I gave him. It's a nervous habit. "I know," he says quietly. "You only do it when you're running stress load calculations in your head." I'm running a cost-benefit analysis of premeditated homicide. I correct him, my voice a dry, brittle thing. The primary target is a man named Sterling. A slow smile touches his lips. Just him? Not his daughter? She's merely a decorative, non-load-bearing element. He's the foundation, and I have discovered that I am very, very good at demolitions. The joke is dark and hollow, but he laughs. A low, tired sound that is the most beautiful thing my ears have ever heard. "We're not demolishing anything today, Idala. We're building. We're presenting a design that you single-handedly resurrected from the dead after I ceremonially executed it." I counter, my gaze dropping to the napkin in my lap. The weight of his sacrifice sits heavily in the small, quiet car. This whole thing is structurally unsound. Is it? He finally glances at me, his blue eyes clear and steady in the morning light. Or is it just balanced for the first time? I have no answer to that. We use a service entrance, carrying the shrouded model between us like a sacred artifact. Eleanor Albright is waiting for us in the small anteroom, her arms crossed, her facial expression a mask of professional disapproval. She looks from my face to Andrew's, to the massive object between us. "Mr. Cobbett, Ms. Fillmore," she says, her voice as crisp and cold as the winter air. "Your 24 hours are up. The board is waiting." "It's ready," I say, my voice more confident than I feel. Eleanor's gaze sharpens, zeroing in on Andrew. "I received your note this morning, Mr. Cobbett. Am I to understand that Cobbett and Associates has formally withdrawn from this competition?" "That's correct," Andrew says simply, his tone leaving no room for argument. Eleanor's eyebrows rise a fraction. She turns her piercing gaze on me. "And you, Ms. Fillmore, you are prepared to present your final design?" "I am," I say, lifting my chin. "This is it. The life raft. And this model," she continues, gesturing to the shrouded object. "This design, it's the one you worked on, together?" The words are chosen with surgical precision. The air thickens. This is the moment where the rules of the game are either rewritten or reinforced. "The core design is from Fillmore Design," I state, my voice firm. "Mr. Cobbett provided consultation." Eleanor lets out a short, sharp sound that is not quite a laugh. Consultation. Right. So, let me get this straight. You, Mr. Cobbett, are going to go in there and present your original, presumably soulless, glass box design, for which you've already withdrawn your candidacy. And you, Ms. Fillmore, are going to present this collaborative masterpiece and pretend you did it all by yourself. Is that the plan? You think this board, that I am that stupid? I have no response. She has just articulated the absolute farcical absurdity of our situation. The design is hers, Andrew says, stepping forward, a protective instinct in his posture. I was just the model builder. Don't insult my intelligence, Andrew, Eleanor snaps, her patience clearly gone. She paces the small room, a caged tiger in a pantsuit. I have been in this business for 30 years. I have seen egos, I have seen backstabbing, and I have seen every dirty trick in the book. I have never, ever seen this. She waves a hand between the two of us. This strange, codependent rival/ally psychodrama. She stops and pins us both with a glare. Here are the new rules, because you two have clearly thrown the old ones into a bonfire. There is one design on that table worth seeing. It is the one you both created in that ridiculous honeymoon suite. Cobbett and Associates is withdrawn. Fillmore Design is the only remaining candidate. But you, she points a sharp, manicured finger at Andrew, are not just a model builder. You are a part of this design story, and this board is going to hear the whole story. What are you saying? I ask, my heart beginning a frantic, panicked thumping. I am saying, Eleanor says, her voice dropping to a low, non-negotiable command, that you are going in there together. You will present this design as the unified, albeit unconventional vision that it is. You will answer questions together. You will win or lose together. Is that understood? We are a united front. The thought is both terrifying and exhilarating. Andrew looks at me, a silent question in his eyes. Can we do this? I give him a single sharp nod. We have to. We walk in together. The room is a long, imposing space, dominated by a massive mahogany table. The board members are seated along its length, a jury of stone-faced executives. And in the front row, in chairs set just slightly apart, are the dragons. Rhea Sterling is a vision of bored, expensive elegance. Her eyes flick over me with cool dismissal before landing on Andrew, her expression presenting a wounded possession. Beside her sits her father, a man who looks like he was carved from granite and disapproval. His eyes are cold, hard chips of ice. Fixed on me with a look of pure animosity, he holds my future in his hands, and he has already decided to crush it. The model is unveiled. A collective, appreciative murmur goes through the room. I see the board members lean forward. I even see a flicker of surprise in Rhea's features. I feel Andrew's presence beside me, a solid, unwavering warmth. I take my place at the lectern. I begin. My voice is calm, controlled. I lay out the facts, the data, the logic. I am building a case, brick by rational brick. The design of the main lodge is in homage to the landscape itself, I say. Its lines are strong, honest, and uncompromising. Like the mountain on which it sits, it is a structure designed to endure. Then it's his turn. He steps forward, not to the lectern, but to the model. He doesn't talk about structure. He talks about feeling. But a fortress, no matter how beautiful, is still a fortress. He begins, his voice a warm, resonant counterpoint to my cool precision. The true luxury of this resort isn't in its walls. It's in the connection to the world outside them. He gestures to the living corridor. Our bridge. This isn't just a hallway. It's an experience. It's a bridge of light and life that connects the strength of the lodge to the serenity of the forest. It's a space designed not just for passage, but for pause. We fall into a rhythm, a seamless, unrehearsed duet. The prefabricated guest cabins reduce the on-site construction impact by 60%. I state, providing the data, which means you can wake up in a home nestled in the forest, not in a clearing that was bulldozed to build it. He adds, providing the soul. The cantilever deck provides an unobstructed panoramic view of the valley. I say, outlining the form, making you feel like you're floating in the middle of the sky. He concludes, defining the function. We are two halves of a single brilliant idea. The chemistry, the intellectual spark, is a palpable force in the room. We are finishing each other's sentences, a living demonstration of the very design philosophy we are pitching. We finish. The final rendering glows on the screen behind us. The silence is absolute. Then Eleanor Albright begins to applaud. The other board members follow, a wave of genuine, impressed applause. We did it. Thank you, Eleanor says, her smile wide. That was truly exceptional. I'll now open the floor to questions. My heart is a wild, hopeful bird. I risk a glance at Andrew. He gives me a slow, almost imperceptible wink. A hand goes up. Mr. Sterling, my blood runs cold. Mr. Sterling. Eleanor nods. He leans forward, his voice a low, rumbling thing, laced with a condescending bored tone. Ms. Fillmore, your design features a rather ambitious cantilevered observation deck, an elegant piece of folly to be sure. He pauses, letting the insult land. Given the significant wind shear and snow load common at this altitude, what specific calculations and materials have you specified to prevent catastrophic torsional buckling? Aesthetically, it's lovely, but from an investment standpoint, it seems reckless. The word hangs in the air, a perfectly aimed torpedo. He is trying to break me. I feel Andrew tense, ready to jump in. I put a hand on his arm. No, this one is mine. I step forward, my hand resting on our model. The anger inside me crystallizes into a diamond-hard point of focus. I meet Mr. Sterling's icy gaze. I give him a slow, deliberate smile. It is not a nice smile. That's an excellent question, Mr. Sterling, I say, as calm and as cold as the heart of a glacier. Let's talk about dangerous investments.
Chapter 27. Andrew. The word hangs in the air, a perfectly polished grenade. Reckless. My entire body tenses. I can feel the collective gaze of the board shift, can feel the air in the room chill by 10 degrees. This isn't a question. It's an execution. Sterling isn't looking for an answer. He's looking to publicly gut Idala, to paint her as an irresponsible artist, a risky bet. He's trying to invalidate her entire professional identity with a single, condescending word. A white-hot, protective fury roars to life in my chest. My first instinct is to step in front of her, to take the bullet, to launch into the technical defense I can recite in my sleep. My mouth opens, and then I feel her hand on my arm. It's a quiet, firm pressure, a silent, non-negotiable command. Stay. I look at her. She's not looking at me. Her gaze is fixed, a laser beam of pure, unadulterated focus, aimed directly at the man in the front row. And she is smiling. It's a terrifyingly beautiful sight. It's not a polite, professional smile. It is the cool, confident smile of a grandmaster who has just seen her opponent walk into a trap of his own making. The fear that had been a shadow in her eyes is gone, burned away by a cold, righteous fire. She steps forward, her hand resting on the model. Our model. Her voice, when it comes, is as calm and as cold as the heart of a glacier. That's an excellent question, Mr. Sterling. Let's talk about rogue investments. The room goes absolutely still. A few of the board members shift uncomfortably in their chairs. Rhea Sterling's bored elegance cracks, a flicker of alarm in her eyes. Idala has just taken his grenade, polished it, and handed it right back to him. I've never been more in awe of her, in my entire life. She lets the silence hang for a beat, a masterful demonstration of control. As an architect, every design choice is a calculated risk, an investment in a particular outcome. The question is, never, is it a risk? But is the risk worth the reward? She turns to the board, her voice resonating with a passion that is both intellectual and deeply personal. You could have a resort with no cantilevered decks. You could have a series of simple, box-like structures with small, energy-efficient windows. It would be safe. It would be predictable. It would be a low-risk, low-yield bond in a portfolio of architectural investments. And it would be utterly, completely forgettable. No one travels to the mountains of Vermont to feel safe. They come to feel awe. She taps the deck on the model. This isn't an architectural folly, Mr. Sterling. It is the primary asset of the entire design. It's the headline. It's the image that will be on the cover of every travel magazine. It is the ROI, the return on investment, for the entire emotional experience of the resort. The board is mesmerized. She's not just talking about architecture anymore. She's speaking their language. She's talking about profit and loss, about assets and returns. She has taken his attack and reframed it in the only terms he's supposed to understand. And that's when I see my opening. She's built the foundation for the argument. Now it's my turn to frame the structure. I step forward, not to the lectern, but to stand beside her, a silent, declarative statement. We are a united front. If I may, Eleanor, I ask, my gaze sweeping over the board before landing with deliberate weight on Sterling. Mr. Sterling brings up a valid point about due diligence. An investor has to understand the risks. Sterling gives a smug, tight-lipped nod. He thinks I'm validating his attack. He thinks I'm about to throw her under the bus. You're a man who understands portfolio diversification, Mr. Sterling. I continue, my voice easy, conversational, the voice I use in boardrooms to make powerful men feel like they are the smartest people in the room. You don't put all your capital in safe, low-yield bonds. You balance them with high-growth, innovative assets. Assets that have the potential for an exponential return. That deck, that living corridor, these private cabins, they are the high-growth assets of this project. I walk around the model, my hand tracing the lines we drew together. Miss Fillmore's design isn't reckless. It is the very definition of a calculated risk. The question of torsional buckling is a matter of engineering, not philosophy. To answer your technical query, the deck is supported by a series of post-tension steel tendons, integrated directly into the primary concrete shear walls of the main lodge, and cross-braced with a Vierendeel truss system hidden within the roofline. I'm dropping technical terms like bombs, but I'm watching Sterling's face. His eyes are blank. He has no idea what I'm talking about. He was given a single, pointed question, a bullet for his gun, but he doesn't understand the mechanics of the weapon he's trying to use. Over-engineering the support system would be the truly reckless investment. I press on, my voice gaining a sharp, cutting edge. It would add millions in unnecessary material costs, compromising the project's budget for the sake of an outdated, brute force approach to a problem that requires a more elegant, modern solution. It would be like bailing out a legacy company that's on the verge of collapse without first doing a thorough analysis of its foundational weaknesses. A collective intake of breath seems to go through the room. It's a direct hit, a coded message that only a few people in this room might understand, but the subtext is brutally clear. I've just called him a bad businessman, using the very logic he tried to weaponize against Idala. Sterling's face, which had been a mask of smug superiority, goes a dark, mottled red. His mouth opens, then closes. He has no response. He's been beaten at his own game, in his own language, in front of his entire board. Rhea looks from her father to me, her expression a mask of pure, impotent fury. I turn my back on them, a final, deliberate dismissal, and face the board. I look at Idala. Her face is a perfect, beautiful canvas of shock and a slow, dawning, brilliant pride. I give her a small, almost imperceptible nod. My turn. But the question of risk isn't just about steel and concrete, I say, my voice softening, becoming the voice I use only for her. It's about vision. For the last several days, I've had the profound privilege of collaborating with one of the most brilliant, uncompromising, and forward-thinking architects I've ever known. I look directly at Idala, and the rest of the room, the board, the dragons, it all fades away. It's just us. Her design is not reckless. It is fearless. And in today's market, that is the safest, most valuable asset you could possibly invest in. I finish, and the oppressive silence that follows is 1,000 times more profound than the first. It is a silence of pure, unadulterated shock. I have not only defended our design, I have just, in front of the entire board, endorsed my primary competitor and effectively torched my own chances. Then Eleanor Albright stands up, and she begins to applaud. Not the polite, perfunctory applause of a boardroom. It is a genuine, resonant standing ovation. One by one, the other board members get to their feet, their faces a mixture of awe and admiration. We're surrounded by the sound of our victory. I look at Idala. Her eyes are shining, not with tears, but with a light so bright, so powerful, it takes my breath away. We did it. We actually, impossibly, did it. The journey back to the Mistletoe suite is a silent, surreal dream. The adrenaline from the presentation begins to fade, a slow, fizzing retreat, like champagne going flat. We step inside the room, our room, and close the door, separating ourselves from the rest of the world. The model is gone, taken by the inn staff to be put on display. But the ghost of it is still here. The table, our Switzerland, is still in the room, littered with the beautiful, chaotic mess of our work, an empty coffee cup, a stray piece of balsa wood, her drafting pens, my sketchbook. It is the landscape of our reunion. She walks to the window and looks out at the snow-covered mountains, the same view she looked at the first day, when this room was a prison. I walk up behind her, stopping a few feet away, not wanting to crowd her, not knowing what the new rules are. We are no longer competitors. We are no longer collaborators. We are just us. Two people in a quiet room, waiting for a verdict that will change our lives. The silence stretches, no longer tense or angry, but buzzing. It's the quiet, humming energy of a building that has just been wired for electricity, the power still off, but the potential for light a palpable, living thing in the walls. We are waiting for someone to flip the switch. She turns from the window and her face is open, unguarded, a landscape I am finally allowed to see. The space between us is no longer a battlefield, no longer a negotiation. It is just space, waiting to be filled.
Chapter 28. Idala. We return to the Mistletoe suite, and the silence is a living thing. It's not the tense, angry quiet of before, or the hollow, desolate quiet of my motel room. It is the humming, buzzing silence of a newly constructed building just before the power is turned on, the air thick with the potential for light. The room is a beautiful, chaotic mess. Our work is still spread across the table, a testament to the battle we just won. A stray piece of balsa wood sits next to an empty coffee cup. My drafting pens are scattered near his leather-bound sketchbook. It's the landscape of our reunion, and it is the most beautiful space I have ever occupied. He closes the door behind us, the soft click shutting out the rest of the world. The adrenaline from the presentation begins to fade, leaving a shaky, raw-nerved exhaustion in its wake. I walk to the window, my fortress of solitude, but it's not a retreat anymore. I'm just looking out at the mountains, at the vast snow-covered world, seeing it all with new eyes. "So," Andrew says from behind me. His voice sounds tired, frayed at the edges. "That was a thing." "A thing," I agree, a slow smile touching my lips. I turn from the window to face him. He's leaning against the closed door, his arms crossed, watching me. The fierce, confident warrior from the boardroom is gone, replaced by a man who looks like he's running on pure, unadulterated will. You were adequate. A slow, tired grin spreads across his face. Just adequate. I thought my impromptu lecture on portfolio diversification was a particular highlight. It was a bit derivative, I shoot back, my own voice light, playful. The banter is a reflex, a familiar language, but the subtext has changed. It's not a weapon anymore. It's a caress. And your foundational weaknesses metaphor was a little on the nose, don't you think? Says the woman who opened with, "Let's talk about reckless investments." He counters, pushing off the door and walking slowly toward me. I thought Sterling was going to have a coronary. I've never seen my father look that terrified, and he once faced a hostile takeover bid from a hedge fund run by actual literal sharks. We're laughing. A low bubbling sound of shared victory and sheer, unadulterated relief. He stops a few feet away, the space between us humming with everything we just went through, everything we are about to become. The laughter fades, leaving the buzzing silence in its wake. He rubs the back of his neck, the familiar gesture no longer a sign of nervousness, but of a deep, bone-weary uncertainty. What if, he starts, his voice dropping, losing its playful edge. What if after all that, after burning every bridge and salting the earth, they still say no? The question hangs in the air, a ghost of the vulnerability he's been hiding all day. He's not the titan from the boardroom anymore. He's the man who just bet his entire future on a single desperate act of faith, and he's asking me if it was worth it. My heart, which I had thought was a ruin, a demolition site, gives a slow, powerful thrum. He's not asking me to be strong. He's showing me his weakness. He's giving me the one thing I never thought I'd have again, his trust. I close the distance between us. My hands come up to rest on his chest, right over his heart. I can feel its steady, solid beat beneath my palm, a rhythm I suddenly realize I've been missing for 8 years. Then they say no. I say quietly. I lift my gaze to meet his, and I pour every ounce of the truth I have just discovered into my eyes. And we'll build something else. Together. His breath shudders out of him, a sound of pure, unadulterated relief. He leans his forehead against mine, his eyes fluttering shut. God, Idala. A soft, tinny sound drifts into the room. A faint, festive melody. It's coming from the end speaker system, a piece of the holiday cheer we've been trapped in for days. It's a playful, jazzy version of I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus. A real, genuine laugh bubbles up out of me. Are you kidding me? He lifts his head, a look of pained amusement on his face. Of course. The universe has a terrible, on-the-nose sense of humor. He looks at me, his eyes full of a soft, brilliant light that makes my stomach swoop. So, have you been naughty or nice this year, Miss Fillmore? Oh, I have been incredibly naughty, I say as a low, husky promise. The demolition is complete. The site has been cleared, and I am the architect of what comes next. And I think it's time you found out just how naughty. I take his hand, my fingers lacing through his, and I lead him toward the bed. Not the angry, punishing bed of our first encounter, or the sad, comforting bed of our shared grief. This is a new space, an uncharted territory. I stop at the foot of the bed and turn to face him, a slow, predatory smile spreading across my lips. I give his hand a tug, and he stumbles forward. With a firm push on his chest, I send him tumbling backward onto the mattress. He lands with a soft whoosh, looking up at me with wide, surprised eyes. The blueprint was flawed, I whisper, crawling onto the bed and straddling his hips. I brace my hands on his shoulders, leaning over him, my hair falling around us like a curtain. So I tore it all down. I know, he breathes, his own hands finding my waist, holding me with a reverent, possessive tenderness that sends a shiver through me. I was wrong, I say, the confession both liberating and arousing. I lean down, my lips brushing against his. The silence in the fortress. It isn't safety. It's just empty. I look into his eyes and I let him see everything. The fear, the hope, the breathtaking, terrifying truth. I don't want to be safe anymore, Andrew. I want to be home. I rise up on my toes and kiss him. And it is the first kiss of the rest of our lives. This is not a demolition. It is not a repair job. It is a groundbreaking. I break the kiss, my eyes dark with intent. Tonight there's a new set of plans, and I'm the lead architect. I start unbuttoning his shirt, my fingers moving with a slow, deliberate reverence. Each layer removed is an act of profound, terrifying trust. First on the agenda, a structural review. A low groan rumbles in his chest as I push the fabric of his shirt aside, baring his soul and his skin. My mouth follows the path of my hands, tasting the salt on his skin, nipping at his collarbone. He smells like soap and pine, and a scent that is purely him. A scent that I've craved. Sorry to stop you right there, but this chapter is about to cross this platform's very strict, absolutely not line.
We'd love to give you every detail, every gasp, every messy, passionate second. But this platform won't let us.
What they can't block is the full, ad-free, unabridged audiobook over at BWWM
Use VIXA40 at checkout for 40% off any digital product, even the already discounted bundles full of delicious chemistry.
If you want the kiss, the touch, the moment,
you'll find it waiting for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
And then a sound, harsh and digital, violates the sacred silence. A loud, insistent buzzing from the nightstand. We both flinch. His phone. It's vibrating violently against the wood, its screen a cold blue glow in the dim light. The outside world, the world of consequences and verdicts and dragons, is calling. My entire body becomes rigid. He props himself up on one elbow, his eyes wide, locked on the glowing screen. It's the call from the judges. Our entire future is ringing on that small wooden table. Chapter 29. Idala. The phone on the nightstand is a digital serpent, its buzzing a venomous rattle in the sacred quiet of our aftermath. The sound yanks me from the warm, hazy peace of Andrew's arms and plunges me into a cold, sharp-edged reality. My entire body goes rigid. Every muscle, which moments before had been a soft, pliant thing, turns to steel. The fortress, which I thought had been decommissioned, sends a frantic last-ditch alarm through my system. This is it. The other shoe. The structural failure. Andrew props himself up on one elbow, his body a sudden, tense line beside me. The lazy, satisfied smile is gone from his face, replaced by a look of grim, wide-eyed focus. He looks at the glowing screen, then at me. A silent, panicked question in his eyes. He doesn't have to say it. Is it your bank? He reaches over, his movements sharp and deliberate, and snatches the phone from the nightstand. He answers it, his thumb jabbing at the screen. Cobbett. His voice is a low, guarded thing, a fortress of his own. I hold my breath. My own heart, which had been beating a slow, steady rhythm against his ribs, is now a frantic drum against my own. I can't hear the voice on the other end, but I watch his face, a landscape I am now fluent in reading. I watch for the telltale clench of his jaw, the flicker of panic in his eyes, the subtle shift in posture that signals a retreat. Yes, Eleanor, he says, and a tiny bit of the tension leaves my shoulders. Not a dragon, just the zookeeper. He listens, his gaze fixed on some distant point in the room. His expression is unreadable, a perfect professional mask. I understand. Another pause. My fingers are twisting in the velvet comforter, a frantic, nervous gesture I can't seem to stop. Yes, he continues, his voice still carefully neutral. She's right here. He turns his head, his blue eyes finally meeting mine across the small space. And in their depths, I see nothing. Not joy, not defeat, just a profound, unnerving stillness. We'll be right down. He ends the call and places the phone back on the nightstand with a quiet, deliberate click. The silence that follows is the most terrifying sound I have ever heard. It is a vacuum, devoid of all the hope and joy and fragile, beautiful promises of the last few hours. Andrew, I say, and my voice is a thin, reedy thing, a stranger in my own throat. What did she say? He just looks at me, that steady, unreadable gaze. He is a perfectly constructed facade, and I have no idea what is happening on the floors behind it. My mind, the architect of 1,000 worst-case scenarios, begins to draft a blueprint for a new, more desolate kind of ruin. He didn't pull the funding. He just voted against you. You lost. It's over. He finally lets out a slow, shuddering breath, the first crack in the facade. A slow, tired, utterly breathtaking smile begins to spread across his face. We won, Idala, he says, his voice a rough, incredulous whisper. The board voted. Unanimously. We won. The words don't land. They hover in the air between us, a foreign language I can't quite parse. I just stare at him, my brain refusing to process the data. What? They're offering Fillmore design the contract, he continues, the smile growing, reaching his eyes, which are now shining with a brilliant, impossible light. Eleanor said Sterling abstained from the vote, and Rhea left before it was even called. She said she's never seen the board so completely united. She said our story was as compelling as the design. I just shake my head, a slow, disbelieving movement. No. Say it again. He moves then, closing the space between us on the bed. He takes my face in his hands, his palms warm and solid against my skin, anchoring me. You did it, he says, his voice thick with an emotion so proud, so fierce, it makes my own eyes burn. The life raft. It's here. It's real. You won. And that's when it hits me. A tidal wave of pure, unadulterated, terrifying relief. A sob, a sharp, choked sound bursts from my throat. And then I'm laughing. A wild, hysterical sound that is half joy and half a year's worth of pent-up, soul-crushing terror, finally being released. He's laughing with me. A low, rumbling sound of pure, unadulterated joy. And then he's kissing me. A deep, messy, triumphant kiss that tastes of victory and relief and the salty, impossible truth of my own tears. When we finally break apart, we're both breathless, our foreheads resting against each other. The room is filled with the sound of our ragged, happy breathing. I don't think I know how to process this, I whisper, my hands clutching the front of his shirt as if I'm afraid he might disappear. Start with this, he says warmly. He gets up and walks over to the small table where the bottle of champagne has been sitting, a silent, mocking prop for days. He returns with it, a mischievous glint in his eye. I think we've earned this. He works the cork, his movements sure and steady. It flies out with a loud pop, ricocheting off the ceiling and landing with a soft thud somewhere in the vicinity of the mistletoe. A direct hit, I say, my voice still shaky with laughter. Impressive trajectory. I aim to please Ms. Fillmore. He pours the bubbling liquid into 2 glasses and hands one to me. To the Holiday Hearth Resort, may its foundations be strong and its cantilever decks be free of catastrophic torsional buckling. I'll drink to that, I say, my voice thick. We clink our glasses, the delicate crystal sound, a perfect bright note in the quiet room. We don't drink right away. We just sit on the edge of the bed, the moment too big, too fragile. We sip the champagne, the cool, crisp bubbles a celebration on my tongue. Faintly through the walls, I can hear music from the lobby, a soft, jazzy instrumental. Silent night. The inn is stirring. The world is waking up to Christmas morning. Merry Christmas, Andrew, I say softly, looking at him over the rim of my glass. He meets my gaze, and the look in his eyes is a warm, brilliant fire. Merry Christmas, Idola. We drink in a comfortable humming silence, the events of the last few days settling around us, no longer a storm, but a quiet, snow-covered landscape of memory. So, I say finally, my voice a quiet, practical thing, because I am still, at my core, an architect who needs a blueprint. What happens now? Now? He sets his glass down and takes mine, placing them both on the nightstand. He takes my hands in his. Now we build it. The resort, I say, a statement, not a question. The resort, he confirms, and other things. A familiar, playful tension sparks between us. The push and pull, but it's different now. It's a game we both know we're playing. My firm will require a lead consultant, I say, my tone mock serious. The position is demanding. The hours are long. The principal architect is difficult. Is she? He grins, his thumbs tracing lazy circles on the backs of my hands. I hear she has a soft spot for unsolicited design advice. Don't push your luck, Cobbett. I pull my hands free, only to place them on his shoulders. And just to be clear, Fillmore Design is not being acquired by Cobbett and Associates. The structural integrity of my independence is non-negotiable. Wasn't planning on it, he says, his own hands finding my waist, pulling me closer until our knees are touching. I was thinking more of a hostile takeover. By you. The words are a perfect, stunning surprise. He's offering me his empire. He's handing me the keys to his glass and steel kingdom. I'm not sure I'm in the market for a corporate expansion, I say breathlessly, but I might be willing to consider promoting you from your current role as temporary design associate. Oh yeah? His eyes are sparkling. To what? Senior partner in charge of reckless ideas and unsolicited structural analysis. I was hoping for principal in charge of heart-related matters, he murmurs, his gaze dropping to my lips. The playful energy between us softens, deepens, becomes something else, something quiet and profound. He leans his forehead against mine. Are we okay, Idala? He whispers. The question so full of a raw, hopeful vulnerability, it makes my own heart ache. For real? I close my eyes. I don't need to build a case. I don't need to run the numbers. I just need to tell him the truth. For 8 years, I begin, my voice a soft, quiet thing in the space between us. I have lived in a fortress, a beautiful, structurally sound and utterly empty fortress. I told myself that the silence was safety, that the solitude was strength. I'll open my eyes and look at him, letting him see every crack, every fault line, every last piece of the ruin he's been so patiently sifting through. You were right. It wasn't a home. It was a tomb. The silence in the fortress. It isn't safety. It's just empty. His breath hitches, a small, sharp sound. I don't want to be safe anymore, Andrew, I whisper, my hands coming up to cup his face, my thumbs tracing the tired, beautiful lines of his smile. I want to be home. He kisses me then, a slow, deep, and profoundly gentle kiss that is a promise, a vow, and a groundbreaking, all in one. It is the quiet, certain, and breathtakingly beautiful beginning of everything. When we finally pull apart, he's smiling, a slow, brilliant sunrise of a smile. So, he murmurs against my lips, about that other project. The one on the napkin? I whisper back, my own smile answering his. I was thinking we break ground in the spring. Chapter 30. Idala. 1 year later. The air smells of wet earth, sawdust, and the sharp, clean scent of promise. Mud, thick and unapologetic, is trying to claim my very expensive, very impractical leather boots. A year ago, the sheer, unmitigated chaos of this scene, the exposed insulation, the scattered piles of lumber, the symphony of saws and nail guns, would have sent my anxiety into a catastrophic spiral. Now, it's the most beautiful music I have ever heard. I'm standing in what will one day be a living room. For now, it's just a skeleton of timber and plywood, a blueprint brought to life, open to the cold December sky. Our life raft, the Holiday Hearth Resort, is a resounding success, a landmark of sustainable design that has put Fillmore Cobbett Design on the map. The merger wasn't so much a hostile takeover as it was a quiet, inevitable surrender. Our firm is thriving, a beautiful, chaotic fusion of my structured precision and his organic flow. And this is our someday. You're doing it again. I turn. Andrew is leaning against a newly framed doorway, a thermos in one hand, a cardboard box from the best bakery in Stowe in the other. He's wearing a ridiculously soft-looking flannel shirt, worn jeans, and sturdy boots that, unlike mine, are actually designed for this terrain. His hair is a rumpled mess, and there's a smudge of sawdust on his cheek. He is the most beautiful structure I have ever seen. Doing what? I ask, pulling my gaze away from the disastrous state of his hair. The pen thing, he says, his crooked smile making an appearance. You're tapping. What's the verdict? Is the house gonna fall down? I look down at my hand. A drafting pen is, in fact, tapping a steady, thoughtful rhythm against my teeth. A nervous habit that has, over the last year, become something else entirely, a tell. I'm running a cost-benefit analysis, I say playfully. I'm weighing the profound, life-altering joy this project brings me against the catastrophic damage to my footwear. A worthy calculation. He walks toward me, his steps sure and confident among the construction debris. He sets the thermos and the box down on a stack of plywood. And? The boots are a depreciating asset, I say, a slow smile spreading across my face. This, I gesture to the skeleton of our home, is a forever investment. He grins, a flash of pure, unadulterated happiness. I love it when you talk numbers. He leans in and gives me a slow, sweet kiss that tastes of coffee and sawdust and the future. Ugh, are you two done with the nauseatingly sweet architectural foreplay? A voice calls out from the edge of the site. Some of us require caffeine to function, and you're holding the supply hostage. Joan is marching toward us, navigating the mud with the grim determination of a soldier crossing a minefield. She's followed by Ben, Andrew's former associate, and now our star project manager, who is carrying a second larger box of donuts. It's called a site inspection, Joan. I shoot back, my tone light. A concept you're only familiar with when it involves inspecting the bottom of a Prosecco bottle. Ha ha, she says, deadpan, finally reaching our plywood table. She looks at me, then at Andrew, then back at me. It's disgusting. A year ago, you would have had this entire site cordoned off and subjected to a rigorous deep clean before you'd even set foot on it. Now look at you, queen of the mud puddle, utterly ruined by love. I'm not ruined, I protest, taking the cup of coffee Ben offers me. I'm embracing organic textures. Ben laughs, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Is that what we're calling it? Andrew, I've been meaning to ask, does she still make you file a formal request to use the good pens? Or has the merger softened that policy? Andrew takes a long sip of his coffee, his eyes sparkling with amusement over the rim of the cup. Let's just say my access to the high-end German-engineered supplies has been significantly upgraded. He slides an arm around my waist, pulling me against his side. The gesture is easy, possessive, and so deeply comforting it still makes my breath catch. It's a disgrace, Joan declares, taking a massive bite of a maple-glazed donut. I miss the old Idola, the one who ran on rage and caffeine, and the quiet, simmering fear of her own emotions. This one, she gestures at me with her donut, is just happy. It's boring. I'm so sorry my personal growth has been an inconvenience to your entertainment schedule, I say dryly. It has, she confirms. But I guess you two are kinda cute, in a sickening, we finish each other's blueprints sort of way, so I'll allow it. She winks, and the affection in the gesture is a warm, solid thing. We stand there for a while, the four of us, in the heart of our half-built home, drinking coffee and eating donuts, the easy, comfortable chatter of our team, a stark, beautiful contrast to the silent, solitary fortress I used to call an office. This is what it feels like, a foundation, a support system. After a few more minutes of playful abuse, Joan and Ben head back to their car, leaving a fresh thermos of coffee and the remaining donuts. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, Joan calls over her shoulder. The structural integrity of that sentence is deeply flawed, I call back. The sound of their car fades, leaving us in the quiet of the construction site. The only sound is the distant whine of a saw and the soft whisper of the wind through the bare wooden frames. Andrew turns to me, his expression softening into something tender and intimate. Alone at last. He reaches into the pocket of his flannel shirt and pulls something out. It's a small, intricately carved object made of a dark, rich wood. A sprig of mistletoe, its leaves and berries rendered in perfect, loving detail. What is that? I ask, my voice a soft, curious thing. A site violation? Unapproved decorative element? It's a structural necessity, he murmurs, low and soft. For this house, anyway. He walks over to the framed opening that will one day be our front door. A small, foldable ladder is leaning against it. He climbs the few steps, a small hammer and a nail suddenly in his hand. With 2 quick, precise taps, he fixes the wooden mistletoe to the very top of the door frame. A permanent installation, a quiet, powerful promise. He climbs down and turns to me, a slow, beautiful smile on his face. He's standing just inside the doorway. I'm standing just outside it. He holds out his hand. Welcome home, Idala. I take his hand, and he pulls me over the threshold, into his arms, into our home. He dips his head, and I know he's going to kiss me. You know, I whisper, my lips just a breath from his, my hands coming up to frame his face. I used to hate unpredictability. I hated chaos. My entire life was a blueprint designed to eliminate it. I know. He whispers back, his hands finding my waist, holding me with a gentle, possessive strength. I was wrong, I say, and the confession is the easiest, most liberating thing I've ever uttered. I look into his eyes, the deep, brilliant blue of a future I almost threw away. Chaos, it turns out, is just another word for a life I get to design with you. Good, he murmurs, his gaze dropping to my lips. Because I plan on being predictably in love with you for the rest of our lives. Everything else can be chaos. He looks up, a mischievous glint in his eye. Besides, the blueprint was never flawed, Idola. It was just incomplete. And then he kisses me. It's not a kiss of surrender or a kiss of desperation. It is not a question, and it is not a battle. It is a slow, deep, and profoundly certain kiss of a man who is exactly where he is supposed to be. It is the quiet, sure, and breathtakingly beautiful kiss of coming home. We are standing in the skeleton of a house, surrounded by mud and sawdust, with a cold December wind blowing through the open walls. And it is the most perfect, complete, and structurally sound place I have ever been. Our future is beautifully designed, and it is finally under construction.